Squared away. I gotta do this. Hang on, let me do this show real quick. So here to have this conversation. Not you, woman. I'm having this conversation on here because I got to listen to a lot of people talk and I guess go over. And please, I want y'all to send this out, but I get tired of hearing y'all fools talk. I really do. And I'm hearing this stuff. I done heard all of y'all talk about what Trump gonna do, what certain type of agenda is gonna do, and all these people gonna do. And I always wonder, and I'm standing here like Finn, but I'm hearing a lot of people talk about this mystical rebellion army, and maybe I'm just ranting. I don't care. I'm just ranting. Maybe I'm just laying here in bed and I'm just ranting. And I hear a lot of people talking about this mystical rebellion army. Good afternoon, dear. This mystical rebellion army that's supposed to be coming. That somehow I was reading the comments on a lot of people's stuff. There's one comment said, you can tell the men in our community are a joke because they at the Capitol running up and taking the nation. Another person said, we need to get in gear because China is going to get with Russia and take us back in slavery. I I've heard so much things on what people should be doing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what's going on, Kelly? I've heard it all. I done heard it all. See, BNT had to be quiet and just sit and listen. Share this to your friends. I got to hear it all these narratives, all these reasonings of everybody somehow on YouTube. They don't know what their child is doing. They don't know if they're coming and going with whatever red pill, blue pill, green, black, Nick, Mac, Caddy Pack, who gives a fuck pill. But somehow everybody knows about the rebel army. Everybody knows. 1 minute y'all were talking about divestment, and I'm going out of the country to go find my bride, my queen, my king, my new Africa. While y'all talking about rebel armies and fighting to go fight the Death Star. Suddenly, the people that were talking pro nigga and we got to fight the evil white powers that be are now talking about joining the hillbilly hick that goes outside and cooks on propane tank, that we need to join them to go out there and fight Biden. Suddenly, y'all Negroes have some secret rebel army. You'll stand up to go fight something that you don't even know what the hell you fighting. But when I ask your black asses, when the last time you fought to get your kids decent book calculators, hell, just let alone go fight child support. I don't know. We could do that. So how the fuck y'all talk about fighting some goddamn mystical army? This is why I can't with y'all fools on YouTube, bro. I can't. I'm watching dudes talking about getting guns and all type of shit. Yeah, we're gonna go out and go get some guns. We're gonna go buy some bullets. But y'all the same dudes complaining about Pookie. Wait a second. So you all for fighting oppression, but what are we supposed to do about the community? Pookie done ran us out. So you won't deal with Pookie, but you fighting the military. Lord have mercy, if that ain't true. Niggas got stories, no plan, no execution, just stories and Wakandan fantasies. Y'all black women be killing me. Some of y'all black women be killing me. I gotta let y'all know. How the fuck y'all trying to tell the black men now to go to the White House and y'all barely can get the nigga to come by and look at him, pick up his own goddamn child? Start there, motherfucker. How you gonna tell me to go to the White House? You can't even get the same dude that damn laid up between your cooch to come look at your own damn kid. Oh, and don't think these white people got listen. I'm trying to let y'all know right now, white people do not have it together. They don't even know what the fuck going on. They trying to figure out if Walmart going to be open tomorrow. Well, white people don't even know. So please don't think the white people got it down pat. They were confused just like the rest of y'all. So please don't think they got it together. So if anything, they trying to figure out is Avengers 5 coming out. Saw a bunch of idiots and fools running up on the goddamn Capitol with no fucking plan. That wasn't Antifa. That was Antifa. That was BLM. That was MAGA. No, that was just a bunch of idiots, dude. It is what it is, man. That I mean, I gotta be real with y'all. Like I'm hearing all these kind of mystical armies and shit. And see, I know, me, I don't sound so vernacular like some people. I know I'm not one of those pretty idle faces that, spur y'all and make y'all feel. But see, BNT gonna just tell y'all the real. I'm not the gossip channel. I'm not the goddamn make you get horny boy channel. I'm not the dating coach channel. I'm not the fucking high value channel. I'm just that guy channel that's telling y'all the fucking facts. Now y'all talking on some let's go get a rebellion shit going. Man, get out of here, bro. Go join a Hebrew camp. We down to 12.1%, and y'all barely even talk about reading a book on economic empowerment. That's a rebellion. But y'all talking about running up with guns? Y'all better off y'all filing y'all taxes. All of a sudden, I'm hearing these people that just y'all were just a few months ago talking about divestment. Why are y'all changing up y'all fucking tune now and talking about the goddamn government. You just said y'all were done with Western culture. Now y'all niggas are talking about being here to go ahead and defend the same thing y'all just said y'all don't fuck with. Does that make any damn sense? You just said you're leaving outside the country. You can't deal with America. You just said the women ain't shit. You just said the niggas ain't worth the fuck. But now all of a sudden y'all talking about, well, we Biden go and make it feel good that we gonna go ahead and we gonna get this goddamn check. I'm like, what the fuck? I already got your goddamn backpack. Hurry and get the fuck out. Oh man, Trump need to stay in the office. That way we can still see goddamn real masculinity. You telling me a white old man makes you feel like a man? What kind of goddamn pussy shit is that? I like Trump. He speaks his mind. I said, goddamn. If all I knew y'all needed to do was see an old man tweet on that dodged the goddamn draft, made you feel like a fucking man, I knew we were fucked up. We got to vote on Biden. Biden going to help the black folks. Biden done said fuck y'all Negroes so many goddamn times. It's recorded. He don't even hide it anymore. He done got a goddamn plan called We Shall Overcome. I'm like, this motherfucker watched Lean on Me and said, we're going to copy that. The motherfucker copied a Morgan Freeman goddamn movie and is selling it to goddamn people of minute background. Y'all ain't going to what rebel army y'all talking about fighting in? I go listen, I go to the range every other month. I don't see y'all in there like that, B. I don't. I mean, I look at a lot of y'all videos. Half y'all look like y'all about to shoot y'all dick off. Ladies, if you're gonna talk about shooting a gun, listen, trim your goddamn nails. I know we like laughing at them Netflix movies with the purpose and shit, but no, listen, y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all really ain't. Y'all really not. Let them say that they're cutting off the internet 1 week. Y'all motherfuckers freak the fuck out. Y'all just not. I'm sorry, but ain't no goddamn revelation. Y'all motherfuckers like talking about pussy, game, Quavo, big booties, and somehow somebody putting women in their place. That's what YouTube has become. Oh, in reaction videos. Miss me with that bullshit. Ain't nobody doing no rebellions on no fucking YouTube. Are you fucking serious? The Rebel Army is on YouTube. The Rebel Army is on YouTube. If that's the case, then y'all motherfuckers need to turn off y'all monetization. Who talk about their enemy attack on YouTube? Y'all be killing me. Well, I found this secret document on the internet. Motherfucker, why are you finding secret documents on the internet? Just think about that. It's not a fucking secret if it's on the internet. It's not a secret. If you can Google it, I can Google it. That must mean the man himself can Google it. Most of the top secret shit I've ever seen in my life was in fucking goddamn 300-page books. And I only needed to read 2 pages. That's why I don't understand when people talk about this. We gonna have a rebellion shit. Like I don't be listening. I don't. I don't even listen anymore. I be looking at people like they so funny. They're so jokey. Y'all like these feel good speeches. Half of y'all motherfuckers talking about rebellion are already over 40. Nigga, you already done lived your best life. Get the fuck out of here. What's going on, Nacho? What rebel army do y'all have in the cut? I done seen a good portion of these militias. A bunch of drunks getting together, shooting and smoking meth and shit. Kelly, I done seen these rebel meetings. They get together, they drink beer, play gospel, fight on the ground and shit, smoke meth in the car, and then talk about the woes of the enemy. How the fuck you talk about Jesus while you're on meth? The goddamn preacher then snorted a goddamn line and then come up there and preach the goddamn gospel. And then after that, a bunch of hillbillies start fighting on the ground. What kind of rebel fighting force is that? You got this one crazy Puerto Rican goddamn Negro that don't even have an identity crisis up there with a bunch of crazy white people. Let's let's sprinkle in a few goddamn self-hating black people. You know what? I goddamn tell you, them goddamn Negroes, they done piss me off too. Shit, they should comply. How the fuck y'all? You know what's crazy about this rebellion that y'all talk about? Just last year, y'all were talking about Blue Lives Matter, but then just a few days ago, y'all were fighting the same blue line. Now y'all were talking about we should comply. What the fuck? So I used to talk about Blue Lives Matter, but then you were just fighting the blue lives. Make it make sense, Rebel Army. Make it make sense. Did y'all need Kyle Rittenhouse to go run up in the White House with y'all? Would that have made it more official? Did y'all need a Zuckerman? I gotta be real too. Nobody takes the conservative seriously. I'm sorry. I know y'all like to think that y'all are scary, but let's be for real. Most conservative families are fucked up. Ain't nobody scared of them. I know y'all think that people are scared of conservatives. Nobody is scared of a conservative family. Majority of y'all kids are listening to goddamn rap music and going out there and playing Fortnite and trying to do all kind of fuck shit. Your daughters have the time get caught online on Facebook playing with their pocket pussies. The husband out there cheating, and the wife is a goddamn fucking Pinterest goddamn whore. Nobody fears the conservative family. I'm sorry, you're not a fucking threat. Nobody is scared of Antifa. I'm sorry, y'all. Nobody's scared of Antifa. Let's just get that out there. Most of the Antifa kids are a bunch of college kids trying to. If they literally tomorrow would say we're going to drop your tuition assistance the motherfuckers would be gone. They would be gone. All they want is their tuition assistance drop. You're just dealing with a bunch of people who are bored and they just want to fuck up shit. I'm sorry, man. Like, I know people talk about a rebellion, but majority of you motherfuckers don't even vote. You don't vote. Paco and Maria and Chico and Juan and Juarez, they vote. That motherfuckers don't vote. How the fuck y'all gonna talk about the system is rigged and it hates conservatives, but then y'all talk about voting? Make it make sense, damn it. Got me drinking from my goddamn red cup. Majority of these goddamn people that want a revolution are some weirdo old people or goddamn dudes who can't get no pussy and feel like if back in the day when I can club a woman upside the head with a fucking mallet, I could doggone be a man and drag her back into my cage. That's y'all rebel army of what's left. Old crazy motherfuckers, rejects to society, and goddamn motherfuckers who wish back in the day a woman would just shut the fuck up and make a pan of cornbread. That's your rebel army. Ain't nobody else joining no fucking goddamn army, man. No, they don't like making sense. That's why I will probably go down as the most hated motherfucker in this space. But honestly, I know these motherfuckers can't do shit when I say these things. They're true. I know these dudes keep talking about, hey man, y'all better go buy up this and buy that. Why? Y'all didn't go buy it before. You didn't go get it then. You definitely ain't gonna get it now. How the fuck y'all gonna get it when the let me no take a sip. Take a sip. It's just that it's no threat. What threat? I'm telling you right now, like I there's no threat out here. Like I mean, honestly, y'all, where y'all going? Y'all can hate as much as y'all want. Y'all, what? Y'all motherfuckers gonna still file y'all taxes? I bet you that. I bet you. I bet you when it's time to file your taxes, you motherfuckers gonna file y'all damn taxes. Y'all hate the government so much, don't file your taxes. Watch, Melissa. These same motherfuckers that fight in the rebel army, they gonna file the taxes with the IRS. Stupid. That's what they do. Man, fuck Biden. I'm a gut hate that son of a bitch. Hey, we gonna get our taxes? Wait, how you want to get taxes for the same motherfucker that doggone is oppressing you? Make it make sense, damn it. Y'all ain't going nowhere. I know, y'all. Y'all not going nowhere. Y'all the same motherfuckers that said y'all were divested out of America, the community, from black women, from black men, and goddamn white America gonna kill or China. Y'all motherfuckers already talking about y'all got some Star Rebel fleet with Chewbacca and a bunch of animals. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. Where? But I get it. BMT, I got to be the bad. I have to be the bad guy. Because I know a lot of y'all just want to talk. Because you know what? Y'all can't afford therapy. So y'all come to YouTube to tell us how you fucking feel. But we know damn well you ain't gonna do shit. You're just not. We're joined here by beautiful Love Wisdom and Chaos. Welcome to y'all Rebel Army is full of shit. I know y'all don't got no Rebel Army, so
why are you grinding these people up, BMT?
I don't give a fuck. Like, honestly, I can sit here and just keep on all these motherfuckers talking about they got some mystical army or some shit. The conservatives are being chased into the woods or some stuff. Nobody's chasing the conservatives. The LGBT, y'all motherfuckers said that everybody being turned gay. I'm sorry. I pee standing up every other fucking day. I don't know if y'all saying, well, the transgenders are tricking me. Listen, if you can't tell by now, you don't look before you leap, then I'm sorry. You were secretly gay all along. I don't know what to tell you. I hate these stories that I'm hearing from dudes that tranny tricked me. It didn't trick you. You knew what the fuck you were getting into. You still went in. So kiss my ass with that bullshit. A lot of these women that doggone talking about they I hate black men. I'm getting the fuck out. But then I see them on Facebook or YouTube. Why ain't black men out there? Bitch, you just said you were leaving black men alone. Now you want to know if we fight in the fucking army. Who? Not you. Take your head to Chico, Brad, Waters, Tawana, whoever the fuck you're going to. But your ass been opted out. Same thing for y'all dudes who divested. If you divested, then divest the fuck up. You don't get to tell us what the fuck we doing. Go ahead. I do apologize. Go ahead.
Well, Kelly wanted to say something. Go ahead, Kelly. Set it off.
Fuck you, BMT.
Kelly, is your preacher right now doing a lot of coke before he preaches the gospel, fighting the wrestler again?
Man, I've been waiting to catch up with you.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, I got a lot of hate mail on my email. I don't even bother looking at my email anymore right now. Shit, I got at least about 5 emails telling me fuck me. That's literally actually probably a few paragraphs that just cursing me out. Shit.
That's going a little bit too far.
Trust and believe me, they speaking in tongue to me. They're speaking in tongue. I know I'm doing the right thing.
Maybe I just understand you a little bit better, so I don't.
It's all good.
I don't
it's
know.
all good.
Anyway.
I just sit here with a goddamn red Solo cup and just drink and just enjoy the chaos.
Yo, so BMT, yo, you hear and Kelly, you hear they permanently banned Trump off of Twitter?
Yeah.
Cookie dough actually.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
But my thing is this: Trump's still gonna go fly off and live in whatever country and be happily ever after, while we are still arguing. So it's becoming a little bit redundant to me. Although I still say fuck Biden, I care less.
That is your right to go say fuck Biden. You can say that every day you wake up and before you go to sleep and brush your teeth to saying fuck Biden.
Yeah,
you have that right to say that.
So I mean, I'm not a what do you call it? I'm not gonna say I'm in some type of cult. Yeah, I support Trump, but it ain't that serious. Because at the end of the day, they're gonna do what the fuck they want to do.
We are joined here by Love, Wisdom, and El Ghost. I agree, Kelly. I so agree.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Huh?
No, I was just saying good afternoon to everyone.
Good
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How you doing, Ghost? What's going on, Ghost?
I'm doing okay, and good afternoon to everybody on the panel.
Ghost, why didn't you go out there and fight the fight? You should really hurry up and join your team for.
Well, actually, I don't oppose what they're doing necessarily. Now, I don't want to be, tracked down by, the 3-8-letter agency and have my life destroyed. But
that comes with the rebellion fight. You got it. You got to put something on. Didn't you watch Star Wars 1, 2, and 3, or probably up to 5? You got to put something on.
But here's the thing, though. Since I don't have any, I mean, you're bringing a lot of heat towards this conversation. I'm trying to figure out why. If somebody wants to waste their time doing that, if that's how you feel, then let them waste their time. I had no problem with it. Things have been far worse. First of all, the media is portraying this as the worst thing ever. And I'm telling you, if you're old enough to remember domestic terrorism during the 70s, where they were taking over armored trucks and kidnapping people and stuff like that. We've been through far worse in this country. Okay, these groups that we have today are not doing that.
Yeah, Timothy McVeigh, all that crazy ass shit,
stuff like that. Right? That you want to go that far back for that? Okay, so this is not that at any means. I think the media is using this to reach another end. and they're just hyping this up.
Well, yeah, they're focusing on one thing, one side. They don't want to talk about the other buildings that have been infiltrated. It's not. I don't feel like it's balanced. That's all I'm saying.
Of course, it's
Yeah,
not.
I agree with you because Maxine Waters was telling people to like, she was telling people to like harass people in restaurants and shit. So
You know when they chased when the I'm sorry, did I interrupt somebody here?
No.
I was going to say that remember when they chased out of the restaurant the press secretary for the president in DC?
Yeah, that woman and her kids. Yeah,
Right.
No.
So this has been going on for the entirety of his presidency. They've been harassing his people and trying to go after them, and the media barely wants to talk about it. And when they do it in a mocking way.
yeah.
So
But Ghost,
yes.
I think BMT's bringing the heat because we've been having all these conversations for the past like months about they doing this big show of force and shit, and then when it came down to it, they didn't really do shit. They taking selfies in Pelosi's office, like it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, but if they took it to the level I'm talking about, it would be very bad. I don't even want to say it out loud. I'm not going to say it out loud, but you've seen it in other countries what they do when they break into a government building, and they didn't do that here. These guys are very restrained. You follow what I'm trying to say?
It ain't even. Yeah, I get that, but it's like, dang,
what's the strategy if all this stuff is going on? I'm hearing all these Ninja Turtles and all this shit happening that y'all got. Y'all talking about the case history. Where's that bitch Candace Owens and Booty Tatum and all them motherfuckers that done hike and backpack y'all and the Freedom Riders Express and whoever fuck your leaders are these days. And I mean, goddamn shit, half these motherfuckers. I mean, y'all think y'all can come together and turn Antron or Niggatron, where the fuck y'all call out and do something. I'm just trying to figure out.
I don't follow either one. I know who they are. I know Brandon a little bit better, but I don't follow either one of them.
No.
I've probably seen one or two videos of Brandon and one rant of Candace. I don't agree with. I would say Candace Owens. I have more disagreements with, and I don't know Brandon enough to, I know his stance, but I don't follow him.
Now, the thing about it is, and I'm looking at, and I'm trying to figure out. I don't think either group, from the left or the right, ever had a plan on what to do. Like, let's so we can look at let's look at BLM. BLM raised up to $1 billion.
Think 10.
They're still asking the government, "Hey, we need help." Why the fuck you asking for help? You already raised $1 billion. You can literally go live and do what the fuck you want to do.
Help for what though?
When you're stupid, you're stupid. You don't know. That's like you giving a kid a crayon and they put it inside of a gun. Like they don't know what the fuck to do with the goddamn crayon on the gun. They just put it inside their mouth. I mean, goddamn, you got it where people like, I'm telling you, neither side knows what the fuck they're doing. It's a bunch of kids that are complaining. You ever had it where a kid is complaining for food, but then when they finally get the food, they pick at it. They don't know what the fuck they actually do.
I hear what you're saying. I agree. I think both sides are not organized. I think they're, it's all over the place. different ideologies.
BMT.
What's up?
I don't want to interrupt Kelly. Will you
No,
finish?
go ahead. Go ahead. You're good.
I was going to say that Black Lives Matter. If you go to their donate site, it goes directly to Act Blue, which is basically a DNC political action committee. So the Democrats have full control of the government now. That's pretty much they can say they're paying the people they're asking the money for. Those $10 billion that we're talking about.
Okay. Now, in saying that, why couldn't people have just taken the same money and flipped it and used it for their own selves or their own community?
What makes you think they're for the community? Everyone here on YouTube's been talking about that for over a year. That they have their own agenda, and it's definitely not for the community, as you put it.
So, what side was for the community?
Okay,
let me hear that first.
So what I'm saying is, if you go to their website, you can take a look at it yourself. And when you donate, it goes to Act Blue. That's a DNC political action committee to fund Democratic candidates. Period. You can just follow the three links.
They got swindled, BMT. They got
so it's not like they're actually working, in communities across the country. They're working for the DNC.
Okay. So and now we'll take that, and they got swindled. They got to build up their ass. Now we go back. When we go to the right side. Tell me, did they get what they want, or what did the right side accomplish?
Who are we talking about? The right side lost the election. Obviously, that's where we are.
Well, okay. Other than the election, what else did they? I mean,
election. You know what I'll say that was actually accomplished. Truthfully, I think that more people. The only thing I can say is that more people open their eyes to, these people don't give a fuck about you. Like I said, they're gonna do what the fuck they want to do, and you're gonna eat it. Plain and simple.
Agreed. What happened, in my opinion, on Wednesday, that was Custer's last stand. Like, if anybody remembers who General Custer was, that was the last stand. That's what you saw on Wednesday. These people, like Kelly said, realized that the government that they have been fighting for don't care about them. And last year, everybody, white, black, Asian, and all, got what I call a nigga wake up call last year. COVID, people, you had to watch, you couldn't see your family in their last moments. Like, hospitals was letting these people die, and you couldn't do nothing about it. Everybody got the same $1,200. Everybody got mowed down, beat up, knocked down by the police. For the first time, America was actually the same. It wasn't about black and white. When everybody was protesting, that was everybody protested. Everybody got that work from the same government that they lost friends over, lost family members over. This same government. It didn't even matter last year because the Democrats and the Republicans basically said, fuck all of y'all. And Donald Trump, he was the representation of America. He kept America honest. Whether people care to believe it or not, he kept America honest. Yeah, he's an elitist, but he's not on that level of elite that he wanted to be. That's why throughout his whole presidency, he was dry snitching on everybody. Dry snitching on everybody because they wouldn't let him in the political elite that he wanted to be in. So he said, fuck y'all. I'm going to just show the American people how y'all really get down. And I don't give a damn what y'all say. I'm going to tear all this shit up.
I never thought of it that way.
And she's right.
And that's what he did.
Yeah.
So in Custer's last stand on Wednesday, that was Americans. I don't care about the Proud Boys and all that. Let's take all that off the table. Those were American citizens that finally said, I'm sick and tired of y'all bullshit. That's what that was. That was Custer's last stand. Now, what they're going to end up doing is they arrested so far 61 people. They're going to use these people as an example. These people are going to be served as an example. They got these people on federal murder charges, all types of felonies. They're going to be used as an example. It's like 1984. What's the man name? Orson Welles, 1984. That's what it is. And I agree with Kelly. Fuck Biden. Look, I'm not a Biden fan. Just because Biden is in office, that don't mean stuff won't get better. Because there's also another piece to this. Joe Biden is a globalist. And that's another part of it. He's a globalist. Within your first 100 days, you said you was going to open up the borders. That was a huge problem in America ever since after 9/11 was an immigration issue. When you have a country that jobs are not coming back, they're actually leaving and they're becoming obsolete. What are you bringing immigrants in here for? There's no jobs for them. You have regular American citizens fighting like 5 people to like 1 job.
Yeah.
You're going to bring in all of these people in for what? So you're going to have the elites at the top as first class citizens, the immigrants as second class citizens, and Americans as the third class citizens. So when people are trying to say, fuck a Joe Biden, because we see what he is all about, he might be the president that will take it into the police state because he signed that crime bill. Kamala was a big headhunter in California when it came to truancy and locking people up. It might become a police state. So people are very concerned. He's a globalist and he's for the police state in the name of democracy. I ain't a fan of Trump either, but I'll tell you what, I can't respect that man for not giving a fuck about what people say about him. He gonna tell you in your face what he not gonna do. I ain't gonna do that. And what you gonna do about it? Nothing. That man was still running his business as president when you're not supposed to, and nobody bat an eye. Nobody bat an eye. We ain't gonna tell him. He had a whole bunch of yes men. A whole bunch of yes men that the minute they even opened his mouth, they got fired. He got fired. So regardless of whether people like Trump or hate Trump, the fact of the matter is the man stood on his square on everything he said. If you didn't like it, then you just get the fuck out. The White House was treated as the apprentice. You're fired.
You're right about that.
I agree. And we had to ask this question when we were going to 2021. We had all these people talking about it's time to get ready and all this shit. I'm sorry, but it's a little bit too late. It's a little bit too late. You done shot your load. And you can't now put on a condom. You already done went in raw, dog.
Oh.
So, I mean, like, whatever y'all thought y'all were going to do, you had your fucking chance. Now, a lot of people talking about, hey, we got to come together. I'm like, well, shit, you should do that for a local election. Could have gone ahead and did that. When the nation was already fucked up and they were like, depend on your fellow man, y'all said, fuck that, man. I need my check. I don't fuck with you, nigga. Write me that stimulus check. I need that money now. Yeah, nobody was talking about doing no local government shit. I remember people looked at me crazy when I was showing people how to make them little CLS kits. When I was talking about how to store up some stuff. Fuck, I need to learn how to do that, nigga. I got me a stimulus check. Well, fuck your stimulus check. You got it, dog. Eat.
But that's what I'm saying. Like for the people, for the people that are like, we done with America. We got to cast our lot with Africa. We got to do. Look.
Good luck. Good luck.
I'm not finna pay these people no mind because I'm gonna be very honest with you.
Good luck. Good luck at Africa. Good luck.
But see, it don't matter where you go on this planet. White people are going to be there. Don't matter where you go. You can go to. It's white people in Antarctica right now doing research. Doesn't matter where you go. White people are everywhere. We live in a very transactional global society. You're going to be dealing with people of another race, regardless of where you go. Going to Africa does what? Where Africa itself is under siege by other groups of people. You got Africans running out of Africa. So going to Africa does what? Well, you have everything you need in the United States. You have neighborhoods. You have a local government. You have that in your own neighborhood that you can fix. But it's going to take work. It's going to take time, and it's going to take sacrifice. If you're not willing to do that, then you have to miss me with the Wakandan fantasies. If you are going to pimp all over the world, then go pimp all over the world. Do you? But don't sit here and talk about we got to join the rebel army. That was no rebel army, what you saw. That was not 1776. That was Custer's last stand. I'm going to keep saying that. You can't sit here and talk about, oh, I'm going to join the rebel army when you got rebel armies in the hood right now that you won't even step to. You got to make this make sense to me. Like, you got to be real. You got to live in the real world here. You saying, well, we got to take up arms with them. For what? They're arresting them people right now. For what? And you know they're going to pass that law, not law, a bill, I guess, when it comes to social media. Since they done booted Trump off permanently over Twitter, you don't think for 1 second that they ain't going to start passing stuff down when you talk about social media and people channels going to be terminated even if you breathe wrong on the stuff that you say, and you talking about rebellion? You talk about rebellion and look what just happened. And look what's going to happen down the line. Like, you gotta, people have to use common sense. People got to use common sense and get out of the fantasy land of, well, I can say and do whatever I want to do with no consequences. Not against your government. This isn't France where the French government is afraid of the people. Like, the French government is afraid of their people. So if their people say, hey, we want $10,000 a month until this shit ends, the government going to give them that. If not, a bathtub is going to be thrown to your damn window. You're going to give us what we want. Meanwhile, in the United States, when the people attempt to rebel, what happens when the people attempt to rebel? Before you even bring the National Guard, you already got the men in black knocking at your door. If you even think of going against your government, they knocking right at your door. Excuse me. So people got to be very careful with what they say and how they say it. Because if you want to do it, or it will be held against you in the court of law.
Yeah, I think that's the point that people were making, is that they didn't, like, they're never going to get the chance to storm the Capitol like that ever again. And it's like, you had the chance to do some shit and you didn't do it.
But KS, can you hear me?
Yeah, I do.
I was going to say, if they took a more aggressive step when they were in there, then I think it would have really had been harmful. I think they would have put the whole country on lockdown.
Nah. I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about the fact that they occupied the Capitol. They could have had like some type of press conference with a list of demands saying like, this is what we want, or we're not going to participate in the economy. We're not going to go back to work until all of our demands are met.
That's creative. I'll give you that. But a lot of these groups, and both the left and the right, claim that they don't have any leadership, so to avoid somebody being held accountable. So I think that what you're saying wouldn't work in this case, because, you know, the guy who was wearing the horn helmet, he would say, well, I don't believe in that, or, you know what I'm trying to say? Because it's not organized like that, that's just my speculation.
But I think if you were to do something like that, as KS said, most people, they'll have like a central leadership and they would have a list of demands. Like, if you don't, let's say for example, okay, let's talk stimulus. Hey, if you don't give us $5,000 a month until this shit is under control, we're not working. And you know the consumers drive the economy. Okay, well, you know what? We'll shut this whole shit down ourselves. We're not working. We're not participating in the economy. We're not reporting to work. We're not spending any money. Boom, boom, boom. But they didn't do that. They just started knocking shit down and started running all over the place, tearing shit up. So what they end up looking like, instead of a controlled group with a common goal, they just look like a bunch of rabble rousers just tearing shit up for no apparent reason, just waving a bunch of flags all over the place.
Well, I think you're right in the sense. I think it's going to happen because just think back 12 years ago, you had the Tea Party kind of spontaneously spring up as a response to the recession and all the fears of the country collapsing. And they were able to get political power in time for the first congressional elections after Obama was elected. So we have 2 years here. So, I mean, any politician who's watching those rallies that happened this week is going to say, well, a lot of people really love Trump. Maybe I need to do something about this and use this as part of my platform so I can get elected in 2 years or 4 years, depending on what they're running for. I think you're going to see something like that, but right now it's not there yet.
Right, but they've been talking about this shit forever. Like the 3%ers and shit. The 3%ers. I can't think of any other groups, but
I think here's going to be the problem, though. The media is going to give any new politician a litmus test and say, do you agree with what happened? What are your views on questions A, B, and C? And they're going to try to vet out anybody who actually will probably represent the views that we're discussing on this panel today. Because that was the criticism they gave themselves after Trump was elected. They all said, wow, we didn't take him seriously, and now he's the president of the United States. So they're not going to want to allow it to happen again. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that DC is probably now going to be way more locked down.
Yeah.
Whatever security measures they had before, they definitely going double, triple, quadruple their security on that shit. And on top of that, this is still the period between them certifying the election to them inaugurating the next president. So that's why I was saying, like, I don't think they're gonna get a chance to do some shit like this again. Now, if they try this shit at a local capital, like, you know, the capital of a state, they might could do something like that. But if that was the level of organization that they had, yeah, it's a wrap.
I mean, I wasn't there, but from talking to different people, I don't think they planned that. You know, I think that situation just ended up happening. I don't think that was pre-planned. Maybe for certain individuals, they might have planned to do that.
Yeah.
But the people that I talked to that went, it was like they were marching and they ended up there and it just went from there. So I don't know if the intent was always to do that.
That's true.
Well, you know what's kind of funny is that if you not funny, comedic funny, but just funny, like weird funny, is that if you watch events like Republican and Democratic conventions, world economic meetings that happen in the United States, and other large meetings like that, usually the local police department has a substantial force that's not only trained but prepared for such an event like that. In other words, you'd have police in full-blown riot gear, ready to go. And then they didn't really have that to the extent that you would think would be necessary here.
Yeah, and I think they kind of let them in a way. Like they opened the I don't know. Somebody said, you know, that the people busted over the barricade, and then somebody else told me that they opened the barricade.
I think there's video of them opening the doors.
Yeah, but it looked like they were trying to like retreat, like they was trying to back into, and they didn't think the people was gonna come in with them because I think they were expecting. I think they were prepared for protesting, but I don't think they was prepared for people to storm the Capitol.
Okay.
Because you got to think every election, like even when Trump got inaugurated, I don't think anybody did some shit like that. Like I don't think anybody tried to breach their way into the Capitol.
Well, my thing is this: I get it's a federal building, okay? And a lot of people will argue it's our house being taxpayers, okay? And some people will say that's treason. But I don't understand why they don't also look like, okay, at the other side too. It's not like we didn't have travesty out in Portland. It's not like we didn't have shit happen in Detroit. Stuff was burning, looting. All of this stuff has happened. They ran up in CNN. I think they tried to get in another federal building. I don't know the name. So
And don't forget about what was it, Chop or Chaz?
Yeah. So I don't know why that gets. I mean, I guess they say, "Oh, it's a Capitol building, so let's forget about all that other stuff," because that's treason. Like to me, any of that is treason. If you want to be technical.
Well, I would take that a step further than what you just said, Kelly and KS, is that, I mean, here on YouTube, right? If you are on YouTube very late at night, you may know some of those riots that happened this past year, were live streamed on YouTube. So social media was supporting that. I don't know if you caught any of those broadcasts that were on those channels.
That's a great point.
Yeah,
that's a great point. They was doing live streamings of a lot of these protests over the summer.
Oh yes,
Even the ones that the news didn't show. Like, a lot of us was getting the real scoop on what was going on.
Exactly.
So, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, like you said, Ghost, they were willing participants in this as well. And that's the thing. We know social media is like the new form of communication. And it doesn't matter how much policies and procedures that they change for Google and for Facebook. The fact of the matter is that they do support a lot of this stuff that they look at you and say, we're not for that. But it's in your policy. So you violate your own policy and then turn around and look at us and say, I don't know what y'all talking about.
Yeah.
You didn't, Twitter, let's be honest. I was watching CNN last night and people was like, how could this have happened? I said, what do you mean? How could this? Like, I was yelling at my TV. Like, so you mean to tell me all summer long for the past 2 years, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, y'all didn't see the post that these people was putting up and you didn't think that was a problem? Oh, it's just social media. They don't mean what they say. You sure about that? Was it Parkland High School shooting 2 years ago? And the guy was posting all that stuff on Instagram and somebody called the FBI, was like, you need to check on this. Oh no, it's no problem. The day of the shooting, that's when the FBI wanted to come to that boy's house, but that boy was already dead along with other people. So it's like, y'all know these things are going on, but it's not important to y'all until it actually happens.
Nah, mainstream media, that's how they get their views and their ratings. They have been drumming up a race war ever since Charlottesville.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
this is true.
And I remember I seen the art. If you go on there now, they had this story about it was before Trump got inaugurated, and it was pretty much people talking about, if Trump don't get inaugurated, we starting a race war, and they just covered that shit like it was somebody talking about walking their dog. So yeah, the media, I feel like the media is a part of it up until the violence happens. They don't want to claim responsibility for that, but they'll get their ratings off of everything else. And it sucks. It sucks because they really be playing people's emotions and shit. Like, the media did not care about Black lives up until it became the election year. Then all of a sudden they want to act like, we were down with Black Lives Matter and we understand police. Man, police brutality been happening forever.
Right. Well, it's the same thing now that you have some of these Republicans, Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell. Now everybody wants to backtrack. or I condemn what he was doing. And they said that Trump was walking around the White House confused as to why people were not as enthusiastic about what was going on. So that leads me to believe that some of these representatives and even some of these senators um was talking a lot of smack and didn't expect it to happen like this. So now everybody wants to backtrack because it's blown up in everybody's faces. People allow these things to happen. The media too allow these things to happen, and then when it blows up in your face, it's like, oh goodness, oh my God, what are we gonna say? What are we gonna do? Like we allowed this to go on, and now it's here, and the public is looking at us like, well, we're spending, well, our tax dollars is going to the FBI, all of this defense, all of this intelligence, and yet again, y'all dropped the ball. Wait just 1 second here. We're paying taxes for what? For incompetence? We're voting for y'all on incompetence. What's really going on here with y'all that y'all are trolling us the way that you do, and then you turn around and say, trust us, we're your government?
Yeah, that's, you know, I've just been following, I just really started following politics within the last year and a half. And it's been, and I don't know if something like this has ever really happened before, where it's been so clairvoyant, But to me, it was simple to see, especially towards the end, that, I mean, I guess I kind of always knew, but it was like an extra confirmation of, wait a minute, this shit does not matter. It doesn't matter, man. And that's, and then I start to think about all the people that have been doing this for years, following it, or super like politically, they know all the answers, all the seats, all the thing, and it's like, why do I need to know that? It's irrelevant at this point. It's like, do I think we need a people's party? Absolutely. I feel like we need more options, because technically these people are employed by us. They're supposed to do things in our best interest, supposed to anyway.
For the people, by the people.
Yeah. And social media, I just watched a video yesterday, and even the guy was like help start Facebook, the executive, he was somebody, and he was saying, I don't do social media and I don't let my kids, it's like releases what is it, dopamine, the stuff I guess you would get from like using drugs or something,
right?
And saying how horrible it is. And I'm like, damn, the person that invented it is sitting here feeling shameful momentarily about, what he helped to create, but is telling people that it's toxic.
Right. Was that Eric Schmidt that said that?
No, it wasn't him. He has a really it's a really unique name.
Okay. I think Eric Schmidt from Google had a similar thing about his family. He wouldn't let them use it either.
You're talking about that documentary, The Social Experiment?
Well, it was a video that somebody on YouTube had done. I just watched the clip of it, so it might have came from that. I don't know.
But I urge people to watch that on Netflix, because, or like whether it's Google or YouTube, they really do tell you about how they created these applets on social media, to where, like on Facebook, depending on what you like, it does your own news feed for you based on what you like.
That's
So
crazy.
the reason, right, and the reason why, I remember one of them saying the reason why you'll have people, I won't call them broad minded, but they're one track minded, is because they go off on their own news feed that
Oh yeah,
Facebook does for you.
Right.
I seen
So
what
it's
you was talking about with the
so it's
whole Cambridge Analytica, and they
right,
like if you Google Hillary Clinton, they'll bomb your whole Facebook with just Hillary. Well, I mean that was 2016, but they'll fill up your whole social media with just Hillary Clinton type shit. And if you searched up Trump, they're gonna bomb your whole social media with Trump shit.
right. So even though you might be, let's say you might be somebody independent, just kind of on the fence. But if you pick one, all of their talking points and people who think like them come on your timeline. So when you really think you're saying something, you're really not saying nothing. It's just a big old echo chamber.
But
And
even
go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's even worse than that though, because for example, if it was just an echo chamber, that'd be one thing. Because okay, maybe you actually want to see that, but it's even worse when, let's say, I wanted to. Well, you may even notice this yourself. For example, here on YouTube, right? I've noticed that I'm getting a lot more old videos on my recommended list, videos from 10 years ago. Like they don't want people to talk about what's going on right now. So I'm getting videos about puppies yarning and goldfish and all sorts of crazy stuff. I'm like, why are they sending me this? Okay, but they won't send anything about the topic at hand. In other words, it can be used to distract you or to move you away from what you really want to search for.
Right, right. I
And the
was searching.
censoring is the censorship is extremely real. Just today, I think they wiped 20,000 away from Mo. 20,000 followers off Twitter.
Yep.
So they are definitely going full body on that. It may take some time, but it's happening.
They're trimming the fat. I even think what is it, net neutrality? I think that's going to kind of make a comeback if that's not already here, because they was having a debate about that like 5-6 years ago.
Can you tell
It,
me? I've heard that word. I heard them two words before, but can you tell me exactly what that is? Because I can't remember.
now, people on the panel, correct me if I'm wrong. I think net neutrality is about having like these corporations control what you say online, like what you say and who you follow. Like they have control over it. Whereas, for example, like for people who've been on YouTube like between 2009 and like 2012, I call that the lit years of YouTube, because everything and everybody was on there. Like you can watch full movies, full sitcoms, full television shows, and then like all of a sudden you can't even find them no more.
Right.
Like certain people that used to be on here that was very active because they were very controversial, you don't see them no more. It's kind of like they're controlling who you follow, what you say, and how you say it. And that's when I think Google started coming up with all of these policies about you can't say this, you can't say that. If you do, every now and again, you'll see the Google moderator team come in and just swipe your comment.
Well, look what happened to Alex Jones. He they deplatformed him. Period. They took him off everything. And he would have been a voice that would have been active during this time period now. But right now, he has nowhere to speak. He can't even get anyone to fund him.
Oh, Alex Jones would have been making a killing right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he would have been bigger than Hogan.
Oh, he'd been bigger than Joe Rogan. Bigger.
Joe Rogan, yeah.
But that was like a test case. They went after him hard and off his planet.
But I mean, he did say like the what was it?
Sandy Hook.
Yeah, he did say that was all staged and shit. And
I thought we had the first right to say that.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I think it's going to get extremely ugly. And I've kind of, even with myself, I've kind of been, I'm not a YouTuber, but, trying to, talk to a couple people that are like, not, I don't, even with Maurice, like, don't panic, because when you build a channel and you work hard and they swipe it from you, yeah, that'll piss you off real good,
Right. Because you can't get those, you can't get those type of followers back.
Right.
It's real hard to get that following back.
Yeah. So that's why I've kind of been working on, like, okay, we got to understand that this is gonna, one way or another, they're gonna get you. And I've even contemplated deleting a lot of my social media accounts.
Oh yeah, I'm off everything except for Reddit. Yeah.
So just in the last 2 days, Google Play Store, which is used for Android, and I think Apple is in the iTunes Store are in the process of removing the Parler app from their distribution networks. And Parler is a conservative, like a chat system that will be used to substitute for Twitter. So, this is being done in a very methodical way. I don't know if you follow what I just said. I wasn't very clear, maybe. But what I'm trying to say is that a lot of people are trying to move from Twitter and Facebook to Parler to have conservative communications. And as a response to that, Apple and Google are removing the ability to get to those apps.
Wow.
So,
but
go ahead.
But do you think that'll happen to Clubhouse in the future? Because I'm noticing a lot of people from YouTube and Instagram, they're going over to Clubhouse.
What's Clubhouse? It's just another social media thing.
I think Clubhouse is another social media thing where I think you have to be invited to that. I don't think they just let anybody come through there. You have to be invited.
Okay. Because I know this, we set up an account on something called Phoenix Social Network, and you can go live on there. And it's supposedly non-censored, but Parler was supposedly not non-censored, and I believe that's changed. I don't know.
Well, didn't they just try to pass in the stimulus bill where they were going to crack down on people who release stolen movies and shit? Can't think of what I'm saying, but
pirating?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yes, that's
they tried to sneak that in the stimulus bill, where it was going to be a federal. That's what it was. It was going to be like a federal crime if you were found distributing pirated shows and films.
It's time to be a federal charge.
Now, what in the hell? Why would they start that now when they know we have bigger and better problems? I mean, you know how many people you would have to hunt down?
You know what I think, Kelly? I think it's because all throughout the pandemic, when people have been staying at home, I think they thought that they was going to make much more money. And then and then when they realized people was getting a lot of people was getting all their shows and shit for free, they probably was like, damn, we need to crack down on this shit.
Yeah, because I mean, nobody was going to the movie theaters, and I think AMC. I don't know if they got saved from bankruptcy, but they were certainly dancing that fine line. Like nobody was going to the movies, and when they did open the movie theaters back up, nobody was going. Everybody was on Netflix, Hulu. Everyone had the Fire Stick. So I think it's another way for them to try to recoup that money that they lost.
Well, I think also they tried that test case with the Wonder Woman movie, where it did fairly well, but compared to how much the first one made, it only made a fraction of what that made. So I think Chaos is on the right track. I think people who are watching that stuff are really watching it through piracy, and they have to put a stop to that. Otherwise, they're never going to get their money back.
I know my local movie theater it was amazing 2 of them are completely shut down. They just lost so much money.
I'm in Florida, and movie theaters here are open, but people aren't going like that. The parking lots are pretty much empty. I wouldn't step foot in the place.
Oh, Clever Cab made a good point because even on YouTube, like if you play like a 5-second clip of a song, they could strike your whole channel.
Right.
Like I've seen a lot of people's channels got struck because I don't know, they probably played a Wu-Tang song or a Bruce Springsteen song for their intro, and it's like it goes against Sony Music or BMG Music, and it's been copyrighted. They doing a whole bunch of craziness now.
Yeah, and the crazy part too is people who try to, make a competitor, they just buy them out.
Right.
But there's a thing here on YouTube part of it kind of contradictory because I've seen those silly top 10 lists that are on YouTube all the time. Let's tell you the top 10 reasons why you don't want to go to Pizza Hut. Let's just use that one. Okay. They'll show a video like that, and between each of the 10 reasons, they'll have images from Saturday Night Live characters, like doing things. And it's like, well, isn't that copyrighted? In other words, they're mixing in images that are already from other movies or TV shows to promote something that has nothing to do with it. And you would think that they would have all sorts of strikes, but these are videos that are having millions of views because they're being sponsored by a larger corporation. And have any of you noticed that?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Like Watch Mojo or something like that. One of those types of companies.
Yeah, and it's crazy because Disney steady buying up every fucking thing. For all we know, Disney's gonna buy up all the major news, and then they just gonna run stories that's like opposite the other story. Like if ABC says it's global warming, they just gonna have Fox say there's no global warming and shit.
Oh yeah.
And then whoever, like you were saying with the social media, whoever watches Fox, they're gonna feel a certain way. Whoever watches ABC or CNN, they're gonna feel a certain way. And then it's just gonna be like two sides. And the crazy part is, you look at a country like the UK. I think they got like 5 or 6 or 7 different political parties and shit. Like they got like the Conservative Party, they got like the Liberal, the Democrat, the Labor Party. They got all types of shit. And in America, it's like we got a lot, but people don't vote for them. So it's kind of like we're stuck with 2.
Yeah, I never understood the 2-party system because it's just kind of like everybody doesn't think that way. Where it's just like, oh, I'm liberal. Because even with being a liberal, they have different offshoots like libertarian, progressive. Like you can't just be like stuck on one party.
Yeah,
I think that's why most people go independent because it's kind of like, well, I have conservative views over here, but I also have liberal views over here.
Right.
And to your point, you even have the Green Party. And the Green Party, tries its best to get up there on the main stage. But when the independent route just got popular like 8 years ago? But prior to that, nobody didn't even care about independent vote. It was just Republican, Democrat. And I'm going to be very honest with you. Both sides are fucking the country up. Like, I'd rather have an independent. Like, we need somebody who has an open mind and an open view on things, but can still get the job done instead of like, well, I'm a conservative or I'm a libertarian. And to be quite frank, there needs to be some term limits and some age restrictions because these people are like 80, 75 years old. And I'm like, no wonder we can't get nothing done.
Yeah.
Because y'all are old. Like you need people that's young who's with the times and say, okay, we need to do this because this is what's going on in the country. This is where we see the country within the next 10 to 15 years. Some of these people, I hate to say it, they ain't going to be here in the next 5 to 10. And it's like they making laws. Nancy Pelosi is 80 years old. I'm like, woman, sit down.
And she loaded. She got like over $100 million.
Yeah.
And that's
I would rather put anybody on the panel in a seat than to deal with any of them people. Seriously.
Yeah, I agree with you because we know what it's like to live a regular dang on life. And that's why I don't like the debates either, because they don't be having American citizens ask them questions. They just have pre-programmed questions by tired ass news reporters and shit. Like, no, I want to see people ask them serious, like, yo, the dang on factory done shut down. We can't feed our family. What y'all gonna do for us? That's what we need. We don't need them, well, how do you feel about this? No, we need we need them to respond with solutions. Because every time you ask politicians some shit, you know what I say? They good at pivoting. If I had to go to court, I fuck a lawyer. I'd rather dangle a politician. They be like, did you stab the person? Well, when it comes to that, I think the American people feel like yeah, that shit's crazy.
Man.
Yeah.
And that's something I will give Trump. Like, if he like some of the shit that he said, he kept it 100. He didn't,
Right.
he didn't respond. As like a rehearsed politician. Now I ain't vote for him. I voted Libertarian this election, but
that's the thing. That's the thing I could give Trump. Like, he was not your typical president. You know what I mean? He had a mind of his own, and he wasn't going to tell him anything. You know what I mean? It's not like Chicken George Bush. You know what I mean? Like, he had a cabinet of intelligent people who had years of political experience. And he also had his father, Prescott. So he was ironclad in his 8 years of presidency, even though it was a circus to a degree. But the people he had around him, they knew politics. The people Trump had on him, with the exception of a small handful, these were just yes men. Like, Betsy DeVos was what? She was the Secretary of Education. This woman had no education experience. But she is if I'm not mistaken, she's a billionaire, if not very close to it.
Yeah, I think so.
You were bringing people in who had no experience in what they were doing. These people just had an ass load of money, and they was just trying to get their foot in. Like, I was surprised he made what is the neurosurgeon's name? That he made him
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson. Ben Carson should have been the Secretary of Health and Human Services. He made him the director of HUD. I was like, wait. This man has experience in health. Shouldn't he be leading health?
Yeah, I agree.
At least the Surgeon General. So these politicians, they don't care for the people. These are just rich people. I think someone made a good point in the chat. They're saving the seat for their kids. And somebody brought up Meghan McCain. And I'm like, yeah. Saving the seat for these kids to come in there and have the same ideology as their parents.
And I was going to say, when you do get to a certain age, like, you hit 60, 65, how likely are you really going to sit there and change your views?
No. That you're set in your ways. It's just like when you look at the Supreme Court, I'm just like, unfortunately, Ruth Ginsburg died in her seat. More than likely, Clarence Thomas is going to die in his seat. The other guy, I think his name is, I know his first name is John. He died. He's more likely going to die in his seat. Anton Scalia died in his seat. It's like, can we get some younger people in here, please, and have some term limits? Because this is ridiculous. These people can barely walk, let alone speak, but they hold the highest position in the land as far as the judicial branch of government.
No, I agree. Absolutely.
And we'll have to see with Joe Biden. Joe Biden, he's going on his diversity tour. So he's bringing a lot of people in, bringing a lot of people in. I'm going to see where this is going to go. I'm going to see where this is going to go and what he's going to do, including Kamala. Because sometimes Joe act like he got a little Alzheimer's himself now, forgetting half of the stuff he said. So I'm going to see what he going to do.
Well, I've heard him say,
even the president's old.
Yeah, I've heard him say, the Harris-Biden administration. So I don't know. I'm just assuming that will be.
Kelly, you're just over it.
What?
Well, I'm not to speak too badly about the incoming president, but many years ago he had brain surgery. So it is what it is.
And that is a true statement to say. When it comes to power isn't given, it's taken. I mean, in history, it'll show you that. Somebody said something about power. Like, no, typically, nobody's going to hand you power. It's taken.
Well, he pretty much retired. Go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No.
I agree with Kelly. You gotta take power. It's not. This isn't something that you can be diplomatic about. Like, if you want power, you got to seize it at every opportunity, because it doesn't like, power doesn't come around like that. Sometimes it's almost like a once in a blue moon thing. Like, if you don't get it, you just not going to get it.
Yeah, and that's the thing though. Like, if there was like some type of solidarity where we were just like, we are not as a people going back to work until we each have a job, until we each until the prices is fucking affordable, until everybody has like a home. Because the fact that it's more abandoned churches than it is homeless people, that shit's crazy.
Yeah, that would hurt the most. That would hurt them the most. But getting people to do that and take them out of their selfishness, I don't know how well that would work.
Yeah, it's all fucked up. Like, the fact they'll gentrify a city and move the people who live there out and not give a damn. But it's like, you couldn't spend that on the people who live there and help them out, and then maybe they could have started paying taxes and contributing back to the economy. But y'all don't care about that. Y'all just care about serving whoever got the most money at a time.
It's the American way.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
That's what's basically happening in my neighborhood right now. They're buying up everything, rebuilding. So, and I just saw, people around the property taking pictures. I'm like, okay, it's coming. So they're doing that in my neighborhood right now. And the rent's already high as hell. So I'm trying to find something to buy quick, but it's not working so fast.
We even consider Detroit, like how Detroit used to be up until, like, I believe 69, 71. I watched this guy who does hood videos. Like, he drives around like the worst hoods in America. When he drove through Detroit, you literally can tear up when he was driving through Detroit. I'm talking miles and blocks of just abandoned homes that had never been torn down or nothing. Driving through there at night, I would be scared. And I'm just like, how can this happen to an all-American city? And if you go across over to Flint, you'll be bawling your eyes out. It's like, how could this happen to an American city where it's equivalent to how damn near Beirut looked when it got bombed in the 80s? Like, you got to be kidding me about how you can let cities like this just go underneath the ground like this.
Yep.
And just abandon the people like that, like they're nothing. And then, like Kelly said, like KS said, you have all these people coming in with money, looking in the neighborhood, writing stuff down, touring the lot to underpay you the value of that house. They're going to underpay you. You leave, they're going to fix up that neighborhood, that property, and charge and basically sell it damn near 7 times its value. So your house could be worth $150,000. They'll give you $40,000 for it, rehab it, and then sell it off for $650,000.
Yeah.
Because they don't want you there. So where are all of these people going? These people are going to be traveling nomads. They're going to be just bouncing all over the place because where they're at, it's too expensive. So they'll be in a neighborhood for like 2 to 5 years, and then we got to pack up and move because the rent is going up.
Yep, or they'll get pushed into low-income housing, and then that shit's a trap. Because then they'll say if you make too much, well, you can't live here. But it's like if you make too much might not be enough to get you your own place, but it's just more than what they say for government housing. So yeah. And then the crazy part too is those same people that might move into a gentrified area, after like 10, 15 years, they'll just move to another city and they don't really have to think about anybody else. So that was my thing when it came to the protest. Honestly, I don't want to see people being killed and all that extra shit that other people be talking about, but I definitely wanted to see like some type of change and some type of like plan.
Right. But I think at the end of the day, when it comes to that, that will be up to the community itself. You see, like it's gonna have to be up to the community. That's why I'm a champion of local politics.
Yeah.
Like the federal, like for president, I can care less about that because you have more power in your local government. So it's like the community, like gotta have to come together and make some moves, because what's going to end up happening is you're going to have people, because understand too, like for the wealthy, the children are not living at home anymore. Like they want to live close to the city because that's where they work. So the parents sell their house, go off to a condo somewhere. The kids are moving to the city. So when they're coming and building these lofts and these apartments, that's like where I'm at in Jersey, a 2-bedroom in some of these nice areas will cost you like $2,400 a month.
Yeah. And
the kids are moving there. And that's who they're building it up for, people who have the money.
Well, Kelly, did you try Realtor?
No, I haven't. Actually, I've been trying to work with my aunt because that's her lane. It just, I haven't been able to. I've had too many things going on to really be able to focus on it 100%.
Well, no, it's a website and they got an app. It's called. That's how my brother and his wife. They got.
Tell me it again. What's it called?
It's called Realtor.com.
Okay, I'll check that out.
Yeah, they got an app too. But my only suggestion, I guess, would just, if you could get, I guess, what is it, like 20%? You know, if you could find a crib that's like under 150, and then try to pay like at least 10% because they got federal. They got federal home loans that if you only pay 3.5% of the down payment, they'll front the rest of the down payment. You got to have a certain credit score, and then you might have to take like a class or two. But that's how my brother and his wife got their new crib.
Yeah, I'll look into that. Trailer had wanted me to read this comment real quick. He said the problem is not enough Gen Xers are stepping up to the plate and running for political office in their local cities. We need to start getting our local cities under control before we think about feds. That's basically what Love Wisdom was saying, I think, too. But yeah, that's right. And I extremely agree with the fact that these fuckers are way too old. Their ideologies are completely out of whack. And yeah, we need new blood.
Yeah, we need that, but we also need people to. It's hard pulling people together.
Yeah, it
Everyone
is.
has, everybody got their shit with them. They got their stuff with them. They got, different stuff going on. But that's why I be telling people, like, if we all, because, like, for example, in my city, there's a lot of places where there's like not a real grocery store. You can find yourself like a corner store, a mini mart, but we only got like one true grocery store. So that's why I said, like, if we all was to go down to City Hall and say to the mayor, like, yo, we need another grocery store. Stop building all these extra lofts and unnecessary shit. We need a grocery store, or we're not going to pay taxes. They got to build a grocery store. Like we need shit like that.
Like in my town, it's starting to. I mean, it's been expanded, but now they're really. You know how they start slow and then they'll kind of like. How do I say it? It'll explode real fast. They start off piece by piece, but then all of a sudden it seems like, whoa, they're knocking stuff down, putting it up, new businesses. And I'm like, this would be a perfect opportunity. What am I waiting for? And I don't know if it's the fear or if, it's too many hands in different pots, but figure something out. Because we're gonna have to be able to barter because we're not gonna need it soon. I mean, when you go, you check. I see like 2 people. Rest of it is so. I don't know what happened.
You were echoing from BMT, and I guess he just took himself off.
He probably. Oh my gosh! I heard him snoring. Back.
All right.
I was trying to tell him in the private chat, hang up your phone.
BMT took a nap.
You right. I've been up listening.
Oh, you up now?
You're right. I finally got to go to sleep. That was a good nap. Finally got to go to sleep.
I think Voodoo Ninja he wants to come on. He's been asking for the link.
You can have it. Actually, I just put talking down. I think he's had his full of everything. You can have it. I got little girls running around playing princess. I can't do this. Yeah, I'm just.
You want to get off then?
No. Listen, I can walk away. Like I'm on the phone.
Okay.
I'm cooking and I'm doing all the shit. Luckily my son know how to cook while he can cook himself. Shit, I'll do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you got an air fryer? I'm just curious.
You better go buy one. They got a good deal online.
Oh, somebody, Michelle off YouTube sent us one. That is the freaking shit. I love it. You can put anything in there, and it cooks fast.
Oh, well,
I was just wondering.
Good, this is challenging.
Hey, what's the
Trailer, you finally on.
That was a challenge there, boy. I tell you what. I swear I was about ready to throw my phone at your phone, BMT.
Oh, you woke him up.
Well, I did. I called him like 3 times.
Well, the show is yours, brother. Yeah, I sparked it up. I can go do the thing. Y'all can take over.
Hey, you go get you some sleep if you need it, man. I'll sit here and talk politics with people all fucking day.
All right. Well, see y'all.
Oh man, I do that too.
Just remember to read the super chats.
Yeah.
I will.
What do you think about that commentary on the Detroit? What about that? What you
Commentary on Detroit. Elaborate.
She was talking about how. Well, she was talking about how somebody was filming Detroit and riding through the different neighborhoods and.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I know who she's talking about. I've seen that shit too. And
what are your thoughts on that?
I think that, to be honest with you, I think cities, especially like Detroit, need to cut their government spending way the fuck back. They need to start cutting how much salaries are going out to public servants like mayors and shit like that. And they need to take them tax dollars and start investing it in these communities that are basically a haven for crime.
Facts. We shouldn't have nobody homeless.
No, I mean, there's absolutely no reason why we should have all these empty buildings. I mean, if you think about it, think of how many empty homes there are still sitting all across the United States right now from the economic crash in 2008 that are just sitting vacant.
Yeah,
right.
I know cheap though too. I know you can get them for like $2 to $5 grand.
Well, see, the thing is, a lot of these banks are just letting them sit vacant because they are making more money in their eyes with them being empty than they would selling them for whatever the tax cost would be for them or the foreclosure cost. You know, and really, in all honesty, if you want my opinion, it was the American people that bailed the banks out from their massive fuck up in 2008. Exactly. You know, so what they should be doing is taking all these homes that they stole from people and giving them back to the homeless.
Yep.
Right.
You know, well, really, if you think about it, you know, what they did to a lot of these people that caused the 2008 economic crash, you know, taking high-risk people that didn't have favorable credit scores, you know, below the 640 range, you know, not even fair, you know, probably bad to, you know, really bad, and giving them these loans that are high risk with balloon payments that they don't even realize they have, and then taking that high-risk loan and trading that shit on the stock market.
Right. Yeah.
You know, so they were trading people's failures on the fucking stock market.
Well,
you know,
the
that's
thing
why
is,
I said.
That's why I said. Think about this. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
No. What I was saying is, though, I mean, just from the conversations that I just heard, just from what I was seeing, even with the grocery store and the food deserts and all of these type of things, is I think we got a situation where in the government we got the what you call the fox controlling the hen house. It's like
I think it's people beyond that. Be honest with you.
Well, it's beyond it, but I'm just saying, just to put it in a simple way, the people who
I get that.
Yeah, the people who are benefiting from the misery and from the dysfunction in the society are literally in control of the society. They control the people who control society. So it's not necessarily the politicians are like the scapegoats. They're literally put in front of you to attack. So the people go ahead.
Well, and 90% of the country's debt is actually from politicians misusing and reappropriating funds for other shit, and giving themselves raises. I mean, did anybody pay attention to last year before we rolled into 2021 that while they didn't want to help all the people that they put out of work, they put on the unemployment line, they put in the food pantry lines, all the people that they didn't want to help and kept hem-hauling around about it and not doing anything to help them out like they said they would. They sure as fuck made sure that every single one of them got a salary raise.
Yeah,
they voted that in and didn't have no problem doing it. They sure as fuck made sure they passed that fucking government spending bill. That way Congress didn't get shut down.
Right.
You know? But when it came to actually doing their fucking job, as in, you know, making sure that America runs in a functional, self-sustaining way, they seem to not ever be able to get any of that shit done.
Yeah.
They catch Alzheimer's when it comes to actually doing their job. It's kind of like, well, we don't have enough money for that. Wait a minute, you print the money. Well, we print the money, but the value of the dollar. I said the value of the dollar has been going down since the 80s.
You got to understand, the federal government actually doesn't print the money. The Federal Reserve does, and the Federal Reserve is not a part of our government. The Federal Reserve is a privately owned corporation,
and people don't understand that. See, and this is what that's why I remember we was talking before, and that's what I was alluding to. If the fundamental thing that should be taught in all schools, every child or everybody should understand. Number one, that
civics.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that fact that the Federal Reserve is a private bank.
If they taught civics, everyone would know this.
Yeah, that's what they need to understand. That
I'm writing that down.
The Congress people, the United States elected officials, the governments do not have power over the money.
Love wisdom. I will tell you this: there's only been one time in American history that the national debt was ever at zero. Love him or hate him, you know, history didn't treat him well, but Andrew Jackson is the only fucking president to leave office and our national debt be zero. And he also did away with the first national bank that was in this country and brought us back to the gold and silver standard. It wasn't until 1913 when, after the First World War or the Great War, whatever you want to call it, it wasn't until after that they went ahead and they allowed the Federal Reserve, the World Bank, to come back into the country, control our monetary system, and then do away with the gold and silver standard and get us into this fiat currency bullshit. That is also when they implemented the federal tax code, which is fraudulent. It's a violation of the Constitution, and it was never properly ratified.
Yeah, but the bigger thing is that manufacturing jobs, like we don't really make a lot of stuff. Like we grow a lot of food, and
we used to make a lot of shit until Clinton signed that NAFTA bill and shipped all of our industry overseas.
That I remember. I remember NAFTA.
Yeah, our biggest exports now is like data, entertainment, and food. But outside of that, that's why shit's so expensive. Like that's why home prices have gone up, because we're not making a lot of those materials, with the exception of the lumber.
You know, you got to understand, I grew up in the Rust Belt. I grew up right in Ohio, between Dayton and Lima. And between Dayton and Lima, you had several GM plants, several Ford Motor plants, several Chrysler plants. You had Huffy bicycle companies, Schwinn bicycle companies. You know, then you had all these little subsidiary companies, you know, tool and die companies, welding companies, stamping companies that made all these little parts for the automotive industry.
And trailer, you could be a high school dropout and still get you a good job.
I was a high school dropout that got a good job doing that shit.
Yeah.
You know, when I dropped out of high school, that was in 1998, and back then they didn't give a fuck about whether or not you had a diploma. All they cared about is whether or not you were willing to show up and go to work.
Yeah, yeah. My uncle got a job in Stilton. It was the largest producer of steel, next to Pittsburgh. And
my first job was at a gray and ductile iron foundry. Right out of high school.
I had uncles who had jobs at I think it was U.S. Steel.
Mm-hmm.
U.S. Steel used to be in Lima.
Bethlehem Steel, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you go around all these cities that are all these cities in the Rust Belt. You know, cities in Ohio, cities in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pittsburgh. You know, and these cities and a lot of these states have been completely decimated because of NAFTA. Dude, I remember when Huffy used to be the Huffy plant right next to the town that I grew up in, employed thousands of people, and it was the main Huffy plant that made all the Huffy bicycles that were, produced and shipped all across the country. And that got shipped down to Mexico overnight, and thousands of people lost their job and got put on the unemployment line.
Even Hershey, the chocolate factory, people swore, they were like, there is no way in hell that the chocolate factory, which is the staple of Hershey, is moving to Mexico. And what do you know? They kept the factory up for sentimental reasons, but they shipped all those jobs to Mexico because it was cheaper.
Mm-hmm. And for me, that's why I always had a hard time, trying to wrap my brain around why people, wanted to vote for Hillary the first time around, because she co-signed that NAFTA bullshit. She was the one that pushed it when her husband was in office. She's the one that sold it. A lot of people don't realize just how active Hillary was in Bill Clinton's his term in office, and how much she pushed his policies and sold them to the American people. So you got her that did that, and then you got Biden and her this time around. Biden ran. I don't understand why people were on his side, because then between her and him, they're the ones, like I've told people a billion times, all you guys already know it, they wrote the 94 crime bill. They called black people super predators,
Right.
And everybody automatically has fucking amnesia over that shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is this: when if this is an old saying, I know a lot of black people know this. You're saying, I'm going to vote for the lesser of two evils. You know what I'm saying? Voting for the lesser of two evils, meaning it's a good cop, bad cop. Both of them are employed by the police, and you're the criminal. You know what I'm saying? Sitting in their office. So the thing is though, if you don't go to the root of your problem, then you're gonna basically be locked in a box where there is no win. You have to go to the root of what it is, because the labels of Democrat, Republican, if they can narrow your decisions down to just two choices, both of them they win, then there's no way for you to really win. You see what I'm saying? Because we can talk about Hillary, we can talk about who was Trump, we can talk about Reagan, we can talk about Carter. Whatever.
I don't remember Carter much. I can only remember as far back as Reagan.
Well, I'm just saying there was stuff. People can say stuff, and that's all I'm saying. It's like these people, these politicians are not. They are influential, and they are to be hit, and they are culpable. But the real driver of these policies is the monetary people who control the money, and you don't really see them.
Right. And I understand that.
And that's the problem that a lot of people are. Yeah,
Mike, you're right. But you have to think, when people's life and when people's lived experiences, I can't think of what I'm saying. Quality of life. When people's quality of life gets to a certain point where they're like, well, damn, how come the government that I pay taxes to is not providing me with the jobs I need? Or why is it food's becoming so expensive that I can't afford it? Eventually, that money game shit is going to run out, and then people are going to do people are going to act out of desperation and shit, and then I do think people have resentment for immigrants because they feel as though they're getting things that citizens that are already here don't really get.
Well, you can't mislabel immigrants. You really got to separate that from immigrants and illegal immigrants, regardless of whether or not you like that term or not, because it is a very important term, because most people in this country have no problem with legal immigrants to come here the proper way, getting whatever it is they need. What they have a problem with is our government handing out shit to illegals that did not come here, that did the right way, that did not go through the proper chains of custody, that did not go through a port of entry, and are taking away from people in this country that need that shit and can't get it.
Well, that's true, but I think people got an issue with both, because there's immigrants who come here. Hold on real quick. There are immigrants who do come here through legal proper channels, but they get a credit. They get a credit from either their home country or they get a credit from the United States. like if you look at healthcare, a lot of the doctors are subsidized, and then they send money back home, and then they eventually move back home.
Nah,
Right.
I've looked into that, and I really can't find any definitive information on whether or not that's true or not, because I've always heard that whole thing about, you know, when an immigrant comes here, they live here tax free for like the first 5 or 7 years and shit. And I've never been able to find any.
I wasn't saying they live here tax free. I'm saying they get a credit they usually get a credit from their home government, which is why a lot of Indians specifically are able to start businesses.
Well, if you think about it, all of us, when we start working as teenagers, we technically get a credit the first years that we work. We pay very minimal taxes. The only taxes we are really required to pay are Social Security and Medicaid, you know, the FICA and the Medicare tax, and most of the federal we get right back. I mean, almost every fucking bit of it. So as a young kid working part-time in high school, you really get a credit too. You aren't getting taxed near as hard as, say, someone like you or I, who's been in the workforce for, you know, multiple years, who's established a work history and shit like that.
True, but we're not leaving, and we're not sending money like back to an external, you know, country.
The thing is if someone comes here as a citizen, they have. I do believe the way the law's set up, if you come here as a legal immigrant and you want to be a citizen, that means you have to renounce your citizenship from the country you came from.
No, America does dual citizenship.
I always thought that dual citizenship thing was only for Americans that were born here and say decided they wanted to be a citizen overseas, or for instance, say you have parents that are in the military and you're born, like I have a friend that was born in Germany, so she's a dual citizen of Germany and America because she lived on post in Germany when she was born, but she's technically an American citizen.
Well, maybe so, but I'm not necessarily talking about permanent citizen, because you can get a work visa, make money, send it back home, and then be like deuces.
No, see the what and I will give you that. I think you are correct that there are some people that might feel that way, but as a whole, I don't think that's the case. You know, I think most people, as long as you come here and you're a legal immigrant, you're paying your taxes. You know, most Americans don't give a fuck what you do with your money and where you're going afterwards. You know, and that's just the bottom line.
Yeah, but
and when it gets too high, it does. Yeah.
And then you could have the floor. I was gonna say though, but there are a lot of banks who feel more comfortable loaning to immigrants than they do to, like, on my block where I grew up, we had a corner store at the end of the block, and I watched the corner store was first owned by a Chinese man named Mr. Lee. Then it was owned by South Koreans. Then it was owned by a cousin of that family of South Koreans. Then it went being owned by Indians. Now it's owned by like a second generation Indian family. And I've seen black people go for a loan for that specific business with decent credit, and they won't give it to them.
Dude, I've been working on my credit for fucking 8 years now, trying to get up around a 650 so I get a home loan, and can't seem to manage to fucking make it happen. You know, it seems to be like a fucking impossible task. But see, the thing that I do know about most immigrants that come over here is they do tend to work 10 to 20 times harder than we do. We're lazy as fuck.
Well, I would say it like this. I don't think that we're necessarily lazy. I think that the thing is this. People, we have a certain culture, and we expect certain things, and we know when our politicians are trying to deceive us, and our business leaders are deceiving us. And so when we call those people out on it, we can hold them accountable more strongly than an immigrant can hold them accountable. You see, so that politician, that business leader prefers to deal with that immigrant, because that immigrant doesn't have the power or the ability to call them out on their bullshit, like an American citizen who knows the culture, who knows how things should go.
Yeah,
will call them out. You see, because the point is, a lot of the immigrants who, when I say immigrants, and illegal and well, I would just say even I'm just going to deal with the legal ones.
Yeah, we can talk about the illegal.
A lot of I'm going to talk about the legal ones. The legal immigrants who have this idea that Americans are lazy, and so this thing here, and they come here, and yeah, they may outperform us, but they do get credits, and they really, a lot of them have not renounced their citizenship somewhere else, and
Right.
so yeah, and so what they're actually doing is they're coming here, they're bringing their culture, they're creating these enclaves where they succeed, and then they start controlling the politics in the area. And the thing is, you can empathize with them because, of course, that's probably what they will do. But as far as for us as American citizens that are trying to create some kind of environment that we can succeed in a safe and decent manner, I don't think that's healthy for us to be pitted against outsiders who haven't even taken care of their own home country. Some of them, you know,
Yeah, and I
some
don't
of
have
them,
an
they
issue
should.
with-
Yeah, they should. Some of those doctors and stuff, a lot of these, especially the tech professionals from India and stuff. Like, for my thing is, how come we hadn't had those classes to train our future generations to take those jobs? When you start having to import immigrants to do tech work and all the scientific work, that shows a failure in your educational system. You should have been seeing this 10 and 20 years ago so that your indigenous people could take those jobs. And see, that's the problem that I see with too much immigration. And that's on, it's not necessarily anything that those people themselves are doing wrong, but it's something that we see that should be called out on, you know?
Well, I agree with the education thing because look, most of us that are, mid 30s, to mid 40s have seen the failure of the education system firsthand, because like me personally, I remember being taught industrial arts in school. I remember being taught, home economics, having parenting classes, having babysitting classes that were provided by school, where they promoted vocational schools once you got in high school for you to go to like a TriStar program or something like that,
Right.
and learn to learn how to weld or be an electrician and shit like that. And those kind of things aren't promoted and pushed anymore. Now what it is they just want kids to go in and test and be another cog in the wheel.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what they're trying to do. See, and this is what I'm saying. This is like there's a group of people. You can obviously see it. They said, okay, this group is our workers. This group is our leaders. This group is our tech people. This group, and they push they fund the politicians to push the educational agenda that they fund. And the thing is, when some of the citizens see the game, and we say, okay, we see what's happening. We don't want people just in this neighborhood to have to go to just this school because they live here and these schools only provide this level of education. Maybe these students want to learn how to do tech. Maybe they want to learn how to do, like you said, electrician or science or whatever. Just because they were born in the Rust Belt, they can't get any good coding classes. They can't get any good physics classes or something like that. So the point is, it's a group of people that are pushing an agenda, and since we're in a capitalist society, it's monetary.
If that's
policy.
what you want to call it.
Well, that's what they're telling us that. Of course, it's not actually true when it actually plays out in real life, but
it's more like a crony. I'd say it's more like a crony laissez-faire capitalist.
Right, and it's not regulated. It's not free market. It's like whoever owns
it's monopolized like a motherfucker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what the politicians listen to. The politicians listen to the people who have the money, and the people who have the money stay hidden. So when the shit hits the fan and the people go to ride in and going to try to take some bodies, then maybe the business person, you don't even know who he is. You know,
And
you
see,
don't know
that's
who
one of
that
the
person
biggest
is.
problems is not enough people are bringing that issue up with the Fed. That is their main job. One of their main jobs, minus, dealing with, world trade, dealing with our trade across the country or across the globe and protecting our borders, is they're also supposed to make sure that monopolies do not happen in this country.
Exactly.
That's the type of legislation they're supposed to be passing, not
Well,
legislation
Trailer, what they do though is they'll just have two companies. So like we all know, McDonald's is fucking dominating the entire fucking fast food industry. It's in like almost every country. But because Wendy's exists, they make it seem like, oh well, you do have two options, but really it's really one mega.
Yeah, because Burger King's been fucking on the fucking downswing since what, the mid '90s.
Yeah, it's the same.
But you're right. You got what, Walmart and fucking Meijer and Target is the main grocery stores. Some cities and states might have a Kroger here and there.
Yeah,
And that was my big bitch about this whole shutdown.
It's like social media. There's like even Facebook bought Instagram, so you can't even say, oh, there's three competitors. No, it's Twitter and it's Facebook.
It's Twitter, it's Facebook, and Google. Those are the three major tech giants. They control everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you heard about what's going on with Parler right now.
What's up?
They are literally trying to shut Parler down.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And they forced Apple and Google to no longer provide the Parler app in the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store.
Yeah, they were trying to do that with TikTok, but I guess that's because China owns TikTok, and I think they're worried about China.
Well, did you notice TikTok just changed its name?
Oh, word?
Yeah, they changed it to, what is it, Reels?
I don't know. I don't use it. But
I don't use it either, but I have kids that do.
Yeah. But that's one thing with the Rust Belt. Like, the Rust Belt could be transforming so that it processes like recycling. We ship. It's like, how is it that we have over 300 million people, but we ship our recycling overseas to be processed? And
well, here's a fact you need to think about. Why is it that all these overseas companies like Honda, Toyota, Hyundai, and shit are coming and breaking ground in America, putting up automotive countries in the Rust Belt, while all the American-made companies that are in the Rust Belt have went to shit?
Yep, there it is right there. That's your takeover. See, the thing is, the way it happens in business-wise, people ever think that every country is taken over through military means, bombs and guns and tanks. Nope, that doesn't work like that now. Economic takeover. Yeah,
culture
I just
and
was looking at. Well, it's culture and economics, but the thing is, the way that this system is, they get those globalists. Those people, they sit in their room. People, if you say anything about Illuminati or anything about the Committee of 300, these groups that have been proven to exist. I mean, we know.
Look that up.
Well, yeah, that's the same. It's just the same group.
It's the Bilderberg group, basically.
Different names for the same bunch of people. Basically, they have these clubs. They're super rich. Their family's been super rich for generations and generations. They meet each other. They discuss trends, and they come up with what they want. Now, the thing is, what we on our side, we don't understand is that they're not all powerful because they do mess up. And things do not go the way they want them to go all the time because of the resistance. And the resistance is just people having awareness and stuff. And like with this Federal Reserve thing, just like you was talking about Andrew Jackson, about the Abraham Lincoln situation on how they was trying to get in when the war was going on, and he came up with
technically we've never left martial law that we were under Abraham Lincoln, because the president has to declare martial law to be over. And while we were going through the Civil War, the Insurrection Act had been enabled. So we've technically, by law, been under the Insurrection Act since Lincoln died.
And Andrew Johnson and all of those guys, FDR and all of them, nobody cleared that up.
And here's another thing. This last stimulus we got, a lot of these countries that they sent money to, like Cambodia, which is in Asia,
right.
Burma, which is in Asia, Nepal, which is in Asia, and then they sent 1.4 billion to Asia Reassurance Initiative Act. So they already sent money. What's wrong, baby? They already sent money.
She wants some attention. Oh my goodness!
But they already sent money to all these Asian countries, like I said, Burma, Cambodia, Sudan, and shit. So the way I see it is Asia Reassurance Initiative Act. That's their way of hiding that they just sent $1.4 billion to China.
Well, they're doing that Silk Road. The thing is this. The only thing I can say as far as for us, does anybody have Bitcoin or Zcoin and Zcash and Bitcoin Cash and any cryptocurrency?
No, I don't.
I've gotten into it.
You better buy some now, or buy some from your kids and just let it sit there. You better get it now, because this cash. The thing is, we can talk about stuff, but we gotta look at like the fact that how stuff is going. It should inform your decisions. Like, this cash is being kind of destroyed because they're trying to create this one world thing, this global situation. And so, that's part. The cryptocurrency has is a factor in that. You better get it now. It's like, when the Depression came out, when the Depression in 1930 happened, and then the stock started to rise after the 30s and stuff like that. If you had bought a bond, if you had bought maybe General Motors or GE or whatever it was out back then, you would have significant money. And so, like, right now, you got the rise of this cryptocurrency because everything is fiat anyway. Everything is like, for example, like, how you gonna ban the president from Twitter or from Facebook, right. Mark Zuckerberg,
right?
Or if you're doing this, that means Zuckerberg has political power. That means
he does. He's got political power and leverage.
Exactly. What is this dude? Who's the Twitter dude? Whatever his name is.
That guy. I know you're Jack Dorsey.
Yeah. And so what I'm saying is government, the way that the oligarchs or the financial government is feeling strong enough to just go ahead and show their hand now. It's not about the old democracy type government that you grew up in school thinking this is the way it should be, that you elected and the politician has a degree of power. No. They don't.
That didn't exist then, but the last 10 years should really show everybody that it doesn't exist at all now.
Exactly. You should see it.
Did y'all see when Putin has said he was like, every politician comes in wanting to try something new, and then a bunch of men with suits show up? I was like, what the hell?
Well, see, and that's another thing. That's another thing about Putin that, he gets a bad rap, and it's mainly because Russia itself gets a bad rap because of the Cold War. But, I will tell you this. If you actually do research on Putin, his citizens fucking love him. Yeah. They love him. They think he's the greatest guy ever. And you want to know why? Because he came in and he broke down what was left of the Communist Party and regime in Russia and actually started rebuilding Russia and giving people the things. He kept the promises he made.
Look, yeah, I think he's commendable just because he was standing up against NATO and shit. Like, after he had
hooded one. Let me say something to hooded one. He says banning Trump doesn't take political power. A lot of us don't even know what political power is. Political power is not elected power. It's just the power to influence policy.
It's leverage over the American people.
Yeah,
That's all it is. He has the power, the president of the United States, because Trump, even though you may not like Trump, but that's the office. And so a media controller, the media has the power to ban a president, an elected official. That's a precedent. You see what I'm saying? That is a big deal. And so the point is, because really, how can what's going Facebook and Twitter ban the president? The people are supposed to be able to control and regulate the companies, the businesses.
Technically, how can they ban anyone from free speech in the free world?
Right. We're supposed to, the business and corporation, according to how they teach us, they're supposed to follow the rules of us, of the society. But here it is, the society, the president of the United States, and probably any congressperson or citizen in the United States, we're having to follow Facebook rules.
Right.
Come on, man.
You know, and you got to you got to also think about this. You know, okay. Trump did not want to sign that stimulus bill, but he did with all that pork in it because he knew the American people, especially the ones that are, you know, losing everything, you know, homeless right now, don't have no money, needed some kind of money to buy groceries at minimum. Yeah. They needed something. So he still signed that bill. But you know what? You know why he did not sign the omnibus bill? Because Congress refused to remove the Section 230 immunity from all these tech companies when they were clearly violating the rules of the Section 230 immunity clause.
Well, in trailer, Trump was like, the dang old stimulus bill was like 500 pages. He was like, there's no way in hell anyone.
That stimulus bill was more like 5,000 pages, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
I put up a meme. I put up a meme on Facebook. I said, okay, everybody's getting $600, right? That's just to make you accept the bill. But it was a $900 billion bill. $600,000, even if they gave everybody in the country $600, even your kids, even your grandmas, every individual.
That's 500 billion.
It's not even that. It was like, if you do it on your calculator, I think it was less than like 200.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right. It was close to 300. Yeah. And see, the thing is the thing is the stimulus bill wasn't just 900 billion. That omnibus bill was part of that stimulus. It was actually 2.7 trillion.
Well, the fucked up part though now with them disabling
and see how people are, and see, this is deep. This is really deep. Look at the chat. People are literally defending companies, rich billionaires. They are defending rich billionaires' rights.
You think these motherfuckers are defending you? I mean, think about this, chat.
They don't understand. They really don't understand. They don't understand.
Think about this for a second. Think about this for a second, chat. That money was supposed to go to people that were put out of work. Why the fuck are millionaires and billionaires that don't need no money getting millions and billions of dollars from a stimulus bill that was supposed to go to help people that were put out of work by no choice of their own? Why are people getting money that don't need it and the people that need money not getting it?
They don't understand. They think they really don't understand. They're thinking that, businesses, see, a big business like Facebook and like and some of these other big media conglomerates, they're not the same thing as your little business around the corner that, you know, or like your little mom and pop store. That's the reason why Target. That's the reason why Target is open during the pandemic. Walmart is open during the pandemic. Amazon is making more money during the pandemic. But all your regular little stores, they got their own on TV screaming and crying because they're being forced to shut down. Hollywood
but the thing is
open.
But the thing is all these little mom and pop stores, they may not have been selling the variety that Walmart and Meijer and Target were, but they were selling the exact same things that Walmart, Meijer, and Target were selling, just in separate stores. One store might sell groceries, another store might sell hardware supplies.
Right. It's a different set of rules. And so
when regular
people, when regular
it's for the people that are in the club and we ain't in it.
Exactly. When regular people defending Zuckerberg,
the messed
they
up
don't
part
understand.
though. The messed up part though.
You gotta understand though too. You gotta understand too though. These are the same people that claim to be woke while walking around wearing a fucking mask.
Right, but they don't understand. But I understand. I mean, hey.
Yeah, but the fucked up part with all this
out.
is that, you know, the fucked up part about all this is that moving forward, any politician that they don't like what they have to say, they can just censor them like that.
Exactly.
That's why my solution is we need to stop thinking on a federal level. People like us that are educated, that understand what's really going on, that see what's going on, that have been paying attention for years to what's going on, that understand how politics works. We need to stop worrying and focusing on the federal level, and we need to start getting involved in our local politics, because until we get a grasp and take back our local cities and the way the politics are run there, and then eventually our states, we will never, ever, ever be able to take the Fed back. Because first, in order to take the Fed back, we could have a revolution. We could go to war. We could go in there and drag all them motherfuckers out. But then what are we going to do afterwards? What kind of system of checks and balances are we going to implement? Who's going to run the fucking country?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And nobody thinks about that shit.
Yeah, and you're right, because local has more direct impact on your life than federal.
Well, that was the whole point of why the country was set up the way it is. Yeah. They have convinced people that this is a fucking constitutional democracy, and it is not. It might be now, but it was set up as a constitutional republic. The difference between a democracy and a republic is, in a democracy, if the mob says that it's okay for someone to take your wallet and dish out your money to everyone else in that mob, then that's the law. But in a republic, that shit don't happen.
Yeah. And it's this local school boards and the mayors who's setting up your local codes for housing and stuff. Those are the ones who the more direct impact.
You know, so what we need to do is we need to start advocating for more people our age to step up and actually do our due diligence and take it's our turn in line to step up and start running our cities, our states, and our country. And we need to stop allowing these motherfuckers to do it. And the only way we're ever going to make it to a federal level is if we do it locally first and take back local communities, and then take back the cities, and then take back the states. Once we have all the states that are back being run the way they should, then it'll be a walk in the park to take the federal government back.
Well, see, this is how I look at some of these things. There's the thing is this: the perception of legitimacy. You know, this is a big deal, because if you are not looked at as legitimate, then the American people, the actual people that you may be trying to help or trying to bring some kind of systematic normalcy to their lives, they will turn against you because you look like a nut. And the power to do that is in media. The power to do that is in the media.
That's why I say
like when we're talking, but let me say something. Let me finish that point. Yeah, let me finish that point. So when you're talking about Parler, like, and this is what I'm talking about when they're banning public officials and even citizens. And then there's, you know, and it's justified because, they're a private business. They can do whatever they want. Wait a minute. How come we can't do whatever we want then? You see what I'm saying? The thing is, if you got a company that doesn't have, if we're in a democracy or freedom of speech, then freedom of speech is the law of the land to me. And so that needs to be challenged. Should companies have the power and to I guess what you call retaliate against speech that they don't necessarily like? You see what I'm saying?
Well, you know, even freedom of speech has its limitations, though, because you can't, you know, like, for instance, you can't go into a crowded building and scream fire.
Right. Yeah, but what I mean is, you know, that has to be challenged, because the parameters have to be challenged, because right now, there's so much willy-nilly stuff going on. There's so much willy-nilly stuff going on that it's literally affecting policy and good policy. just because people don't want to have these debates, they want to just try to censor people. And then if somebody creates another platform, like you said, Parler or Black Junction, or what's the other one? Oh man, it's another one I forgot.
It's that one Dan Bongino created.
Yeah, fuck. It's a bunch. It's another YouTube type.
Yeah, it's well, it starts with an R. Rumble. That's what it is. Rumble.
Okay.
Or Clubhouse.
But the point is, they try to destroy those platforms. That's my point. And those platforms are not.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, man.
Yeah. See, this is what I mean. Like, people got to understand some of this stuff, and it takes a certain kind of education. Otherwise, people really believe that they don't understand why this stuff is important, because it's not going to affect them until maybe a few years later. But the point is, it's like, you got to have that good mix of ideas, even the ideas you don't like. You got to have that good mix, because that mix creates some kind of stability, because that conversation prevents wars. It prevents a lot of violence. Even even like if we're getting on here screaming, or we're having a big disagreement over some issue, whatever it is, the fact that we're talking is better than trying to hide. That's a step in the right direction. Yeah, it's better than hiding that conversation, and then then we sit up here and people end up getting shot and all kind of stuff goes on. You see,
and I will say though, man, I think that a lot of us have started getting better about actually having civil debates with each other. Over the last couple months. Just saying, I've noticed that a lot of us, myself included, we've stopped doing a lot of the screaming and yelling and talking over each other, and we've actually started, listening, comprehending, and having a actual civil discussion.
And people don't realize, like, it starts off with the screaming and stuff, but if you just let that conversational stuff happen, just let it happen. People are grown, people are adults, and it ends up, like you said, it ends up kind of at least stabilizing. And it does. Don Cato, aka the Gray Wolf, he was saying how it's confusing that it's glossed over that Trump, he don't like Trump, used Twitter platform and whatever he did. Now, like I said, you can hate Trump, and I mean, it's a lot of stuff Trump did that I didn't like. I mean, especially with the 5 and all that kind of thing. And we can have those disagreements and stuff. But the point is, there's millions of people out there that agree with him. Those people don't just disappear because he's banned from Twitter. It doesn't, just like Alex Jones, people don't disappear just because you can't see them. You see what I'm saying? And then when there's a flare up, Go ahead, Trailer.
We're not supposed to agree on everything, and that's the problem that people fail to realize and understand. We are human beings. We were not created to be like-minded and all think alike and agree on everything. If that were the case, then any kind of industrial revolution, any kind of evolution at all of the human race, it would never happen, because we would all be in this hive mind.
Yeah, because proven, like, for example, let's say we come up with we try to solve this problem, and maybe Trucker has a way to solve it that I don't agree with, and maybe me and him split up and say, hey, you know what, you do it your way, I'm gonna do it my way. Now we're in competition, so now I'm like, I'm gonna try to do it better than him. And so maybe I invent a few things. Maybe I invent a few things that he didn't think of, and maybe he does it. He sees what I did and try to one up me. So there's a competition. Now, if you can regulate that competition, which is what America has done, and kind of try to not let it destroy itself, but try to keep it somewhat regulated, then you can advance faster because of a healthy competition. But like I said, it's just people don't understand when you're just banning things instead of trying to understand and literally actually solve these problems, then you're not solving the problem. You're just hiding the problem from yourself for a while, and then
you're becoming the problem.
It'll flare up later.
You're actually literally allowing yourself to become the problem. You know, and my favorite example to use for what you just said is I like to compare Edison and Tesla. If we all thought of it like, we would have never had Thomas Edison and a Nikola Tesla who, you know, went to battle with each other, created two different forms of electricity, and now we have AC that runs the entire world. We would still be running DC, which was dangerous, which was loud, it was obnoxious, it burned up more energy.
Well, it's just not efficient over long periods. Long. It can't be transferred good. It's only good for like local areas. And
like-minded thinking on a mass scale, it stifles any kind of, you know, promoting of positive growth in any nation or any people for that matter, you know. And like you said earlier, you know, really in all honesty, as more and more of us start getting together and having these discussions, there are going to be a lot of initial yelling and screaming matches. People have a lot of shit and a lot of anger that they need to get out.
Right.
They want their voice heard.
Exactly. And it's actually to me, like,
regardless of what side you're on. You know, regardless of what side you're on, once all that frustration and anger has got out and they feel like they have been heard, then real dialogue and real conversation, productive conversation can be had.
Exactly.
You know, and see, the thing is we have a ruling class right now that has seen people like myself, people like you, people like BMT and others, you know, that have actively started going out and trying to be the hands of change, to go ahead and put themselves out there to get into these yelling matches and let people air that shit off their chest, just so we can create some kind of common ground to try and grow from. And they don't want that. They really don't, man. And if people can't see that and understand that, they're blind as a fucking bat.
Well, that's the point, because these people, that's what I try to tell some of us, like, there's people literally looking at us, like, and when I say us, I mean, some of them might be looking at just us directly, but I'm talking about in general, they're looking at the small group of people who really see like what's going on. And they're like, okay, this group here, you know, if they get what they want, they'll end up coming to our doorstep. This group up here, if they get what they want, they'll end up coming to our doorstep. And if this group of people get what they want, they'll come to our doorstep. So we have to make them fight each other, right? And they're going to have real disagreements with each other, but we have to highlight those differences they have with each other. And they are real disagreements, but that prevents them from coming to our door. The problem is for them, for these elites or people that call themselves elites or whatever, is that actually we're making a little bit more progress systemically, showing everybody who the real problem is. And I think it's making them uncomfortable because because now everybody knows who the enemy is. It's plain to say. Look, dude, there is not what people need to understand. There is no Republican Party. There is no Democrat Party. There is no right. There is no left. They're all the same. They are all the fucking same. They're all wearing the same suit and tie. They're all going to the same fucking building. You think that hall separates them like they're little fucking clubs, little street gangs that don't talk to each other? Negative. All these motherfuckers are doing this shit. They know what they're doing. It's calculated, and they're laughing at us all behind closed doors because most people are so fucking simple-minded. It play out time and time and time again.
Mike, I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
Do you think that because people have been talking about the January 6th protest for a grip, do you think that they let those people in there to see how much they did?
Come on, man.
I know they did.
I'm just asking.
I know they did.
Of course.
There's videos all over of that, dude.
Right.
And my follow-up would be, what's the MO?
What's the
MO is they wanted Antifa to come in there and make the Patriots look like a bunch of terrorists. That's why. I mean, look at this for a second. Think about this. I have been to I can't count how many fucking 2A rallies for the last decade.
What's
and you
two-way?
want to know who's always been there?
Hold on. What's two-way rallies? Because I don't know what that is.
Second Amendment.
Second Amendment.
Okay. I didn't know.
And you want to know who's always been there to protest? Antifa. And before they were Antifa, Black Bloc, and Black Lives Matter. And you want to know what's interesting about that? They were protesting me standing up for their right to bear arms. But they were always there. Guess who has been at December 14th or whatever it was, when the Proud Boys had that fucking rally in D.C., when all the states' electoral colleges cast their votes for president, right? Who showed up for that rally? Antifa and Black Lives Matter, right? But isn't it conveniently funny that at the biggest fucking MAGA rally this country's ever seen, there were over 3 million people in D.C. There was not a single Antifa member or Black Lives Matter protester anywhere to be seen.
Well, I'll say this on that point. This is how I feel about that subject. Now, I have probably a different opinion than Trailer on this subject, because I think that this shows that, you know, in this country, we have two different motivations, because we got several different cultures combining in this country here. And I mean, this is just the bottom line. I mean,
yeah, we have what we call the American culture.
Well, the thing is,
we have the American culture, which is a mixture of all cultures.
Well, the thing is, though, it's not homogenized right now. It's kind of like oil and water. It's kind of, some of it's
and
there,
I agree with that.
Okay,
I do.
So and that's just this is just the point. And so what I'm saying is, there's people who see things. They can see the same event and they'll have two different perceptions of that same exact event. Okay. And that trend has been getting larger and larger and larger, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing with these real tight elections. When the election is so tight like that, and then you got all this battle over it, that at least tells you that you got two groups of people, at least two, more than two, but at least two, that really see the same event or same situations, same experiences, two different ways.
Yeah,
that
they do.
Has to be settled. Yeah, that has to be settled. See, and it can't does. Really be right. But the thing is, though, like I can't, like for example, Trailer. I know pretty much, Trailer. You have a different experience. We grew up maybe in similar areas. I mean, I grew up in Detroit, which is part of Rust Belt, and I know Lima, Ohio, and you know,
Lima. I didn't grow up in Lima. I lived in Lima for a good portion of my adult life. I grew up in a little ass town. I was a welfare kid in a rich town, dude.
Yeah,
so I was public enemy number one.
Well, but the thing is, I like the areas that we may come from is similar, but in those same areas we'll have a little bit different experience.
The lifestyle's different.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know. You say you weren't rich, right? You weren't growing up rich,
right? But see, I didn't grow up in Detroit, so I didn't have to deal with gang violence. I didn't have to deal with, people shooting each other and shit like that. I don't know if you did, but I'm assuming if you grew up in Detroit, that was part of your upbringing. You did have experienced that to a certain level.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't have to deal with that. Really in Detroit, and that's what the perception is. But I mean, we didn't really have gangs like that. I mean, we had gangs, but it wasn't like West Coast gangs or Chicago.
You mean to tell me little ass Lima had rougher gangs than Detroit did?
I don't know. We had rough gangs. We had gangs. Okay, but what I'm saying is, from what we were seeing and what I was hearing from people who grew up in like Crip area and in Chicago with Gangster Disciples and all of those type of things, the discipline in those gangs, we didn't really
Time out a second. This bro Rob, look, I'm not one to sit and tell people that they are ignorant to what's going on, but BMT just dropped the link. If you want to get up here and run your mouth and debate and chat, bring your ass up here on the panel. Bro. Bring your ass on the panel. because I will fucking eat you alive.
Hey, but let's not just shout it out. Let's at least try to, whatever. But come on up, bro. But no. What I wanted to say is that, we're gonna have two different perceptions of the same event. And what I mean is your perception is not wrong, it's right, but I just didn't see it your way. You understand what I'm saying?
Right, and that's okay. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, the thing is, it becomes a problem because what happens is people, when you say it your way, then I said, no. See, so when I say no, I'm invalidating your way. And your way is correct because you lived it, right? So I'm just saying, from the way that I grew up and what I see, when I'm looking at the Proud Boys and the Antifa and the Black Lives Matter and all this kind of stuff, I'm looking at it like, well, in the cops letting these people in to do some crimes. These were crimes. I mean, if you want to look at it,
it was
coming on. So these are crimes.
Even though that's the people's house.
I know.
Still illegal.
But I know. But the point is, it's like the police are sympathetic with them.
But are they sympathetic or are they co-conspirators?
Well, I mean, however you want to put it, those two words, I mean, I guess you can describe it either way. But I'm trying to be nice and fair, okay, to people who believe on that side. See, I'm saying that the police were sympathetic with a lot of that protest. There was a lot of police in there. And on the black side, on the Black Lives, I wouldn't say, I'm not even with Black Lives Matter because they're against the nuclear family, which is not something that I'm dealing with. But I would just say on the black
and they're
side,
open communists.
Yeah, I'm not with that part, so I'm not going to say Black Lives Matter. But I do believe that the term Black Lives Matter is a good term.
Yeah, I was all about the original movement and what they stood for when they first came out. What it's evolved into now, I don't know what
George
the fuck that is.
And all that bullshit. Yeah, so I don't. But what I'm just saying, on the black side of looking at things, we look at like the difference in the way the whites were treated, the white groups were treated versus the way that the black groups were treated. And that's what we kind of highlight. And we kind of warn when even though you may be sympathetic, if your job is to enforce the law, even if you're sympathetic with a group, you have to treat them the same, because what it happens is it leads to these, basically it leads to dysfunction. It leads to dysfunction over a period of time, because if you're treating one group special, but then the other group you allow them to get their way a little bit more, then you're going to have a problem eventually, because it's going to create these two different sides.
Right.
Dealing with.
And I see where you're going, but look at it from this angle now. There's a lot of people that saw Antifa and BLM for 8 months get away with literally rioting, literally burning people's businesses down, burning cities down, homes down. We saw it on live TV, and it get called peaceful protest. It's been proven that, because they came right out and said it, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually set up charity funds to bail these people out that were out killing people and burning shit down. The media overlooked that and played that out as peaceful protest. That you had people like Cuomo and Rachel Maddow saying that protest isn't supposed to be peaceful; it's supposed to be violent. But then, as soon as a bunch of Trump supporters show up in one area together, within 10 minutes of something going south, they call them insurgents. They call them terrorists. They say it's a riot. They say that there shouldn't be violence like that, and completely change their narrative that they had been talking about all these other riots and protests going on for the last 8 months prior to that. I mean, that's the problem that's going on right now.
I would like to get a chance to respond. I'm Bro Rob. I'm the guy that was in the chat. So, whenever it's appropriate, I want to be respectful to BMT.
Talk now. Go ahead.
I realize.
Go ahead. You got the floor, brother.
All right, 10-4. So I realize that BMT is making an attempt for everyone to be able to give their voice on this thing, right? But I would say that our common ground is that we're all American. Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So let's take a look at what is obvious, right? So methodology is very important, um, to me when I'm looking at historic events. Can we all agree that this is a historic event?
Yeah.
I would say it is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So when we are viewing historic events, I would say methodology is very important, and this is the reason why. Um, just like Mike was saying, sometimes we tend to look at historic events and we apply our own perception to those. But if we were to use methodology, clearly, right, we could all come to a similar conclusion.
What do you mean by methodology? Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Sure. So my methodology is this, and it's the process in which you come to the answer. That's what methodology is, right? So you go in with the perception. This is what happened, and then you go and try to disprove that, right? And the most obvious answer is always going to be the right one.
So basically, you try to treat it as if it's a scientific, project that you're attacking, because that's what science is basically.
No doubt. I mean, you apply science to looking at historic events.
So you apply it to this. So give us your perception. Give us the methodology. Like, go ahead and break it down for us.
All right. So after the election,
and hey, man, hold on just 1 second before you go.
Okay.
I want to apologize for sounding like a rude asshole when I first spoke out to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, just being, excuse me, just being totally transparent. What triggered me was when you said that Antifa was part of the group that broke into the Capitol. That's what triggered me.
Well, they actually do have. They've actually identified several of them.
Clearly, that has been debunked, and for you to say that like it's actual that it's a fact.
He debunked it.
Just let him break it down, and then let's see what's
up. Just so that he'll know that where my point of contention lies, even before I start breaking it down. My point of contention is this, right? You must take responsibility for the lives that were lost on Wednesday. You must
absolutely, I agree.
You must take responsibility also for looking the other way, as President Trump has treated the presidency like it's some type of a game show, live TV show or something. Clearly this has not been a presidency that has been good for the United States. I think the culminating result of his presidency, it all happened on Wednesday. I think he cemented his position as the worst president in the history of this country on Wednesday. And,
can I push back on that statement right there just a little bit?
Sure. I mean,
I would say it's safe to say, though, that this country was actually doing economically and job-wise the best it's ever done all the way up until COVID happened.
Well, the reason why I disagree with that point, that a lot of Trump supporters and Republicans.
I'm not a Trump supporter, though. I want you to understand that.
Okay, so politically, where would you say you stand?
I am a constitutionalist that's probably never going to vote again.
You are a constitutionalist.
I want you to break down that methodology, though, Rob, if you can.
All right, no doubt. So I went into Wednesday's events. I'm gonna just leave that alone. He's a constitutionalist. I went into Wednesday's events saying to myself, Trump supporters took over the Capitol. What the fuck is going on? On the national stage, on the international stage, our country look like we a bunch of fucking monkeys. Look at What is going on? Right? Right. I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, are these people out of their mind? Do they not understand the Constitution? Look, the 3 C's apply here. You cast your vote, they count their vote, and then they certify the vote. Once they are certified, right? What was happening Wednesday was a formality. Vice President Pence never had the political power to overturn certified results from 50 different elections.
And you are correct on that.
Right? And then the conspiracy. Let's break down Trump's election what would you call it, strategy. His election strategy was, I don't trust mail-in balloting. Anybody can go back and look at that. I don't trust mail-in balloting. Show up on the day of the election.
You know the difference between universal mail-in ballots and absentee ballots, right?
You do understand why they introduced universal balloting, right? You do understand why they introduced it. Yes?
Because of COVID?
Okay, very good. They're very good. So because there's a worldwide fucking pandemic, right? Universal balloting.
But now my thing is if they already have a mail-in ballot system, in place, why do they need a new one?
I just want to be able to state the methodology because this is logical. If a presidential candidate says he doesn't trust mail-in balloting and they introduce a statute for mail-in balloting because of a worldwide pandemic, that would probably go against getting reelected. Wouldn't you agree? Anybody with common sense? Yes?
No.
See, I disagree.
That's why I think you're on your perception.
Right,
see, that's what I'm saying, bro.
All right, bro. All right, bro. Okay. So y'all disagree.
Now, hold on. I'm just trying to hear you out because I just was really trying to understand like your point. And I just want you to hear this different point. It's just a different look at it. What I'm saying is when you're dealing with, that's why I hate partisan politics. Because partisan politics is
I'm not talking about anything
politics. Hear me. Hold on. Just hear this part out. I'm not invalidating nothing that you said. Keep in mind, because I know that's what you believe and you really see it that way. To you, there's no other way it could be. But I'm just saying to you, the fact that you have millions of other people that can see it a different way, especially if you are an American and we know we're supposed to, have this kind of debate here. You have to kind of, just try to have that, just at least listen to other people. They might be wrong, but just listen.
I want to lay down my methodology.
Wait a minute. Let me just finish. Right. So is it true or not true? So let me try to wrap it up because the pushback is about to come. Right. So Trump said that he didn't trust mail-in balloting. And then, because of the pandemic and people not wanting to show up on election day in huge crowds, to me, because Joe Biden said, send in your ballot early, take advantage of your state laws so that you can send in your mail-in ballots, right? So on election night, is it true or not true that the sitting president asked for the election to be called?
I don't know. I guess so.
Yes,
according to what the poll said, it should have.
No. It can't be called because and you can look at the trends, right? During the last 8 election cycles, mail-in balloting has been trending and growing. You can look at the last 8.
Balloting,
absentee or mail-in balloting, however you want to look at it.
Absentee and mail-in are 2 different things.
Both you can try to debate and nuance this thing to death,
But
It's not a debate. The
mail-in
definition
balloting,
of the two and
hey,
how they work are very
you can talk
important.
that has nothing to do. You are correct, sir. Absentee balloting and mail-in balloting are different, but you threw in a red herring as I'm making my my assertion.
It's
Right?
not a red herring.
My assertion is you said it yourself that they're different. Yes?
Very
Didn't
much
you
so.
just say that? Didn't you just say that?
Very much so. I did.
Okay, so if you just said that, then obviously it's a red herring.
It's not a red
So
herring.
as I continue,
You know what a red herring is?
go
ahead. Just keep going, because
as I continue, because Joe Biden literally said mail in your ballots, and Trump said that he was against it. Mail in balloting would overwhelmingly support the Biden's presidency. So on election night, Trump literally tried to call the election. I don't know why he thought he had the political power to do so, but
the media thinks they do.
The media does not. Actually, they just report out the results.
No, they actually think they have the power to call it.
Well, I mean, you can debate that, but I mean, at the end of the day, whoever wins elections is who get the most votes. That is the presumed, outcome.
all right. Well, I mean, the thing is this. The bottom line is you still got a country at war with itself.
I would say, and this is why this is where the rubber meets the road. 4 years ago, when Trump won, beyond huge obstacles, right? No one went and started going to politicians' cribs. Nobody stormed the Capitol, and
no, they just started a 4-year-long investigation on a man.
Well,
over some bullshit.
The book is still being written, and so clearly there are some.
Every time they investigated him, it came back and bit the Dems in the ass.
I wouldn't say so.
Really?
Is it true that Mick Mulvaney asked the Ukrainian president to find dirt on Joe Biden? Is that true? Well, they have the transcripts. The crickets represents that fundamental truth.
It could be true. I don't care about
It's not. It
could be true.
Wait a minute.
Whether it's true or not,
wait. I want to say.
I'm saying is,
wait. I want to say this.
Well, the thing is, dude, is you got to give other people a chance to rebut.
Wait. I just want to say this. Look, right. It's absolutely true because they have the transcripts. You see, they have the transcripts from the phone call. So,
I'm pretty sure that
it's a book. It's called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and it's written by a gentleman named Stephen Covey. It's a quote from the book, and it goes as such. It says, we believe that we see reality as it is. The truth is, we see reality how we are.
Okay, now can I give my my synopsis on all this? First off, with that whole Ukrainian thing, what you need to understand is, if it was said, I can't completely recall what was said, but the whole point behind it wasn't the fact that Mick Mulvaney told him to do that. It was actually Trump that said that who supposedly said that to the Ukrainian president himself. And what was being said was that he was telling the Ukrainian president that if he didn't find dirt on Joe Biden, he wasn't going to release the federal aid that was coming to Ukraine. That is a major difference. That's two different scenarios.
Thank you for saying that.
And it was proven that never happened.
Wait.
No. Let him talk, Rob. Let him talk. We let you talk for a nice amount of time. Just
all right, bro.
Chill out for a second.
It was actually literally proven multiple times that there was no quid pro quo. at all. They never had a lick of evidence to support it. They couldn't even produce the whistleblower that they said they were going to have testify. All they had was a bunch of college, quote unquote, constitutional scholars and left-wing sympathizers come in and give talking points. Nobody dropped any credible evidence on anything. I watched every bit of that impeachment hearing, every second.
I'm gonna ask Rob this question. Rob, I want you to answer me and Trailer. Look, this is my concern. You believe you're right, and probably you're so believing that you're right, both of you guys, that you're on the point where you say you're right because you have these facts and this fact and that fact. But the fact is that there's millions, tens of millions, almost half of the country who disbelieves in what you believe to be true. How do you solve the problem of because like right now, Rob, you're talking to somebody who doesn't believe you. You see, and he's representing, I would say, probably a few million people. So you
about
have
80.
Okay, whatever it is. And what I'm saying, and two, Trailer, you talking to somebody who doesn't believe you.
Right.
You see? So what I'm saying, if you want to really solve this problem, you go around and arrest people who broke into the Capitol. That's fine for now. That's current problems. And then, Trailer, you could talk about the Black Lives Matter and all the.
Well, I was actually going to stray away from that. Because I wanted to get.
Let me finish this point, though. When we're having conversations, that I don't hear solution oriented. All I hear is punitive, punishing. I don't hear.
I'm not trying to punish anybody.
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm trying to point out, like, the question I got for Rob is, when you were coming up with your hypothesis on everything, like with what happened on the 6th, where did you get your information? Was your information firsthand, or was it from what media told you?
Well, I wouldn't have any firsthand information. I wasn't there, and then I don't know anybody that would be participating.
Well, I actually have firsthand knowledge from people that were there, and I'm going by what they saw with their own 2 eyes.
Right. So, because of that, I would guess that you have a huge advantage, and that although I do have a pessimistic view of Trump. Of pessimistic view of his presidency.
And that's fair, dude. It really is. He's done some fucked up shit.
A pessimistic view of his presidency. I feel like economically he inherited some things from Obama that along with those tax cuts and his control of the Senate and things of this nature, it aided him. And then he had a lot of empathizers inside of Congress, people that simply looked the other way when he was being unpresidential. There are so many questionable things.
Well, I will say on a pushback on the inherited thing.
It's impossible.
Look, time out. I will push back on the inherited thing. It was Obama himself that came right out and said, "Where's this magic wand that you think you have that's going to magically make this failing economy any better?" That was right out of Obama's mouth.
Yeah, so I guess Trump had the magic wand.
I'm not saying Obama didn't. I'm not saying that Trump didn't inherit some things.
You definitely implied it, bro.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying Trump didn't inherit some things, because I am a firm believer that most of what any president actually enacts policy-wise doesn't ever go into fruition until the following presidency comes into place.
Yeah, so it's this is my problem, right? The 6 can be looked at a lot of different ways, but I am, I'm Black Power. I'm a Black first perspective in terms of the uplift of the Black community. You know, so
And how? Well, let me ask you something. How do you feel about white people that are about white power?
it matters not to me.
All right, that's fair then.
Yeah, I mean, because you know, that's their community, and that's how they feel. And I mean, you know, there's a historical narrative that goes along with white power. It typically infringes on other people's ability to operate and move within the country. You know, social mobility is definitely affected when you start talking about white power. White power has produced some of the most bloodiest scenes in American history. So there is no
So you don't have a
comparison.
problem with it,
Wait a
but you
minute,
do.
wait a minute. There is no
Wow.
comparison when you start talking about white power and comparing it to black power. There's no comparison.
Wanting to empower your people, there should be no problem with it either way. If you think it's all right to scream black power, then you should not have any issues or even have an argument about a white person doing it.
I would simply point you to a history book and have you take a look at everybody that ever screamed white power. You know, I'm not talking about a connotation. I'm talking about a historical narrative of people who scream white power. It was nothing positive about it.
Now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, though I do not think that history should be discredited and that we should forget about history, I think that it's well past time that we start trying to move forward and stop living in the past.
Hmm. Hmm. That's I mean, wow.
Well, see, I mean, me, I'll have to.
Wow.
You know me, Trail. I'm gonna have to take Rob's position on that because the only thing I would say to white people is that I don't have a problem with white people trying to empower their community, but you have to clean up the term white power because it has
and
at
that's
least
and that's fine.
Do you understand?
It has go ahead.
My fault, Mike.
Let me finish this point. It has been looked at it when white people say white power. It's nothing wrong with them if they're saying white power to empower themselves, to strengthen their communities. I mean, even to me, I go so far as to say white people have the power to say, like, look, we want white marriages and white children to be, you know, we want to make it so we have our just
the only reason why I asked
I don't
Mike
have
is
a problem
because
with that.
I'm not a white power person. I don't buy that shit. I don't because I understand really I've dealt with a lot of the black power people, and in a way they're just as hateful a lot of times as white power people are. Now, mind you, they may not be put into a position to where they can stifle someone economically, but they can still be hateful as fuck about shit.
It can be. But
Yeah,
I don't.
I mean,
The only thing is, I would say is that this
man.
is what I would say though. The only way I'm gonna respond to Trailer on that. I just respond to Trailer like this. Just think about this. There's people that are black power all over the world, different countries. They have the power. They have guns, and they don't necessarily go out there to do some of the things that folks who espouse the white power. Now, like I said, if we're talking about just empowering your community, I don't have a problem with that because I'm saying, but black power usually is about empowering our community. Like we're not trying to go out there and hurt other people. I'm not trying to take your stuff so I can. I'm just telling people, look, I want to control where I live. I've been quiet for a minute, Rob. I'm gonna shut up for a little while too, but I just wanted to get this point out. Look, I just saying when we talk about black power, we're talking about controlling where we live. That don't mean we hate other people. And so, but the white power thing kind of was like a kind of, it almost was kind of used as like a terroristic type of thing. And so that's why I think it has that. Yeah.
That's fine. And I understand that. I do. But you do understand why I have the discussions that I have, right?
Right.
Because I'm trying to bridge that gap. I'm trying to start getting people to have this talk that's been needed to be had between white and black men.
It's kind of disingenuous to compare white power to black power, and I think I've stated my point on that, and so I want to move on to the next topic.
I'm just saying,
because I'm getting, I feel like you're not. It's disingenuous for you to overlook the white power history. I mean, I'm
not overlooking it. Never once did I say I was overlooking it. I never said you disregard history.
You compared it.
I'm comparing hate. I'm comparing hate to hate.
You can't compare that type of hate, bro.
Hate is hate.
White power lynched people, killed people.
But hate is hate.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
Look. White people hate create redlining. White people hate create Red Summer 1919. White people hate create Tuskegee experiment.
Some white people. Some.
Okay, so you can say white people. But look, what I'm telling you is that it's continuing. And somehow, you got these, rose-colored glasses on, like white power is not giving these police officers the ability to shoot people in the back and get away with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's continuing.
Do you
and I feel like it's disingenuous.
Do you really
want to have a conversation and overlook that? That's all.
Oh my Lord.
Go ahead, make your response.
I don't have a response. I really don't, because I'm tired of talking this circle all the time. I'm tired of it. Because this is the same circle over and over and over again.
It's not a circle.
You literally try and have a legitimate conversation with somebody, and then it's always got to go to racism. Always.
Well,
I didn't say anything racist.
That's what you were pointing at. That's what you were touting.
All I said was my political stance is I'm black power. I'm for the black community. And then you said, how do you feel about white power?
And I feel that was a fair question to ask somebody that's black power.
Discussion. And then you said you wasn't with white power, but somehow you're disturbed.
Because I'm disturbed. I'm disturbed by how someone can sit and be okay with one form of hate over another form of hate.
All right.
Because hate breeds hate, and hate does not accomplish anything, regardless of what kind of hate you want to label it as.
Yeah, and so you have a negative perception when someone says black power.
No, I don't. I just said
yes, you did. Yes, you did. Because you associated it in your mind to white power.
That's a deep conversation. Hey, I'm gonna say it like this. I don't expect nobody to agree on all this stuff, but the point is, it's good for. I think.
All right, I'm back. What are y'all talking about now?
Hey, we talking about some real racism stuff, man. This is
what the fuck racism got to do with the rebellion?
Yeah, this is what.
I don't know how it got to that, but
it boils down to the racism.
I was just asking if they think that they let them in.
Do y'all honestly think that all of a sudden black people are supposed to all of a sudden join together because of what happened on Wednesday?
That's right.
Y'all are
all
really
of a sudden.
Stupid. Y'all are stupid.
Bro.
Y'all think that. Y'all are really dumb if y'all think black people
are going to join together. And look, right.
That has never happened.
I never made that assertion.
Okay.
I never made that assertion. I was just laying out my methodology on how I felt like Trump lost the election on his own.
Fair. No, you're right about that. He did lose that.
And
I never even got to lay out my methodology.
And then the other thing was the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory that it was a countrywide you know, date, for Biden to win, and somehow these votes, the election machines,
I
they
agree.
shredded ballots, and I feel like all of that is crazy talk. And if it was true at all, it would have been found out. That's all.
No, no,
Wait,
no.
found out about who?
That's
Right,
no, no, no.
right.
That's fair. That's fair. Now, okay, so okay, let's ask the question first off. Do y'all think there's gonna be some form of like my premise of the question I first asked was if there let's just go to the hypothetical. If there was a whatever kind of fight, um, what is there to make anybody want to join onto any racial team at this point in
Nothing.
2021?
Nothing at all. And the only people that are actually going to fight are the extremes on each side that are morons.
So
And that's being realistic.
I'm asking a fair question, but I
And
always hear about the race war, but I would always want to know what is this that tangible to tell anybody in their 20s on down, or literally in their in their 20s on down, join the race war at this point. What would honestly want to get them to join the race war? Because most young kids are integrated into mixed culture.
right. They don't see things the way us grown folks see things anymore.
Like, as to be fair, all of us are. Well, I mean, me, KS, and I've talked about these kind of things before. A lot of the kids that are more so in an introverted, coming from a background of pop or in like in the '90s on up, they don't really. A lot of them are mixing with other races. I'm trying to figure out. I mean, outside of being around a black. No, I'm being fair. Outside of being around black, what is the incentive on just saying, "Hey, stay race loyal"? I would want to know what is the incentive. And I was asked this by a young girl. She said, "What is the incentive of being race loyal? What is the incentive for her?"
Well, I'm gonna say it like this. This is what I'm saying: is we seen a little bit of just a little bit of the race war just in this conversation, and it's not. And when I say war, I'm not talking about the big time guns and all that kind of thing. I'm talking about the inability, or it's a guttural internal frustration with dealing with that subject, and it's not to say that. It's just in us. It's not something about demonizing somebody, in my opinion. Meaning the fact that we try to avoid a real issue. It's an issue because it's an issue.
That's the problem. We need to stop avoiding the issue and tackle it head on.
Well, it's going to be very hard, though. It's going to be very hard. Just
well,
and that's I pointed, and I'm gonna point to this conversation just between you and Rob just now. Because
real conversations aren't easy, though.
Right, but the thing is, to make headway in it, it's like the two sides. I don't know who gotta have that conversation because the two sides, they have to at least be able to kind of process the other side. Because I know what your question is, BMT. I'm gonna get right to that. The point is the incentive is this. No matter if that. Just because there's always been some race mixing, even since slavery. So every generation has had race mixing, right? So that's not going to stop what the issues that are involved with racism. That's not stopping it. You see what I'm saying? It's still here in 2020, causing problems. So,
dude, racist people are never going to go away.
I wanna weigh in and just give y'all a perspective here. Right, so I put it in the chat and I put it in the back chat too for y'all fellas to take a look at. Right, during political season and during the uprisings and Trailer was referring to it earlier. People was burning down people's businesses and all of this. Right, we tend to not look at the financial. Stability or instability of the black community specifically, we don't look at the black community as a whole, right? But when you start running down all factors that deal with social mobility, we are the most affected group. So this is why I'm for the upliftment of the black community specifically. Now, if you look at this report, what it says is, right, during election season, what it says is that the U.S. economy lost potentially $16 trillion. You know, Mike, it's funny that you said it's different ways of looking at it. That could also mean that the black community at large lost 16 trillion. Not just the U.S. economy, but the black community, you know, in particular. So,
with your sister for a minute.
Keep going.
So
yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was talking to the kids.
Yeah, no problem. But I just point to the report. It came out in September, but it was during election season and it got largely overlooked. The data comes from Citigroup. Citigroup collected the data from the IRS, Social Security, the Federal Reserve, and different other groups that look at data specifically across ethnic lines. So, you know, there we go. That's the backdrop of what I be thinking about. I literally work with these kids. You know what I'm saying? That's who I work with. So I'm literally trying to create a reality in which they can thrive. Well, believe they can thrive.
And see, I'm with you on that, dude. I'm trying to actually try and find a way to start community programs where I live.
Yep, it's gonna happen with us putting pressure on the politicians. And my political stance is the answer is in the middle. I'm not extreme.
Now, okay, now, but like I said, I put at the title and before I turned it over to everybody else. But I don't. I don't. Like I said, I know purposely why I do what I do. Like I said, I've tried to talk to different sides, content creators, and see their little narratives of what they want to use certain shit for, or they'll try to tell me what the fuck I need to do, or how I need to be loyal to and shit, but don't put no fucking money in my pocket. Or I heard other people give me certain narratives of what I should be on code about. And I always wonder, I say, listen, you know, talk is cheap. I want to see it actually put into work, you know. And I agree. Like some people, you know, some people just want to just be at the top and get their code. Versus other people, they actually do believe in what they're doing and they actually putting it to work. You know, and you know, you always gotta ask these questions. Like I said, when I'm hearing about it, you know, when I'm hearing about it, and you know, honestly, I don't give a shit who says black power or white power and all the other powers and shit, because I know at the end of the day, ain't none of y'all. You don't. If y'all had power, y'all asses wouldn't be on YouTube. You would have been going off doing your own damn thing, running shit. You don't got no power. That's why
we wouldn't have a political system the way it is.
It's a fictitious dream. If that was the case, y'all would have been starting your own damn schools and running your own shit and say fuck the system. I got more chance of believing goddamn the Jewish power because they don't need to answer to nobody. They just go off and do whatever the fuck they want. The powers that be don't need to answer to nobody. They just do whatever the fuck they want. That's power. I've seen power. What it's in here, what people like to believe is power, it's a fucking lie. That's why people say, well, you need to be loyal to this. I'm like, well, show me my God that I need to pray to and fall on my knees to and sacrifice a lamb. And I'll probably think about it. I don't believe shit no more.
Hey, BMT, I wanted to ask you real quick, brother. Are you saying, because I looked at the title, that's what attracted me. I was working on something. And
I know. I put it there for a reason like that.
Yeah, but I mean, the group that went into the Capitol,
right?
You know, I mean, this group. Let's identify them, right? Are you saying that they Trump support? Are these Trump supporters that went into the Capitol? Are these Antifa? Which group would you say went into the Capitol?
I will say that's Trump supporters. I will say that
Okay,
was Trump supporters.
okay. Because I just that's what kind of triggered me and got me up here on the panel.
No, that's fair for you. That's fair for you to say that. I understand this. I proved my time and tenure in what I practice, what I preach. I don't mind supporting brothers who are trying to do something. I don't mind supporting you. I don't mind supporting other tech brothers who are trying to find their way. I go over there and support Mike. I even sometimes stop by and support Taz and all that stuff. Listen, I am an agnostic believer. I am a sacrilegious bastard. So I don't have no side I belong to. And that's what pisses off a lot of people when they deal with me. But they're like, he's not this or he's not that. Then I'm like, then show me the way. If you show me the way, if you show me your way is feasible, then I will go on. Like I said, I asked a legit question that anybody could have came up to the altar, non-biased, and literally say, okay, then if with the way the country's going right now, with nobody having no sense of direction, if Brother Rob has a way to show his people or his children or his community the way, like, listen, y'all, with the way shit's going right now, I'm taking my family, my children, just like I did to my, and I'm gonna do a story about that tomorrow. I pulled my kids out of the church in front of a congregation.
Oh no!
I did that, and mind you, I had a whole salary, 2,000 a goddamn week. Oh, I had a whole salary, but I didn't believe in the bullshit. I didn't believe in the games. I didn't believe in taking the people's money and then telling them it'll be okay. But the same woman comes up the next week. Maybe that's me. Some other people, they don't mind, but they know people who are desperate enough, they'll look for anything to believe. But I walked out. I even took a picture. I got called up before the bishop and all of them and got chastised. But I said, I'll take that L. I'll take that walk. Can I go back? Oh, yeah. I got 3 churches I can go take over. I'm not hurting. It's very easy. That's why I said YouTube is easy for me. It's like it's just non-communicating church. I just don't have to look in y'all face. But however, you have to practice what you preach. I believe in you, Brother Rob, because you are hands-on. You are hands-on with the youth of our community. I believe in Mike because he's hands-on. He's a builder. I believe in KS because he is the future of our community. And when I talk to brothers like KS and them, they don't mind going to all these other groups and seeing like, hey, so what's going on over there? So it's not going to be enough to just say white supremacy is the devil, because then they're going to bounce back. Mind you, you're dealing with children who came up through the crime bill era. If I'm wrong what I'm saying, Cam, you can stop me. But you're dealing with kids who came up during the time of fear and terror, and also dealing with oppression. And I get what Brother Rob is talking about, but we also got to be realistic that, listen, either we're going to provide a way or a means for our people to make it, because, be honest, does the black woman trust the black man right now? Fuck no. That broad ass been trust us for goddamn 20 years. Does the black man have faith in his black community? Hell fucking no. The black man in the goddamn church. I can't find y'all. I find y'all niggas at the goddamn gas station cashing lottery tickets. Many of y'all get some money, y'all go out there and chase some foreign broad. Anything with goddamn coochie and goddamn bling, y'all go chase that shit. But I don't tell them about let's go fight the oppressor. What oppressor? You oppress your own damn self. The white man, shit, he can't even control his goddamn bitch. She done run off and shaving her goddamn head and think she's having fucking sex with animals and shit.
Hey, you speak for other white people's bitches, not mine.
Hey, I'm just calling what we see. We just calling what we see out there on TV.
Hey, not all of them are Britney Spears, buddy.
Okay, Brittany kind of fucked it up for the rest of y'all. She fucked it up. Y'all had Brittany, but she fucked it up. Don't worry. We got Beyonce. We still dealing with that pretty.
There's always one bad apple in the bunch, man.
But that's the thing about it. I don't like it when my brothers get judged for the fuckery. Now, the thing about it is, and I said, well, just the same way they all say comply, that card needs to be thrown at black people a lot. Black people need to comply. I didn't see no compliance on Wednesday of last week.
Well,
I didn't see no Blue Lives Matter on Wednesday. I didn't see none of that shit.
That's a goddamn fact.
So
most of the motherfuckers are hypocrites as a motherfucker when it comes to that.
Ashley Babbitt.
So now all the rules are out the table when motherfuckers tell me, hey, you should care. I don't give a fuck to care. Every dog for himself. Do what you need to do. If my brother needs help, he says he needs help, I'm going to choose what's right for me that's done right by me. I'm going to just do that now. It's a doggy dog world. I'm a merc for hire.
Right.
Whoever feeds my needs. But if you're not going to help me build, then I don't give a fuck who you are. You can.
And I'll be goddamned if I'm going to let someone else weigh my opinion about shit.
So I'm just saying. At this point in 2021, whatever rebel army people are saying that they run into, whatever they believe in, I need to see you. I need to see you.
He wants receipts, motherfuckers.
Well, no. Well, here's the thing about it. And me and Mike talked about this a long time. We even argued about this.
You've argued about this, BMT.
I know. And here's the thing about it. And this is the thing I asked. If you're talking about rebellion and going against whatever grand scheme, what is the independent system you have set apart for us to make us want to branch off from the system that we already are on? You can't. It's just like Chicken George family when they got out of slavery, and his son said, "Let's just leave the plantation," and the other son said, "Where the fuck are we gonna go? All we know how to do is farm. That's all we are farmers. So what are we gonna do? I don't care. Let's just go out there and travel. Man, we got women and children and old people. We can't just go out there and walk around. We got to be able to feed these babies. Some of us have responsibilities. Yep. I can't just stop and just run off into a war, but not have nobody gonna take care of my woman and my children."
Man, that's why I say the answer is in the middle, bro. Like these extremes. Look, bro, you know that I wouldn't say that all Republicans are bad. I wouldn't say that all Democrats are good.
Right.
The answer is in the middle. And me, because I am an active participant, I'm a community activist, I'm an educator. I put my money into the community. All my free time is in the community, except for what I'm doing right now. You know what I'm saying? So that's my perspective. And how am I gonna make that happen? I need to make it happen through unity. I need to make it happen through some people that we didn't elected. And hey, bring me the bag. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm ever successful with my process, I'm willing to share it with you, BMT. I'm willing to share it with you, Trailer. If your intentions are to improve your community and not infringe on mine.
That I respect. I respect the hell out of that.
Man,
that's where I'm at, dude.
Yeah, because see, look, right, for me, black power means black love, right? Where black people actually love black people. There's so many, man. I
would love to see the black community love itself, man. I would love that.
Yeah, so that's why I'm all with the black. So that don't mean that I have to hate white people because I love us.
Right.
And look, that's what I was trying to get at. That's all I was trying to, basically find out was where you were at when you said that. I wasn't trying to condemn you or anything like that. I was trying to find out where you were, what you were trying to accomplish, what your goals are. I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? This is the first time you and I as far as I can remember. I'm sure we probably talked before.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
as far as I can remember, this is the first time we've actually had an in-depth conversation.
no doubt. So just to let you know, I mean, as you can see, I didn't get overly excited about it. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I got controversial views. I don't even line up with all of my Black Power brothers on everything. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, though, I love us.
I gotta get
And I hold the people who ran up into the Capitol responsible. They made all Americans look bad. All of us. All of us look like a bunch of monkeys on the international stage for electing Trump, for allowing him to do all of the things that he did while he was in office. And it's gonna go down in infamy. I mean, I'm somewhat of a historian, right? I study history
We all should
I
be.
study it actively. I'm telling you, Wednesday, man, he cemented his position as the worst president. Hey, he passed Hoover when he did that Wednesday, bro. I'm
Now,
telling you.
see, but what the only thing that I was trying to get across to you is what you need to understand is the same people that are trying to tout everybody there as terrorists and traitors are also the same people that have done news reports and called the black community thugs and criminals when shit goes wrong.
Exactly.
I don't
see. That's what I'm saying. Now let me say something real quick, right to that point. I don't want to forget this. See, what I'm talking about, Rob. This is the difference because I'm black. I'm a Black Power. I was raised in Black Power, Shrine of Black Madonna, Nation of Islam, and I am for Black love and Black Power. And the thing is, that's what I've been doing all my life. I was literally raised in it. But at the same time, though, it's interesting. It's interesting that when a lot of black folks, like, for example, we call Trump, like you said, all Republicans may not be bad, but sometimes we might say, well, if you're a Trump supporter, you're bad, right? Because that's the same thing. But what I'm saying is we have to acknowledge some facts. Some facts is there's millions of white people that believe, in their idea of America and they want to save it. Now, those millions of people have a different perception of what America is. You see, than black people. They have a different perception of what America is than black people. And
I know some black nationalists and some black people that are anti-immigrants and all that shit too.
Some. I'm talking about a different. I'm just talking about in on the whole, in general terms here. I'm saying this, that if we're gonna line ourselves and demonize people who supported Trump just because they supported Trump,
no, you shouldn't.
But we're gonna be on the side of Joe Biden, who created the crime bill. We're gonna be on the side of Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and or Reagan, all these type of people. Why should we do that? Why should we even be taking sides of this thing? Because that's not our thing. Because when we get something for ourselves, actual power, or do something for our community that's good, there's a group of folks that feel threatened who happen to be white. Not all of them, but I'm just saying there's a group of them that literally feel threatened because black folks had something good happen to them. And that's what we got to be looking at. So I don't think it's smart for us to be necessarily picking sides. Like, I can't demonize a person because they want to support Trump more than I can demonize somebody who supported Hillary or whatever. I can't pick and choose that way. I got to pick and choose off of do you look at me getting something as a loss for you? Or do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's some white folks that actually feel like if black folks get something good happen to them, then that somehow they lost status or something. That's how I choose who's good and bad.
It's on the coffee table.
So here's my standard, right? My standard is this, right? When we really start adding
can you trailer, while you're not talking, can you do the mute thing real quick?
Yeah, hey man, I know this is off topic, but have any of you guys ever put a kid toy together that looks so fucking simple it's fucking retardedly fucking seems impossible to put together?
Yeah, I have.
Because that's what I'm out here doing, trying to put together one of them little sandbox excavators for my boy, and it's got like 3 pieces and 4 bolts, and it doesn't want to fucking cooperate.
Get the instructions.
Dude, the instructions have literally 2 instructions.
It's a new Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Hey. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll mute myself, man. I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. I'm sorry. It looks like my internet connection is really unstable right now, and then I got an appointment, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump off of here, man. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate you letting me up, BMT.
I was enjoying the conversation. Where you going?
Good perspective.
Yeah, I got an
Brother
appointment
Rob,
at
I
5,
thought
so
you
I
did
gotta
an
go.
immaculate job.
But I
thought you did a
appreciate
really
it, and I'll be back.
You did a good job, bro.
All right, thanks.
Like I said. All right.
Go.
Well, I'm backing out.
You gotta
I'm letting
do
y'all
what
have
you
it.
gotta
Everything.
do. You gotta do.
It's
what
not
you
like I
gotta
said.
do.
But I would have.
Don't go to
We're
sleep,
doing here
BMT.
by none. No. Like I said, I'm not. Like I said, all I did was just open up the grill. What y'all bring on the grill and talk about, because we're looking at it in a day and age right now where people are looking for direction. They're looking for direction. I may not. I most likely am not the one to do it. I probably am not the one to do it. It may be something where it might be up to Mike, or it might be goddamn a nun or somebody. You know. But understand in the story in the Bible, Moses had the vision to get the people to the promised land, but he wasn't the one that walked them into the promised land. He died. He was taken before that could happen. I think that's the thing about it that we need to realize that, a lot of us think that we are the ones to get to walk in. You can be the one that has the vision. That doesn't mean you'll be the one that'll walk your people in. You may not. You probably might have a mindset that's too old, if you understand what I'm saying. So you can't see that far into that position. But that might be something where, as to Mike might be saying, brother, you did your fight, so I'll take them the rest of the way. I can only just respect that and say, you know what? And see, that's a big issue that people have when it comes to these types of things. They think that they are the one that's going to start it and finish it. That's not true. I wasn't the one that originally started the war, but I was the one that was there for the middle, and I left and I came back and I was there for the end.
Very wise words, brother. Very wise words.
Well, you start living long enough in combat, you start seeing the world a lot different.
What BMT means is you can start and set a path to the right direction, and you don't necessarily lead, but that's your leadership right there. When you set the right path, and everybody goes into the right path and succeed by it, just like your forefathers and mothers did, set up and build a concept they call the Republic Constitution. Everybody was building back then because they had the correct path. But then again, it's a human race. You know what we lack? We're greedy motherfuckers. So there has to be somebody out there that comes in and always fuck up a good thing. Always. There's always somebody that comes down the line and fuck up a good thing. That's what BMT was talking about.
Yeah.
And I agree with that.
Should be. Yeah, because you got to give new people the chance to start over. You got people down at the bottom of the tier of the situation that need a chance to, and those people at the top, they make it so hard for those bottom people's ideas to get expressed. So some have to mess those people up and collapse. You can start all over again.
For example, you come to me, Super Mike, and you say, Anakin, I'm going to vote you into the office where you can serve my needs. our needs, not my needs, our needs. You and
Right.
BMT and KS and everybody, information and hooded one. He comes. You all come in and says, "Okay, Anakin, you're good at this management, and make sure you manage our things that we can't manage because we don't have time for it." So I come in and I see all the wealth that you all generating, and then boom, it kicks in me that greed. And instead of being your public servant, since you're paying me for my service, you know, it's flat out $193,000 and $400 every year. Every public servant make that except the House Speaker. She makes over 200 grand a year. But when you pay me all that money, that means I don't have time to do what you all are doing. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do to fulfill everybody else's need. It's called patching in. That's the Republic Constitution. But then again, my greed comes in down the line, and then my son comes in, and I vote him in, actually install him in somewhere, and now that's veering off the path. And then 3, 4 generations later, it's all clusterfuck. Instead of being your public servant, I start acting like your fucking leader or your tyrant leader, just like happened in Iraq. That's why I come here and I see it happening, and I
Exactly.
kept telling everybody, listen, this is not right. I'm seeing Iraq again here. And everybody was saying, no, no, you don't understand. This is America. Yeah, I understand this is America. That's why I came here, because I saw the beacon of light all the way from my west due on the horizon. And I focused my eyes.
Where are you from originally? Where are you
Iraq.
from?
I was born in Iraq.
Okay.
I was raised in Iraq. I lived in the fucking hellhole shit there. It was total darkness. It was ran by a dictatorship.
Saddam.
Excuse me about that. I had to cough. Excuse me. And it was ran by the Democratic Socialist of Al Ba'ath Party. Before that was by Nationalist of Iraq, which they were racist as fuck. And before that, it was Republic of Iraq, which everybody was generating wealth up to fucking holy shit. Everybody was rich. There was no poor people before that. So I come here, and in mid-90s, when I was living in Detroit, 1995, 96, they started breaking down Chrysler, Ford, except GM. GM started moving down south, like in Texas, and going in all directions. They broke down these big companies. They were wealth generators in Detroit, which is majority black communities. And they were skilled workers. I was talking
That's
about,
where a lot of that manufacturing
black engineers. They were working there. They got all laid off, all of them, and they started moving them to China. And I said, Bill Clinton is a motherfucker.
Yeah.
He's bad.
Yeah.
These politicians gotta go. And everybody was laughing at me at that time. And I said, watch what's gonna happen. You're gonna have another fucking Nagasaki and Hiroshima right here.
Yeah, but the Rust Belt is a prime example of working class, black and white people punching into the same job, punching out. They were able to afford their homes for the most part. And I think that people have to get to a point where they realize if you're working with somebody, chances are they have no more power over your life than you do theirs. So you need to look up. And that's who's really controlling things. But at this point, with the pandemic, and people do have an argument as far as like, well, how is this business allowed to open, but my business isn't? They have an argument. And so, yeah, you're seeing people who are starving, and the only difference is just everyone is not on the same page, because some people do have, savings accounts and they were more prepared for the pandemic, and other people weren't as prepared and they were already living paycheck to paycheck. But then there's also, racial issues and geographic issues and shit. So after what happened at the Capitol, I don't think that's going to be the last thing that's going to happen. But I just know that DC is never that happening at DC. The chances of that are like 1 in a million.
Don't be so sure. This a trend. This a trend because that's not the only place where that happened, right? You got to look at that. I think something
Yeah,
happened down
Nashville.
in Georgia. Yeah, in Georgia too. Georgia Secretary of State was surrounded. Something happened in California to somebody.
Oregon
It's
is
at the
burning
same
right
time.
now.
Yeah, but that's my point. I'm
Yeah.
saying it'll happen maybe at a state level, like, but it's. I don't think.
Oh no, it's
DC
gonna happen down there too. Again.
I don't
No,
know.
no. Let me tell you why I say that. Let me say why I say it. It's because when you see a thing, it's almost like when you start popping popcorn. The heat hits on, no, you don't hear nothing. Once you hear that first pop, that's not over. That energy is still there. There's nothing that's reversing the trend. This is like what Anunnaki said back then in the 90s and stuff with the closing of the country, all that stuff was going on. This is a trend. This was heat. It's like pushing us towards this thing, right? That we're seeing here. And right now we're seeing some of the first little corns. Well, not the first corns, because to me, once they tried to arrest the governor in Michigan, Whitmer, you should have been all over their behind. The sheriff sat up there and defended the dudes that try to arrest the governor, and he's still working. So that's letting you know that this thing is not over. This is like it's going to grow. It's on the upswing. It's not something that just a one-off. You see what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I say, like,
But I think
when somebody creates, like BMT was talking about, when you create a path, I'll give you an example. I have a relative who lives in Chicago, works for a company as a CNC engineer. And this company was built by a German guy who came from Germany, and they produce high power voltage equipment, for supplying the cities in the United States and the world. It's a worldwide company that produces parts and replacement parts and the transformers and everything. Mm-hmm. Now, in his will, before he died, the owner, he had kids. He made a secondary secret will against his family, but for the workers. In that will, it says, he was saying that if he dies and his kids wants to sell the company, automatically strip them from the right of owning, like denying the first will that they own the company. And therefore, the workers must buy the shares for the company only because they've been there, especially those been 10 years and up there. So my uncle had 12 years in there already, And then he asked me, he said, Anakin, what do you think? I said, I think you should buy the shares. Buy as many as you can. This is your opportunity to become one of the owners. So they tried to sell it, and then the lawyer says you can't sell it because once you try this, and there's the second will right here, and I was instructed not to give it to you until now, since you wanted to sell it and get rid of it and get the money because you don't care about your workers. So the company now is owned by everybody, from the managers to the workers. Believe it or not. And it's worth $1.8 billion in everything that it makes. And it's a huge company. I forgot its name. It's not in Chicago. It's in Illinois, outside Chicago. But he had to drive to it every day, from Monday to Friday. It's like 45 minutes away from Chicago. So there is a concept right there, It's
yeah.
You don't see that.
It's like the thing is we gotta start learning how to look at trends, because trends are what you gotta change a trend to make a real change.
Exactly.
You can't really just see something like the stuff that we seeing right now. This should have been changed 30 years ago. You ain't about to change a systemic issue like as soon as you see it. You got to say, okay, you have to change the trend. It's just like what BMT was talking about. You could be starting something, but you may not be the one to finish it. Like, we're in this system, but we was born in this. You saying we just kind of waking up, looking our head around and trying to understand what's already here. if you want to change something for real, like actually change it, you have to look at, okay, what's driving the thing, and then you got to work on that thing. That's why people have fights over stuff that a
it's
lot
called
of people don't care
innovation.
nothing about. Yeah, people don't care nothing about. Like some people, as long as I'm getting a check in my and I got food in my refrigerator, and I could, it's not affecting me right now, I'm not even worried about it. I don't even know what's going on. There's a lot of people don't even look at the news. Yep, go ahead.
So, and I'll say it like this. Y'all want to know the reason why the black community went stagnant and dropped? But I remember a lot of people said, "What happened? We had this, we had that, we had X, Y, and Z. Why did we not succeed? Regardless of how many times we got hit, what was the secret that they kept on bouncing back?
Family.
Empty promises. That's what it is.
See, the thing about it was this. If I can only take y'all but so far. I can only take y'all but so far. If Love Wisdom was my daughter, and I said, "Listen, baby, your daddy, I'm not built for what's the next 20 years. It's time for you to take over." No, Dad. Everybody loves you. Everybody listens to you. It don't matter. It's time for you to take it. I can't take the fight. It's on you. See, one of the things about it that my granddaddy sat down. He said, "We didn't give y'all the power. We didn't turn it over." If anybody knows about electric, the conduit of the power has to transfer to another conduit. You can't keep it in that same. You can't keep it there. We didn't transfer the power. We understood the process. We understood that we need family and everything, but certain people did not want to give up the power. Look at this country right now. Certain powers that be don't want to give up their power. And so what happens is they become greedy, they become stale, and they're trying to force other people to slow down and agree with them. I'm not afraid to see a woman in a position to where she is able to do the job. I'm just not afraid. If anything, I encourage her. If you listen, baby, if you know what you're doing, go ahead. But I will see it where some men will fight that woman and say, "You shouldn't be doing that. A man should be doing that." I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying that. I know a lot of people going to get mad at BMT. Why are you saying that? It's written and ordained. But I said, what? But don't your same religion say that I can work through anybody who's ever? Well, that guy, look at him. He don't look like a leader. Oh, because he don't look stoic. He don't look all muscular. Anybody can step up. That's the problem. We're looking for the ideological leader or Messiah. Versus sometimes you don't always have to have a Messiah. You don't always have to have a leader. You just have to have the vision of where you're supposed to be going. Once you have that, you can never. The reason why you can never really get rid of ISIS is because ISIS is not a person; it's an ideal. And so long as it's an ideal, it can never die. I realized that. I realized that when a man told me, he said, "No matter if you can kill me, you can kill my son, you can kill as many of us as you want, but you can't kill the ideal." And when I realized that, I pulled my men out because I understood I can't kill what is an ideal. That is the true strength of what makes a force truly terrifying.
Right.
Because the ideal or the idealisms of what they believe in is what actually encourages them. No matter how many of us fall, we'll keep coming back. We shall rise. That is a legion terminology that you can't. That that puts fear in somebody because you cannot factor in, wait, when does this fight stop? How do we stop this type of energy? You can't. So when you hear people saying that this person should know their place, or we got to go back to the old day, brother, you can't go back. You can't go back. I hear this time and time and time again. Let's go back. Time does not rewind back. It only moves forward. This is why we are failing. I understand that, listen, I am going to grow old and die. So to all of us here. The reason why the other groups are starting to beat our ideologies because they're evolving with the time. We're trying to hold on to something that is not here anymore. Not to say we can't have our belief, but we can evolve and still hold on to the same dreams. I told that to my father. He said, you know what? I am wrong. You know what, son? I'm getting old. It's time for you to run the family. But he was able to acknowledge that his time has passed and it is my time. So that's the problem. Why, when we're talking about, well, what are we going to do for this? No, there is no we. Some of y'all, I'm sorry, need to sit the fuck down. You did your fight. I respectfully, I agree. I'm not a fighter like that anymore. I am a teacher. I'm a father now. If I got to fight, I'll fight. But guess what? This is now the younger men's fight. When they go out there and they're speaking their mind, this is their ideology and their belief. But a lot of people don't want to accept or understand that. So they'll do anything to hinder them from developing and growing because they fear what? That they're going to fall by the wayside. But if you train up a child in the way they should go, they'll remember you, they'll honor you, and they will hold that sacred with its due. But I get tired of hearing, well, as a young guy, I can hang with you. No, I can't. I'm not trying to. I'm not. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to fold my head up with any grandeur beliefs. Neither should y'all. Mike has wisdom. So does Anon. KS, you're a young brother. Now is your journey. So when KS be asking the questions, we be getting people get mad. Oh, shut up. What do you know? You young. You're right. So I'm asking you, not disrespecting you. Love wisdom. Love wisdom. She's growing. She's building her family, her nation. It's time for a lot of older people. We need to step the fuck. And I'm not old, but I understand my place in the grand scheme of things. But what we have it is a lot of people trying to hold on to the old, and it's not. We're not there no more. We're not there. That's the real. That's the realism of what is here now. We just don't. We got to be front. We got to be upfront about that. So we pass it on to Love Wisdom. I think she's up here. I don't want to hog it. Go ahead, Love Wisdom.
No, you was on point. And to piggyback off what you were saying, it does kind of it kind of reminds me of wrestling, like your Ric Flairs, your Stings, your Hulk Hogan's. Just refuse to pass the torch to the new people coming in. At some point, you gotta transfer it. If you don't transfer it, you go nowhere. And this is why I say in 2021, I'm working with the willing and the able. The willing and the able, I don't care if you black, white, Asian. I'm working with the willing and the able. Because I believe, right, in empowering our people. But I also understand the world that we live in. The 48 Laws of Power says do not isolate yourself as a fortress. You got to work with people that's willing to work with you. If you have somebody that says, I get it, I understand it, let's try to work together, then you work together and build. You can't change everybody's minds. That's not going to happen. There's some people that is going to be left behind, and you got to leave them there. And you got to move forward with people that's willing to move forward. And to your point about our community BMT, I tell our people, man, quit telling everybody our plight. Let me tell you why. And I'm not trying to be rude. Everybody knows that already. What everybody's asking us. So what y'all going to do about it? Stop explaining our plight to everybody. Everybody knows it. You can Google it. You can look at the encyclopedia. You know what our people go through. You're not going to change people's minds about us. You got to work with people who willing to say, man, fuck all this. Let's work together. You work with them people. Everybody else, fuck them. Because the more we tell our people what we deal with, people like, we don't give a fuck. We went through the same thing too. Look where we at. And then it becomes a going back and forth. Work with the willing and the goddamn able. And everything else, as John Henry Clark said, throw it in the ash can of history. That's how I am in 2021.
Real facts.
Like I can't do it anymore. Especially when we're dealing with our own stuff in the community that we tend to sweep under the rug. We sweep a lot of shit under the rug that we don't want to address and we don't want to acknowledge. So we got to clean up what we messed up first. We got to clean our shit up first. But you can still work with other people that are willing and able to work with you. That's how I am going forward. I'm not isolating myself as no fortress, because you can get penetrated from within. Your own people can fuck you over. And then you can be so blockheaded. People on the outside can manipulate you with anything. You got to stay alert at all times and work with people who are willing to work with you, as it should be. You can still be for your people. That's normal. That's natural. Everybody's going to put their people first. That's normal. But when it's time to say, okay, I'm going to handle my shit with my people, but you and I, we got something working together that can benefit both of our people, then fuck it. Let's do it.
Can I expand on that?
You sure can.
What you are saying is 100% fact, and the fact that we have been conditioned not to work together is why we are in the fucking mess we're in. Because you know what most people fail to realize is our common enemy that we all share. They are working together.
I give you an example in my case. I came here in 1993, port of entry in New York, November 4th, under Section 207. Lost everything. I had to lose everything in order to save my family. And they promised me a future. I come here, by law, I went and I got my selective service just in case if America get invaded, and got my Social Security, got my ID, got everything I need. Now, the only thing I couldn't do, and they never gave me, was my neutralization to become a citizen. I worked everywhere. I work in GM, I work in Ford, I work in Chrysler, I work in engineering, TME, MCC, PLC, programmable logic commands, and I work in robots a lot. Those industrial robots. I can fix them. I can make them run. I can build one if you want. Then comes PAE, Pacific American Engineering. This is a global American. This is a real American engineering. When they look at my resume, they said, we would love to have you here with our scientists to build the facilities, extend the facilities for them in Antarctica. However, since you don't have a citizenship, we need you for over a year here, like 14 months easy. But because you don't have that, we can't have you. So how am I supposed to go and get that job and get that money and then build something for the next generation to come so I can pass them that torch? How am I going to do that when I'm denied that right?
You're not a citizen?
No, they never gave me the citizenship.
But you have a green card, right?
Document allows me only 1 year. I have to renew it every year. If I leave United States, I have to renew it every year. It's a refugee travel document. I'm still under Section 207. My case is still pending for no reason. Although I went to these crooked politicians, every single one of them, Even John McCain. You know,
So, but you're legal here, right?
I am legal. I'm under the
And they're telling you
I
can't
got
work.
I-94 alien registration number. I got Social Security. I got
You got a work
selective
visa and
service,
shit.
for the love of God.
And they're telling you can't work.
No, I can work, but I can't work outside the United States because that contract was in Antarctica.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, and I
What do you
can't.
got to do to become a naturalized citizen?
Like 11 months, and they wanted me for 14 months. So the contract's supposed to extend to 2.5 years, helping scientists to develop new devices. And since I have technical mechanical engineering experience for over fucking 10 years,
Didn't you come from the sandbox, though?
Huh?
Aren't you from the sandbox?
What do you mean sandbox?
Didn't you migrate over here from the sandbox over?
Oh yeah. I'm from the I'm
Why
from
the fuck do you want to go to Antarctica then, man? You're tropical.
Am I what?
I said, why would you want to go to Antarctica? You're a tropical person. It's cold as fuck down there.
I don't care. I'm trying to get that contract.
I'm just fucking with you, Ronnie.
Scientists, man. Are you kidding me? When you work with scientists, engineers and scientists work together.
I'm just fucking with you, Ronnie.
Yeah, the scientists discover the shit, and we tell them, does it work or not? That's our job.
I'll tell you what, you ain't ever going to catch this white honky ass down in Antarctica.
I like it there. I want to see the penguins.
I just want to see if there's really an ice wall.
Maybe I put a sand grain right there, and I said, "Hey, this is fucking."
If you ever go down there, will you tell us if there's a real ice wall?
What?
If you
That's some
do
deep
ever make it down
contracts.
there, will you tell us if there's a real ice wall and if the planet's flat?
Well, I was about to go there and discover if there was real ice wall or not. That's another thing. Good
Where'd
idea.
you get your training? Where'd you get your training?
Here in the United States.
What's your educations? Yeah, like what schools did you go to get your
I
engineering
didn't go to
stuff?
schools. I work with
All
companies.
on the
I work
field
with GM at Fisher Detroit
In Dearborn?
Fisher plant.
Oh, you
No,
work.
Fisher plant.
Oh, you work downtown. Okay.
Yes,
GM
I
in the
worked
Fisher
in
Fisher building.
the engineering and drafting classes.
See,
They
I was,
were given to me through the company, and then once I learned the American engineering philosophy, I was shipped to California. From California, I went back again to Detroit, and then I was supposed to go to Germany, but I didn't have the citizen to further get my degree there in mechanical engineering.
I'm
Because
not an engineer or anything, but I am certified in running data Cat 5, Cat 6 data cables. I'm BISCI certified. I'm certified in running fiber optics, and I can build core rooms.
yeah, that's called installation, and that's called
Yeah, the
installation
installing
and
side.
service. Yeah.
Yeah, and I never went to school either. I learned all that shit in the field.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can go and take a test for that
Apprenticeships.
for $300 or $100 or something like that.
I
You
think
take
But you
I
gotta
my
learn it
boss
first.
like $250 to get me certified.
Well, you gotta learn. See, that's another show. BMT. I don't know if he's listening, but like we gotta have that show to do them because actually a lot of people are disappointed too because they're spending a lot of money in these colleges,
They're
wasting money
their
on
money.
degrees and stuff, getting tricked. And see, that's another reason why if you don't understand the deception of this capitalist crap, these big business people, then you're going to waste a lot of your family's money. You're going to waste a lot of your family's time in pursuing things that you mainstream media is telling you that's cool, like big giant college degrees that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, but you can't find any employment using, or you can't find any but instead of doing the certifications, learning how to get the engineering degrees, or learning how to get the electrical licensing and contractor licensing, all these type of things, Cat 6, Cat 5, linemen's work, all kinds of stuff, and people don't know how to get access to it. So there's a lot of frustration out there.
TME. Well, he can be in TME and MCC. That's where Ninja field.
But that goes back
MCC.
that goes back to like high school education, because they've made like trades is almost like you have to go to like a private, at least for my area, you have to go to like a private school. Like back when I
There
was in high
was
school 10 years ago, they only had like
we have
pottery.
TriStar
That was it.
program.
They had pottery.
there
They didn't
was a
have like
great
wood shop or
program.
nothing.
There was a great program in Detroit. I think they destroyed it. It was set
Votech.
up by
It's called Votech.
back in the
Yeah.
60s.
We had a Votech school, but you to apply to get in, and then you had to get accepted. Whereas for regular public school, it's not really standard.
Yeah, you
So-
have to pass the ASSET test first.
See, now when I was in high school, anybody could go to a vocational school once they got into
Yep.
junior year.
Maurice is in the house.
But what a lot of these young kids need to understand.
But
is,
you see what I was
right
saying,
now,
like trailer, like
right now,
Go
can
ahead.
I? Yeah, right now,
Go ahead,
what
go
they
ahead.
don't realize is welding. Welding is a job
Yeah.
that desperately needs people to employ, and that is a job
Yeah.
that will never go away. Pipe fitters, they need employees. You know, those kind of jobs. Plumbers, they need them now, bad.
Yeah.
And those jobs never go away. You're always going to need welders. You're always going to need pipe fitters. You're always going to need plumbers. You're always
And
going to need
that's-
electricians.
Yeah.
Always.
And that's what I was
Yeah.
that's what I was telling the kids in my old neighborhood. Go get a trade, because I went to a Votech high school, and like KS said, you had to apply and you had to take the test and get accepted. So my high school, they had machinery, they had auto, electric, business technology, multimedia. And I took drafting and design, I took electric, and then I
Wow.
finally went into business technology. But even the public high school, they had trade. But what happens is I graduated in 2002. They said like around 2003, it just phased them out of the high schools.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Mm.
graduated
So-
in '98, man, and I remember we had to take drafting class in industrial arts before were allowed to even touch any power tools.
Right. And I said, look, go take a trade, whether it's HVAC, whether it's a boiler cert.
Well,
Go-
you need to go to technical school. There is no more technical schools. Like Focus Hope used to run Detroit.
Yes.
Kid from
yes.
Detroit was under Focus Hope for free. It was a non what do you call it?
Yeah, Focus Hope.
Yeah, I have it.
I was going to do that.
They came to me in 2000 for the census 2000. I'm a registered artist too, on 29 states. Well, actually over 30 states now. But when they came to me, this is what happened. See, that's the problem. My own fucking people, the brown people, the fucking Iraqis, rose against me because
What?
when the city came to me and they said, well, he's got a record and he's an artist and he's registered, they wanted another guy to do the mural. They want one of them to do the mural, but they said he's from Iraq. They said, no, he's Assyrian. He's not an Arab. We represent Arabs.
Oh, wow.
So there's a difference
Yeah, there you have it.
Yeah, there's a difference there.
Naturalization too.
Fucking against me, even here in the United States, and I was like, okay. So I thought of them as a pothole. Okay, how do we avoid this pothole? What would you like me to do? I told them. I will do it. Oh, we need them to look like Arabs. I said, okay. So sign this paper that you want them to look like Arabs in the mural. So they did it, right? And then there's two girls who came in and from Focus Home, and they sat in the church too. You know, the church was
Where's the mural
gonna
at?
kill this guy.
Where's the mural at?
Yeah. It was on.
But
the
where
wall.
where was this? Yeah, where's it gonna be?
I have the record on it, the pictures, everything. It was supposed to be hung on 7 Mile and Woodward of that church called Sacred Heart on its wall.
Right.
And they did we hung it there. And it was 8 by 8.
There's a lot of Chaldeans over there too, right?
Yeah, Chaldeans. Yeah, those motherfuckers. Those were against me. There's like, he's not Iraqi. He's originally British. And I'm like, I'm not originally from. I was born in Iraq.
Anyway, I ain't gonna go into all that.
Okay,
But they're in Detroit. There's a lot of them out there in Hamtramck and Highland Park and stuff.
Yeah. The Shiite came in and they said, we're fine by Mr. Anakin. Or we like him. He's a good guy. He's an Iraqi. We consider him as
they
our
like
own.
you.
But the fucking others, the Sunnis and the Chaldeans, And even some of my own Assyrians, they kept themselves like distance, the Assyrians. But the Chaldeans rose against me. These are Iraqis, okay? They rose against me. So I don't know. I don't know, man. But then anyway, we did it. We put it, and I put it as Mesopotamians, ancient Mesopotamians. Be counted, fill it in, and send it out. That was the message, and it made it to you. But when they came and asked him for who did the mural, New York Times at that time came and asked him who did the mural. They said, "Oh, somebody from we don't know who did it." They even smeared my name out of the fucking mural. Yeah.
Because you know you're Iraqi, so that's kind of demonized. You're like Saddam
No, I'm
Hussein.
Assyrian. They hate Assyrians in Iraq. They hate us because we tell them we say we are the natives. You can't treat us like second-class citizens in our own land that you took from us. Yeah.
Well, now that's an issue right there. See, so that's interesting. That shows you that we have these issues all over the planet, though.
Of course, I've been trying to say to everybody, the racism fuckery is in every race inside that race itself. So if I am a brown, being fucking persecuted by my own brown people. How the fuck do you think the blacks and the whites and the fucking yellows and the reds gonna treat each other? This has been going on since the dawn of civilizations. All that race bullshit.
Yeah.
Because only the one who fear you, they will hate you.
And that's what love wisdom was trying to say. Like it's either there's either people trying to hurt you or they trying to help you, and just gravitate towards the people that's trying to help you.
Well, who's trying to help you? People like me and her and you and Super Mike. And
I'm gonna sign off, y'all. My phone is about to die, but yeah, it's good talking to everybody.
Who's trying to stop you is the people.
Likewise, Mike.
Hey, it was always a pleasure having discussions with you, brother.
Anytime.
It was good chatting with you, man. He's gone.
But no, that's pretty much where I've been at, is where love is too, man, is, just trying to somehow find a way to bridge this gap and, get people to, we got to work together, especially if we're on the same page, we're trying to accomplish the same thing.
You're not getting the picture. The picture is here. In the picture, there are people who are running the system, and these motherfuckers won't allow people like me and you to succeed because they know if we succeed, they are fucked.
Yeah, I know this.
They don't want people like us to succeed. Because
that's why they try and prevent people from hearing people like us talk with one another.
No, a thinking person is not fit for slavery. This war is about to strip us all from our identity. I live in America, therefore America is my home now. I consider myself as part of America. And
wait, hold
this
on.
war, what's coming now is to strip us all from our identity as a nation. They don't give a shit about your skin color. All they give a shit is how to cage you in and fucking spoon feed you.
Wait,
if I promised you 12 oranges, I gotta get them from somewhere before I fucking hand them to you. Think about that for a while.
What war, though, are you talking about?
What's happening right now in America?
It's not just America. This is happening globally.
There will be no more America. There will be extended part of fucking vessel of China communism.
But what happened? The good news is what you see globally. You're seeing a lot of people stand up and speak out about things like this, especially the protest of last year. It was just people all over the world in protest because when the populace finally realizes, wait a minute, we've been fucked. They've been playing us all along. That's where the danger comes in, because there's nothing more dangerous than an awakened crowd. As long as you can sprinkle a little distraction here and there and get to people's emotions, nothing's going to change. But when people start thinking and say, wait just 1 second. I talk to this person, I'm okay. I talk to that person, I'm okay. Do things happen? Absolutely. But y'all are doing this a little too damn much now. You know what I mean? So I think that's the good news. You are seeing people starting to speak out on things more and starting to really see things for what it is. But you're not going to get everybody on board. And you know what? I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
real
that's
fine
fine.
with not. Well, we got to convince. And I'm not convincing shit. I'm not doing it. Like if you can't see it for what it is at this point, I just don't have nothing for you at this point. If you just can't
Yeah.
see it for what it is.
And hope, and that was my thing with the whole. If those were
a
black
fucking
people,
man.
I was like, like okay, it's like we already know that.
It's
like,
fine.
it's like,
Those
what's
who
next?
doesn't want to be on board, they're going to be left on the shores.
Well, the truth of the matter is it isn't like they're going out of their way to hide what the fuck it is they're doing to this nation and the people of this nation. They are blatantly putting it right out in the open, and people are refusing to see it for what it is. You are morons if you don't see this shit. And I can't save you when the evidence is being put right in your face.
Well, that's true, but it's not the majority. There are still about. They banned the president's account on Twitter. You all saw that.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, he has 88.7 million followers. Guess what? They banned 88.7 million followers from Twitter too.
And you know what? Whether you like or
Why
like the president, who the fuck bans the president from a social media platform?
Right.
President.
Because they are afraid.
If
They
he
are
was
afraid
really in bed with Putin,
because
look,
time
if he was
to
really in
talk
bed
is
with Putin, he
finished.
would have pulled some Putin shit on that.
My book, Time for Diplomacy, is finished. It's time for action.
Yeah, but
People
the action
gotta prepare.
can't be taken. Look, Honor, in all honesty, in this country, the
Simple.
action cannot be taken on a federal level. We have to start locally first, and we have to take back our
Yeah,
local
well, it starts from locally, of course. It starts
know,
from 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, and then make a group, just like
That's the
BMD
biggest
was
problem.
talking about.
That's the biggest problem I find with most of these militias and patriot groups is they're trying to go straight to the top and not trying to fix the issues at the bottom first.
That is left for us. The rest of the body is for us, but they will get the militia and the military already ready for the fucking big heads.
Now, when I'm talking about militia, I'm talking about people like me and you.
People like me and you, all we need to do is to stay communicated. We must assemble, and we must organize. That's it.
We need to take our local governments back.
We will. That's why they're panicking. We still got 12 more days.
You know, because that's what I was discussing when I first came on this panel earlier was the fact that there's too many people in my generation that are, 35, 45, the Gen Xers, 50, that are not stepping up to the plate when it's their turn to step up to the plate and be a part of the political process. That's why we have all these 70, 80, and 90-year-old motherfuckers that are disconnected running shit.
Well, the crazy part is I think that sometimes when they try to do certain things, it only makes the problem worse.
Like, what do you mean? Elaborate.
So, for example, with Trump being banned permanently on Twitter, his base that already distrusts the media, the government, the left, whatever, that's just going to rile them up even more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong. As much as it's fucking crazy they banned Trump off of Twitter, it was probably the best thing for him because you know what? Other than his mouth and Twitter, he would have been halfway decent, honestly, in my opinion. Twitter and his mouth is what caused most of his problems.
Yeah, and I'm mad that bro Rob left before I came back up because I wanted to say, like, how is he the worst? Like, there was presidents that allowed slavery. There was presidents that went into countries for weapons of mass destruction and never had them. Like, how is Trump the worst? He might be the most vocal.
For real, dude. I will never forget 9/11, sitting there watching George Bush get told by the Secret Service that the towers got attacked, and the look on his face, and the look that I saw was, holy fuck, they really did it.
Right. I was a senior in high school when that happened, and we saw the whole thing, and it was just like, Wait a minute. Like, how could y'all have sat back and kind of let this thing like play out the way it did? I was like, where's the military? Like, what the hell is going on? And you're right. That look on his face was just like,
it wasn't
shit.
a look of we're under. That wasn't a look of we're under attack by a foreign body. That was a look of fuck. They really did it.
Right.
Well, no, they came. I think the CIA or the FBI actually officially came out and said like they knew of it a month or two, but I guess they just didn't believe. I don't know if they didn't believe it was going to happen or they let it happen so they could do some shit. I don't know, but it's
like
officially came out.
The one thing I know about our federal government is anytime they investigate something and that investigation results come out and no one's allowed to question it ever again, then you know that what they just told you is a lie.
Right. No one went to jail.
Right.
The only and I don't want to get too much conspiracies because I don't want to get too deep into that, but the creepiest part to me was that the guy took out the insurance policy like the day before. And I'm like, how is that a coincidence?
Well, look, dude, I've looked into 9/11 for a long time. That's what really got me into paying attention to shit was that. And I worked in like I said, I worked in a gray and ductile iron foundry. So I know the melting point of steel. All right. I worked in the melt department. That's what I did. I ran 220 from the time I was 25 to about, 26 to about 31. I ran 220 ton inductotherm melt deck furnaces. You know, and even if that jet fuel got hot enough, like they say it did, because they try and say that the flash point of that jet fuel was 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit. It burnt so fucking fast that there's no way physically possible for it to actually fuck with the integrity of them steel beams. Then on top of it, if it was the planes that took them down, we've watched in many scenarios where we've seen bombs go off in buildings that are tall or something like that, and the part that got taken out falls over.
Well, let me ask you a question.
The building doesn't collapse at near free fall rate like a fucking a stage detonation. It doesn't happen.
Let me ask you a question based on your knowledge of metals, right?
Yes.
Which one is stronger, aluminum or steel and concrete?
Aluminum or steel and concrete?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to say aluminum is
stronger.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Really?
Yeah. Why do you think cast iron engines are still running and the aluminum engines they get busted?
I used, like I said, I messed with iron, which you're taking plate steel and
iron and steel. It was built on 315 steel and 305 for the struts of the steels.
And I know that
that's what they were built on, and they had a certificate, international certificate, that these two towers could withstand Hurricane Class 5 and will not even budge.
Right.
Because they were over well built.
If you've ever seen what a bird does to a plane,
what a bird can do to an airplane nose?
Right. It'll fucking destroy it. And there's no way that plane went through that.
Tell me aluminum is stronger than the fucking concrete and steel is bullshit.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking. But I don't know. I had a brain fart.
Never been. And where was the engine? Engine should not go in there. Because the wings.
They said they found the engine, what was it, two weeks later, laying 4 blocks down the road in an alley somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think an airplane can go through a building that strong. It went. There was one that went in 1947 or 48. Went into the what do you call it? Empire State Building.
47. 1947.
47. Yeah.
Even if the fires
didn't even budge the building, it didn't even burn the steel.
Well, look, even if the fires did cause structural integrity issues, it would be the first time in the history of skyscrapers that a fire brought down a high rise. What was it in Dubai back in, 2015, 2014, something like that. They had that fucking fire in that high rise and it burnt for like 12 hours straight and the motherfucker's still standing. And someone, please, for the love of God, explain World Trade Center 7. Why the fuck did he even fall? It was nowhere near.
That's where the evidence were at.
Right. And it looked like a staged detonation. The way it imploded on itself.
That's because it was.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said,
was building
and I'm still waiting to find the evidence of the plane that supposedly hit the Pentagon because I saw a cruise missile.
What about the one in Pennsylvania that fell down?
Yeah, the one that the wreckage was just nothing but a bunch of trash dumped in a field.
Just a fucking big hole in the ground. Where's
the only thing that I find weird is just I believe it's the owner of the building took out an insurance policy the day before. That's the one thing that always gets me because I'm like, that's just too convenient.
Well, the other thing that you need to question too, though, is how the fuck did any of these people on these planes call their family? Have you ever tried to use your cell phone on an airplane?
I never been on no plane.
It is
it's horrible.
The passport that was melting there didn't fucking burn. I need one passport like that, man. That shit that does not burn the fucking jet fuel.
Right. That was funny about the passport, man. Everything else burnt down. There's molten lava under the fucking footprint of the fucking towers for 2 months.
But a clean passport
found on the ground. And they
I need material like that.
Yeah, they attack with box cutters. I find that to be very, very I said box cutters?
Yeah.
Well, what was extra suspicious too, what was it? NORAD was doing training
An
missions
exercise
that day as well.
Yeah. NEADS.
You know?
They were like, I think 150 miles out of New York when the second plane was coming. I said, wait just 1 second. How is it that any other day y'all on top of things, but today everybody seemed to be on vacation? Is this real world or exercise? Are you serious? Like even NEADS didn't even know what the hell was going on. It was like, is this a real world or exercise thing?
And then to top it all off, you know, the guy that supposedly did it is some dude in a cave in Afghanistan. We go over to Afghanistan for 1 day, make a right turn to Iraq.
Yeah, let me explain one to you all. The Iraqi security forces were trained by the American FBI and CIA security forces for the airplanes. Every time an Iraqi airplane flew, there was 2 agents sitting way in the back. There was actually 4, 2 in front, right next to the cockpit, 2 in the back, to fly the customers or the travelers from Iraq all the way to here. In 1983, they bombed the Iraqi embassy, along with the American Marine Center in Lebanon, killing Iraqi people and American Marines.
I think I read something about that.
Incident, 1983 or 82. They came to Iraq. These are the same motherfuckers. They came to Iraq, and he goes up and he says, Allahu Akbar, I have a bomb. If we hijacking your airplane, it didn't. Before even he finished the saying, the 4 agents, they shot him right there, killed him.
When they bombed that embassy, wasn't that right after the Iraqi oil embargo?
Yeah, they did that back in 84 and 85. And then that was when he made the deal in 86, Ramsfield, with Iran, and sold them the VX nerve agent and more parts for their F-14s from McDonnell Douglas back then.
Do you believe that they actually killed Osama?
They never killed Osama.
I don't think so either.
No,
I don't think so either. I say that
the way our military buried Osama, if that was really him, that would have started a fucking war.
Talking about in 83 and how the security forces works in the airplane itself. You mean to tell me those airplanes that flew and then they went to the fucking World Trade Center, they didn't have a fucking federal agent sitting there in the back with guns in their hands?
Or at the very least, don't they
Every
have like a marshal on the flight?
Trained on that by Americans. We were trained in Iraq by Americans of the security forces in your airliners. You know,
Just
we had
just to get
four.
just to get back to Bin Laden for a second. No, they didn't kill him because during the Iraqi war, the way they laid out Uday and Qusay Hussein as some sort of trophy that we done shot them up.
Right.
The thing with Saddam Hussein, hanging and they
Yeah,
caught
and
him
they
like a
televised
trophy.
that shit.
Right. So my thing is, how is it that these people were considered terrorists, or at the very least, terrorist sympathizers? You put them on display like a trophy case, as well as the bodies of innocent Iraqi men, women, and children. But when it comes to this one here, oh, we gave him an honorable Muslim burial and buried him at sea. Well, shit, he got more sympathy and more honor in his death than innocent men, women, and children. I said, how does a terrorist get an honorable burial and bury him at sea?
Well, actually, that was the way they buried him. That was that was actually, it went against their religion the way they buried him, because they buried him and dumped him in sea facing away from Mecca, I believe.
But my point was, stand still, stand firm against all these excess of evil. Oh, they are trying to manipulate the public from the truth. The truth is, even in Iraq, the third world, that was merging to become technological, because we were adapting the European, mainly American engineering technology.
Anu.
And
you want to know when I stopped?
No, allow me, please.
Sorry, I apologize.
Airplane, an Iraqi airline, had 4 Iraqi agents in it, and those agents were trained by the American security forces how to deal with a fucking situation if somebody tried to hijack an airplane. And believe me, you won't have even 10 seconds before you rise and try to hijack the airplane. These motherfuckers will kill you right there, dead on the spot, because there was 4, 2 in the front, 2 in the back. You don't know who they are. They look exactly, but sometimes you don't know where they're sitting. They could be in the middle. They could be, they could be spreaded. One in the middle, one in the back, and then 2 up front. So they trained us so good that Iraqi, even today, if you look at the records, the Iraqi airlines never had one single incident of aircraft hijacking. Even during the hijackings all over the world was going on, except ours. Because that's how good we were trained by the American force. And you mean to tell me these airplanes that they flew internationally and domestic, they didn't have at least one security agent in them? Bullshit. Every single fucking American aircraft that flies civilians, internationally mainly, they at least have 2 agents in it. At least.
You want to know when I stopped trusting the media and anything they said? When I actually went out and started doing rallies and shit, and started getting interviewed by reporters, and started having my words twisted and them lying about me personally. And that's
the media was established by the American Communist Party member, which they call him the Wolf of the American Communist Party, William Homer Thornberry. He established that bill in 49 and got passed in 1950 as a mean of propaganda. To supposedly was under the flag of, we're fighting the Russian communism. And it's still on, that bill, since 1949.
Where'd BMT go?
Yeah, I think he's busy.
That's a good question.
He's sitting in the back recording us.
The problem, though, is just that, media is everywhere and it's nonstop. Because growing up, we might have had one TV in the house. And, I'm a 90s baby or whatever, but we only had one, maybe 2 TVs in the house. So you only really watch TV maybe an hour or 2 in a day. You had the show that you watch as a family, and then you had, your mom's show, so she kicked you out the room like, this is my time, you got to go outside and shit. And now it's kind of like constant 24/7. And then
go outside. Shit, when I was a kid, I got locked outside.
Yeah. So, it's like a constant thing. And then you walk outside, there's advertisements, and other countries, it's not like that. Like if they turn on the TV, it's just straight TV. And when you walk outside, you don't really see billboards and advertisements all the time.
Bro, I remember when we got our first color TV. Straight up, dude. I remember still going up and fucking having to turn the damn knob for my dad because I was a remote, for the Farmer 5 that we got off the antenna. I remember when they finally came out with remotes, and it was a happy day for me.
Yeah, and then they fucked that up by making it so you could only leave the TV on like channel 3 and 4.
Right.
But yeah, it was lifting those big ass TVs with the fat ass back. That built character and fucking muscles. Them big ass Toshiba and RCA TVs.
Yes, it did.
Like, do you remember when Michael Jackson came out with this Thriller video, and they first debuted it on HBO?
Those TVs turn you to Dr. Zachary Smith. Oh,
bro, carrying those up like a flight of steps because
that was hell.
Yep, because you got to put that shit in someone else's room, or your mom wants you to take that from the living room and put it in her room, and then the new TV's going in the living room and shit. And you know what though? Those TVs, I bet you, still all work to this day. All you gotta do is smack the back if the color gets fucked up.
Smack the back. Put a little bit of aluminum foil on the antenna, so you can keep that perfect color. Yeah.
Have the rabbit ears hanging off the back and shit.
Mm-hmm.
See, kids don't know about that shit, having rabbit ears connected to a couple fucking wire clothes hangers with a half a roll of fucking aluminum foil going all the way out the window.
That's right.
I ain't old enough for that.
No, but back then, though, those TVs had good reception, good color, and most importantly, TV had a time limit where it just cut off at 11 o'clock? Yeah, cut off at 11 o'clock, come back on 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and so that's one of the things that we kind of, miss, because everyone kind of has a TV in their room and they all doing the same thing, and there's not enough people still sitting down doing family time.
Hey, do you remember when they finally came out with remotes? Well, you're about my age. And then when they came out with the cable boxes, they didn't have a remote for the first gen cable box. It was a fucking dial knob.
Yeah, they didn't have it. And my mother used to be so mad, like, oh my God, because you had to get up and turn it.
Remote for a TV and a dial knob for the fucking cable box, you moron.
But when them cable boxes first came out, if you had cable, everybody came to your house.
We always had cable once cable came out, because my uncle worked for Time Warner all his life, so he would just come hook it up right from the pole for us.
See? That was the good old days.
Yeah,
but to KS point,
with that shit no more.
Right. To KS point, it was one TV, and it's kind of like, I think that's kind of like how a lot of some of my friends, we knew about soap opera because we had to watch it. Mm-hmm. We had to watch Knots Landing and Falcon's Crest.
In the afternoon.
Yeah, we had to watch it because that's what your mama and them watch. And I was like, I want a TV of my own.
Right.
Saturday morning.
Cartoons. Remember, you'd only get cartoons for 2 hours before school, an hour after school, and for 4 hours on Saturday.
Yes. I'm like, okay, get up at 7 o'clock in the morning from 7 to 9. Let me watch the Saturday morning cartoons, because I know when she come in here, I can't watch nothing but what she watched.
Once cartoons were over, it was wrestling.
Yes, wrestling. What wrestling came on from 12 to 1?
Yep.
Oh no, trailer. Don't tell me you was watching wrestling back when it was WWF.
I was.
Oh,
dude,
man.
Look, dude, back when I was watching wrestling, you didn't see the big names on TV. You had to watch the pay-per-view to see Hulk Hogan. You got to see all the underdogs on Saturday.
Man, I was watching wrestling since I was six. I remember WWF Superstars on Saturday, WWF Saturday Main Event. I remember WCW.
Look, man, I was having flashbacks Christmas shopping this year, because I'm going down the toy aisle and I see He-Man toys, Transformer toys, G.I. Joe toys. I'm like, what the fuck? When did I step into the Twilight Zone?
The
Yeah, I had
nostalgia, man,
G.I.
the
Joe as a kid.
nostalgia kicked in.
I mean, and you know what? I ain't gonna lie. I did snag up. I found one of the. It's a remake of the original Starscream Transformer, and I had to get it. I had to buy it because it looks just like the one I had as a kid.
Man, when they came out with the nostalgia, when they came out with the Super Nintendo like 2 years ago, I was like, oh, my childhood.
Yeah, I got the
That
Nintendo
was the
throwback,
fall
man.
of the. That was it. Started back in '68. All started in '68 with the bill called HR 177. I believe it was 17735. That it started from that. That started destruction of the American family right there. When they started giving you empty promises, and then they start showering everybody.
You want to know? I always thought the
and
destruction
all
of
this
the
bullshit.
American. Is that House bill you talking about the one that Ronald Reagan put into effect? The
No, no, no.
tax?
68, 1968. It started.
Because I know that no fault divorce act that Reagan implemented did sure as fuck didn't help either.
Yeah, because they already were working destroying the black family. In '68, they decided, okay, now we destroy all the families, blacks, whites, browns, everybody.
Yeah, well, but social media must have made stuff worse because I just remember like the '90s, 2000s. Everyone, I'm not gonna say everybody was friendly, but like everyone kind of spoke to each other. I mean, yeah, everybody kind of what like you
Bro,
could be
that's
in
what I've
line.
been saying.
Yeah,
It
like
was
now
like there
it's
was
like
starting to
everyone
be
is
a,
offended. Yeah,
it was like there was starting to be people were starting to try and get along.
yeah,
That there were bridges being built and gaps that were being filled in. People weren't, and it's out of the blue. It became civil rights racist again.
yeah. It's like with social media, everyone just looks up stuff to make them mad so they can blame their problems on something. Like I remember just in the 2000s, like you could even like let somebody on the bus hold your baby or real quick while you went to like get something out of your bag.
Yeah, I'm
Or
letting nobody touch my kid. I don't know.
well, I'm just saying though, like you could let
No, I'm talking now.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like you could wait in line and have a full conversation. You could wait in line for ice cream and have a full conversation with someone that you never met before about like
Look,
nothing.
look, bro. I remember as a kid growing up, dude, 9, 10 years old, running around the entire town I lived in until the street lights came on at night.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Until I'm letting my kids do that shit.
yeah,
Man, look, you know what, with social media, because see, back then, we had Net Zero, AOL, where they used to send you the little disc for 1,000 hours for free, the old dial-up. And it was like, man, I ain't trying to deal with this shit. I'd rather go outside.
You
You
want to
know,
know what our first phone was? We had one of them fucking party line phones.
yes, yes.
Yeah, I
The
remember.
part,
Had the
oh,
fucking
the
wait
party,
for the
the party
moron to
line
hit
was the
you.
best line, man.
Dude, but you would hear some of the craziest conversations people were having.
Yes, we had beepers, aka pagers.
Yep.
Like because
420, 911.
right, like back then we had a lot of interaction because there was things to do. You play kickball, you jump rope. If you had a bike, you was something. You know what I mean? Now it's like because you got this fucking computer or laptop in your face with access to everything and everybody.
They can hear you talking, even when it's
Yeah.
on your
Now it's like, hey,
everything.
what kind of shit can I get into now? It's like, here we go. Here
yeah.
we go.
Yeah, I spent all my time outside as a kid, man. Rolling,
Yeah.
skateboarding, riding a bike, trying to kill myself.
Yeah, and you knew your neighbors. You knew all your neighbors. You
Dude,
knew the one neighbor not
look,
to
man,
really
when I was a kid, if I
interact with.
fucked up, look, bro,
See,
if I fucked up as a kid, I got my ass beat by and cussed out by every motherfucker's house I walked by that knew me. My mom already knew by the time I got home, and I still got fucked up. I remember begging the cops to take me to JDC, begging them, just take me to JDC, please. Nah, we're gonna take you to your mom's house and sit there and watch her beat the shit out of you.
It was the community.
Because they wanted no more communication, no more physical interaction between people. Because
Right.
back then people, the word in the street always is true.
Hey, I'm with you
More
on
than
that,
any
Anu.
fucking news in the world, because it's physically transmitted between people. They know every. We have a saying in Iraq. Our women, they can pass the news as fast as the light speed. That's back at home. There was no fucking internet. But when
All you have to
something
do is
happened
tell
in
your wife.
Mosul, the fucking very, very same day, it'll end up in the fucking Basra in South.
You want
400
to
kilometers.
tell the two old ladies sitting on the park bench, and everyone in town will know.
Right.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
400 miles south. Yeah.
Oh, remember how you just knew exactly where your friends were? Like you just knew where they were. You could.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like it was like a weird, like almost like a telepathy. Like you knew exactly where your friends were at what time they were at.
Right. It's like, oh, well, she's not home. All right. Okay. I know she at the park.
Yep.
By the swing. By the swing. And as soon as you went to the park by the spring, she was right there. I was like, I knew you was there.
That's because that's where everyone always was, man. You check the house first.
They were
and then
connected.
you go to the hangout. You go to the spot.
We went, man,
People were connected. And this connection was bad for their business, and they had to dismantle it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even welcome back, Poppy BMT, Daddy BMT. Welcome back, Daddy.
Isn't it ironic that they called the most antisocial thing social network that has actually made people antisocial?
Social, yes.
Yeah.
You remember going back to school? You had the buddy system where all the kids in the neighborhood, they went to the same school, and school started at 8:30. We all leave the house at like 8:00, and it used to be like 8 of us going to school. School out at 2:45. That same buddy system came right back home.
Yep, it was always a group of you walking to school.
Yes. Always.
And I remember when I was in school, man, it didn't matter if it was 20 fucking below zero. They didn't open them fucking doors until a set time, and you'd be out there all like fucking 300 kids standing outside waiting for them to unlock the doors, freezing the fucking back off.
Yeah.
Right. Man, I remember even for Halloween, it was like 20 of us, like 4 adults and like 16 kids. Everybody in their costume going trick or treating, just as happy as can be.
You could get in a fight and not go to jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Cause see back then, and this is why this is the issue.
In the halls.
This is the issue that I have with social media is that people say a lot of disrespectful shit without getting knocked the fuck out. Cause see, back when we was growing up, you got knocked the fuck out. Like if school was out at 2:45, people used to meet you at your front door so you will have nowhere to go. And man, you're gonna take this ass whooping, man. You're gonna take this ass whooping, man.
That's the right way, right there.
And then and then they learn their lesson, and then they live another day.
Live another day. And but that was respect back then. Like now, you be having hella random people be running off at their mouth, and they be like, bruh, hey, this ain't what you want. Oh man, shut the fuck up. I can say what man, I'm gonna tell y'all now.
I just don't remember people being so easily offended by everything. Like even fat people, like the fat people I knew that I went to school with and shit, they learned how to fight, and then they started fucking people up, and then people left them to fuck alone.
Hey, dude, now that you mentioned fat people, I mean, this is funny as hell, it's mean as shit, but there was this girl we went to school with. She was like, dude, this girl was so big. She was like 300 pounds in 6th grade. Mm-hmm. She in the lunchroom, she had to use 2 chairs to sit down on. And get this, her name was Erin Brewster. So guess what we called her?
Big
Punky Brewster.
Chunky Brewster.
Donkey Brewster.
No, Chunky Brewster.
Chunky Brewster.
Chunky Brewster.
But even to that, if you didn't know how to fight, like back then we call it hiking, people call it signifying. You knew how to roast the shit out of somebody. So it was like, hey, sticks and stones may break my bones, but this foot will break your ass.
Some of us were forced to have no choice but to fight.
Right. So it's like back then we were a hell of a lot tougher. Because what did your parents say? Hey, if you don't beat her ass, I'm gonna beat your ass. You ain't finna embarrass me in front of everybody out here like this.
Yeah, look, dude, I remember my stepdad telling me as a kid coming home that if I came home crying from an ass whooping one more time from a kid, that he was gonna beat my ass.
Yeah, that's manning you up. When we used to fight in the
was an abusive fucking prick, though.
In Iraq, when you fight in the streets, when kids fought in the streets, the adults gather around us and laugh at us. That's how they did it. They really laughed at us. And then they said, if you don't fight till both of you bleed, we're gonna kick your asses and make you bleed, both of you. So go ahead, fight. And then you're so tired, and you really are tired, and then they grab you and they beat the crap out of you, both of us.
This is how my stepdad was, man. I got jumped in front of my house by 6 guys from the football team. Beat 2 of them up before the other 4 jumped on me and got me. You all know when he got home from work? You know what that motherfucker did when he got home from work? He took me to every one of the other 4 kids' houses and made me fight them one-on-one.
Bullies in the school, the teacher goes like, all right, he's got limited time, only in recess time on you. How about you all gang up on him outside the school and beat the fuck out of him? And then we like, okay, so we beat up the fuck out of those fucking bullies after school, because we learned, after school we got all the time to beat the shit out of him. Yeah, boy Muhammad, he was our fucking bitch after school, but during school we were his bitches.
But it's more than that. Like, it's just, interactions with people all together, because some, like, when you got friends and shit, sometimes y'all arguing, y'all not friends for that moment, but then eventually your mom or somebody like, yo, you need to go talk to such and such and hash it out. Now it's kind of like you just block them, ignore them and shit. Then you unblock them and randomly hit them up. Like,
right. Look, dude, I had to literally take, when my kids would come over for the weekends and shit, and on Wednesdays, I had to literally make them take their cell phones and put them up. Like, when they were at my house, they were only allowed to use them to call their mom, and I would give them 1 hour each day to do whatever they wanted on it. But other than that, it sat on top of the piano.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah.
Because it got to the point to where my daughter and my son would literally sit there and talk to each other through text, sitting across the fucking living room from each other. Damn. And I was like, nah, I ain't having that shit.
That was so bad common chaos between Iraq and America. When you fight with your friends and you're no longer friends, the next day, if your parents hear that, they make you shake hands and become friends again. But automatically, when you go back to school the next day, we start talking and we become friends again. And that shit, when we grew older, when I was 18, 19 and went to war, we beat the crap out of each other, but the next day we sit and drink in the bar.
yeah, that's how it is. Like,
that's how it used to be.
Yeah, butt heads it's natural to butt heads with people close to you, because they always there. They know everything about you and shit. But
dude, there was like 12 of us that run around, and we would butt heads, but we would also test each other all the time. What better person to find out who you can fight against than someone that you're friends with? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, dude, we used to get in fights in school just to get suspended and get an extra long weekend.
Yeah, and I'm worried too. Like, these kids coming up, their attention span is gonna be destroyed. Like, that's what shit's fucking up now, because everything they expect everything to be as fast as a phone. Like, that's like, and these companies capitalize, like DoorDash and Uber. Like, these kids is like, why would I learn how to drive when I could just Uber?
DoorDash is the shit.
But I'm saying, like, these kids are like coming up. They're like, why do I need to know how to drive when I can just Uber? Why do I need to know how to cook when I can just order DoorDash? So this next generation coming up gonna be lazy as shit.
Yeah, they got little supercomputers in their hands, and I remember when you had to pay for fucking every minute you used on a cell phone. Don't call me before 9 o'clock, motherfucker.
It's gonna be as dumb as a 2x4. The next.
You know what? I'm not old enough for
this. Continue.
What is it? A rotary phone? I guess.
You don't know how to use a rotary?
No, I'm not that old. I am old enough for the big. Well, they weren't too big, but the big
cell phones.
You talking about the brick that Zach Morris had?
It was like tan, and it sat, and it was hooked up to the wall, and then the phone part was hooked up to the box, and then you had to pull it.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I am old enough for that. And then after
I remember when my grandpa, when he got his first car phone, there was this big ass battery pack that was in his trunk, and it was a rotary. It connected to a rotary fucking phone on his console. And that motherfucker would raise 10 kinds of hell if you called him on his fucking car phone.
I thought car phones were ahead of their time, and I still do. That shit's fucking dope. How you could call people from a fucking car? I don't give a fuck.
Oh man,
When they was
dude,
telling me about the Bronco.
One time I called him and he fucking went off on me. Well, I thought I told you don't ever call this number. I said, well, why'd you give it to me then? And then I was like, and why do you have the damn thing if no one can call you? And so I can use it, not you.
Man, I mean, what I would do.
He was showing up. That's what.
I think it was like what 50 cents a minute for a call phone.
You know what they might just bring that back. I mean, I know you can talk from your phone now for your cell phone, but I think for nostalgic purposes, they might bring that back.
No,
it's not would know how to use a rotary.
What we have to do is
not a rotary, but maybe a landline.
What we have to do is, I have a suggestion. What every American family should do is try to find those really valuable books and build you a shelf in your home, make a little library, and have the kids.
One that I've been building for like
start reading.
I have like 3 sets of encyclopedias. My oldest set of encyclopedias is what is it? Encyclopedia Americana, and it was printed back in 1954.
Did you get the Encyclopedia Britannicas?
No, I did not. But I got a set of Collier's encyclopedias, Encyclopedia Americana, and a set of World Books. The
World Encyclopedia was the best.
They used to deliver that stuff to your house, like every year they was to deliver it to your house.
You remember the encyclopedia guy coming door to door selling encyclopedias?
Yes.
But still, my point is, we gotta start.
Vacuum guy.
Remember trying to rip the phone book?
Yes.
Do you remember phone books?
I remember phone books, man.
They came every year, yeah.
Every year.
White pages.
The white pages, the yellow page, the blue pages.
Yeah. The blue pages gives you the government, city, state, and federal.
You know what's crazy? That phone book used to sit like right at the door for the entire year.
Yeah. It used to come into the pack. It used to come into in the packaging, and you
open it up, look at it, and then flip through it for BS, and then just leave it there.
When I used to use the bathroom, I used to have a phone book in my bathroom just so I can read it while I'm sitting there.
But the good news is, like with the yellow pages, like you found so much stuff, man. Like for your automotive, your things for that nature, and they had the numbers out there. Like if you want to go to like an amusement park, like your state, they'll tell you the different counties of your state and the special highlights of that state and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. You remember when you had
the backbone of economy was the middle class.
I know you remember the days when you had like fucking 30, 40 phone numbers memorized.
Oh yeah.
I still to this day remember my home number.
Phone up, yep. Still remember my old phone number.
I remember the phone number to my house as a kid too.
Yep.
You had every phone, like your emergency numbers were memorized, top of your head. I remember the payphone, you had to put a quarter in there and sit in the booth.
Leroy. I remember Mr. Leroy. He was a black guy, had a shop in Detroit. It was a grocery shop, and he used to sell cigarettes. A pack of cigarettes used to be 98 cents.
I remember those days. I remember when you could get a pack of GPCs for 75 cents.
Yeah, it was just a shop in the middle of the neighborhood.
When a carton of marbles cost $20.
Back in '93, when I came in the United States, I will still have them in Detroit.
I remember when you could get a candy bar for 40 cents.
Look, Hope, you had to know your phone number and your address, and if you were about to go to like a amusement park or whatever, you had to recite that shit to yourself.
Basically,
in case you got lost, what's the home number? What's the home address? Who's your parents?
You guys got kids and stuff, but something that I did with
basics, the black phone notebook.
No, this is serious though. I'm sure that some of you guys have kids on the panel, but and in the chat, but this is something that I did with my son once he went to school, because there are a bunch of fucking creepers and weirdos out there that like to kidnap kids nowadays.
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
What I did with my son is I set up and I made him memorize this. Like I can ask him anytime now, and he'll just tell me exactly what needs to be done. If somebody comes up and says like, that you don't know that they're trying to pick you up, your mom and dad was in an accident, the first thing he's supposed to do is ask him what the code word is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a code word that only he knows, and that only me and his mom know.
You know what?
Give him the right code word, he's supposed to run his ass either back in school or to adult's house, parents' house, where he's at.
You know what,
I
Trailer?
remember
They
that from
told
my
us that
mother.
in health school. Yeah, they told us that in health class as kids. They said like if you were ever have to be home alone or something, and you know they were like not to let any strangers in the house, and then they said if someone comes to the door, you gotta ask them what's the
code.
Yeah.
But look, man, I like it took me a while. It took me about 3 weeks to get it to where it sunk in his head because he tried to fight me on it because he thought I was just being, dickhead dad. But now all I gotta do is say, hey bub, if somebody comes up and says me and mom were in an accident or something and they're to pick you up, what are you supposed to do? Ask them the code. What's the code? He tells me the code. What do you do if they don't give you the right code? I either go run back in school or I go run to an adult that I know and I ask them to use the phone.
Mm-hmm.
But because I trust people. Look, man, this is how old I am. I remember when 911 was activated.
Yeah, you had to make sure because as kids, I'm like, you know what? If I call 911, what is it gonna do?
Right.
And I called 911, and like next thing you know, the police was at the door like within 10 minutes.
For real.
I was like, what did you do? I said, well, I called 911 to see what they was going to do. She was like, don't do that unless it's an emergency.
I remember
my goodness.
911, you had to get in the motherfucking phone book and find out what the police station's phone number was.
Yeah. The police department, the fire department.
You want to have a laugh for a night?
Shit to get the exact police station.
You want to give yourself a laugh for a good 30, 40 minutes? Me and my wife did this to my teenage kids one day. I went up and I grabbed a Walkman and a cassette tape. I handed it to both of them. I said, tell me how these two work with each other.
Oh, you taking me way back.
I swear on everything, neither one of them could even figure out how to open up the Walkman.
Oh, come on.
And then when I opened it for them, neither one of them could figure out how to put the tape in it.
You know what? I did grow up with cassettes like in the radio. Like if you had a one of them at-home radio joints, but I never had a Walkman. Like when I was growing up, first they came out with MP3, CD players. Then they had MP3 players and shit.
Bro, I remember when they came out with the Discmans and they got the accessory kit so they could hook those up to the tape player in their car.
Yes. They had that special cord to hook it up in there so you could listen to your music.
Mount that you could put on your dash.
Mm-hmm. But you remember the oh God, what is it? The record player.
To change the title to this show now.
I remember the record player, and it's like you couldn't touch the record player.
I still have a record player. I have two of them. I have
if you break the needle,
200 records too.
Yeah,
if you break the needle, that was it.
Yeah, you getting your
ass whooped. Especially if they had like the stereo system connected to the record player at the top.
Mm-mm. But that's even all that stuff wasn't mass produced how it is now. Like where you couldn't just I'm gonna get it off Amazon. Nah, for stuff back then you really worked your ass for it.
Yeah, you had to go to
now. Like
they make records, man. Those were garage sale items. Like my actual first piece of music that I bought was a Boston record at a garage sale. It was the one with the spaceship on the album cover.
Yeah, the record itself. But I'm talking about the player. If you break the needle on that shit, that's not like, we'll just get another one. Like, nah.
Dude, my mom wasn't. Look, I didn't get my first TV as a kid until I was fucking 14 years old, and it wasn't a color TV. It wasn't a fucking one with a remote. It was a goddamn black and white TV with the UHF, VHF knobs.
Oh, Back to Basics is not lying. You recording songs on the radio, you had to play and record at the same time to catch that favorite song.
You know what my favorite thing to do with that was? I'd take my mom's tapes and I would stick a piece of tape or a paper down inside that hole and I'd record over her fucking tapes all the time.
Let me guess, Trailer. And you also had to rewind the VHS tapes with your fingers.
Dude, well, no, you didn't use your finger. You used a pencil, brother. It was a
Oh
pencil.
yeah. You're right.
Yeah, you had to use the pencil because you know them buttons over time they snap off, and you had to like take the back of that pencil and stick it in there.
Yeah.
The
See, I
worst was
grew
when
up
your
like
fucking
right
cassette
at that
player would
time.
eat a fucking tape and you'd have to fucking go
Yes.
use surgery and fucking put it back together.
Yeah. See,
Yes.
That's where I grew up. 8-track and cassettes.
8-track sucked.
I grew up around that
You're all
time.
right.
Then
The
they came
problem
out
I
with
didn't
the
like about 8-tracks is they would stop. That there'd be like 3 or 4 songs on side A, and you get halfway through the last song, and it would cut off, and the rest of it would be on side B.
Yeah, those were the days. Anyway,
You remember Beta?
well, thanks for having me. I gotta go.
Anu.
BMT, love you, man.
Anu, do you remember Beta?
Oh, Beta.
Yeah, Beta before VHS, the little tapes.
Oh, fuck. That
I know you remember those.
Holy shit. My cousin had them, John. He's here in America. He lives in Arkansas.
Do you remember before DVDs, those great big record size fucking laser discs that played movies?
Before DVDs was VHS.
Or DVD.
No, there was VHS, and then
VHS.
No, it was VHS, and then there was a small phase where they made these great big record size fucking DVDs. They were laser discs that played movies, and then they shrunk them down.
I don't know. For my household, we went from VHS to DVDs, and then from DVDs they had like the whole Blu-ray bullshit. But then at that point, their game systems you could play movies on like the Wii and shit. So
you know what, Shirley, you were right because they had that they had them they had that at Sam Goody's at the music store.
I remember Sam Goody.
Sam Goody's, and what was the other one? Oh,
that was in America. I was in Iraq back then.
Nah, we had Blockbuster and what was it, Capital City, Circuit City.
Circuit City. We had Palmer Video.
Yeah.
Well, Circuit City became Best Buy, right?
No, Circuit City just went out. They don't exist no more.
I remember Bradley's.
And same thing. There's like one Blockbuster left.
When the new albums would drop at the record store.
Yes. Be standing in the long line trying to get it.
Yep.
That's a little bit. That's a little bit before me, but I know the Memorex CDs on like FrostWire and LimeWire. People downloading albums and shit.
Dude,
I know about that FrostWire and that LimeWire shit.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to have a cassette player, you always have to have a nail polish somewhere around it, because if the tape get cut off, you're gonna glue it with a nail polish. Yep. Remember?
Sure. That's what I was talking about. You know, when your fucking tape player would eat your shit and you turn into a fucking cassette player or cassette tape surgeon.
Yep. Oh yeah, Radio Shack.
Yeah, Radio Shack. Yep.
Radio Shack is still around.
If that's what you want to call them now. I remember when you could go to Radio Shack and get every single kind of fucking electronic component you could think of.
Right.
Yeah.
Everything you need was right there at Radio Shack.
Ham radios are the best.
Yeah, we used to have we had what was it? One of them desk mounted fucking CB radios at the house when I was a kid growing up.
Transistor radios.
Hey, dude, I still have a 1972 Akai reel-to-reel player.
Oh wow, you're going way back.
Yeah, well, I've seen 1950, or was it 49 or 50? Transistor radio. My cousin John, he's an electronic engineer. He fixed all these old stuff. They bring it to him.
You see that down there in the under the drawer? Now, let me get a flashlight. I'll show you.
Tube radios are the best because they filter everything. The tube, it filters everything. And if you have like a music player and you play with the tube instead of a digital, holy fuck, you can hear every single instrument.
Can you see that now?
Yeah.
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 Dude, that motherfucker is heavy too. Heavy as shit. It weighs like 40 pounds.
Radio Shack. Yeah, I remember Radio Shack.
But a lot of those stuff back then was of good quality too.
Oh,
Yeah,
that real
yeah.
player,
Of course.
that reel I got, man. I actually got two of them. I used to be a scrapper, and I traded some junk scrap to another scrapper for two reel-to-reel players, and then he ended up having it was 14 unopened blank rolls of reel. So what I've been doing is I've been taking all my music off of Spotify, and I've been recording it onto reels on my reel-to-reel. That way, when the grid goes down, if it does, I still have all my music that I can play on a reel-to-reel.
Yeah, and Hope, that's what I was getting at too, because like everything, like whether it was cars, TVs, like everything was built to last. Like them TVs from like the 90s and shit, the big RCA TVs, them shits will still work. If you plug that shit in, it will still work. You might gotta like blow out the dust. Yeah, but it'll still work. Same thing with cars. Like cars from like the 70s. Like I know a bunch of white people that got like old ass Ford pickup trucks that got like 390,000 miles on them from like 19 fucking 90, and they still work perfectly fine.
I have a 1999 Nissan Frontier. She holds 337,000 miles on her.
I drove around in a 90. I drove around in a Ford F-150, 91 Ford F-150 flare side for a lot of years, and that motherfucker saved my life one day because that was a steel body, steel frame.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And I was going to make a turn, coming to a stop, and some fucking dumbass kid texting in a fucking, I think it was like a 2008 fucking Jetta, fucking rear-ended me at like fucking 70 mile an hour, dude. His car hit the back end of my truck so hard that it caused my truck to fucking shoot straight down into some fucking trees, and then it fucking twisted the frame on the backside, and it popped the fucking drive shaft out of the pumpkin.
Damn.
Damn.
Well, it almost popped it all the way out. What was funny is his Jetta, though. His Jetta was toasted. I mean, the whole front end of it was gone, dude. It was fucking leaking everywhere. It looked like that car was bleeding all over the road. All right. And you should have saw the look on his face when he had to have his car towed, and I got in my pickup truck and I drove it home.
Yeah. You know
what
why?
was your first? Hope, what was your first car?
My first car was a 1981 Monte Carlo LS.
What about you, Love Wisdom? What was your first car?
A 1998 Mitsubishi Galant.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
KS.
My second car was it was a Pontiac Grand Prix.
We're talking about first car.
It had a 350.
What was KS's first car?
Oh yeah, I still got my first car. It's a '98 Pontiac G6.
Well, my first car was 1982 Mercedes Benz 300 SL hardtop convertible. I bought it in Baghdad, brand new from Mercedes Benz dealer. I was 13 years old when I bought that.
Yeah, my Pontiac right now got 214,000 miles on it. After this, I know Pontiac is discontinued and shit, but I don't want any other car but a Pontiac. So I might have to save up and try to get me. I want to get me a 60. I think it's a 68 or 69 Catalina, but they're going for like 20 grand right now. So I don't know.
My dream car is a 1934 Plymouth coupe.
Okay, I was gonna say you gotta look into the 70 Oldsmobile Cutlass. That's a nice car.
No, I want a 34 Plymouth coupe with the fucking chop top on it, with the fucking suicide doors, just like they had when the gangsters drove them.
What year?
A 34.
Oh shit. Okay.
Basic's first car was 1989 Pontiac Sunbird.
So shoot, them cars was nice back then, man.
Yes.
Well, because the old American engineering is gone, baby. They used to build a car where the framing was called the unistrut framing. Today, all cars are built like aircraft. It's called monocoque structure.
It's built.
It's very, very rigid when it's put together. But if you lose one bolt, guess what? The car is left with shattered testicles.
I call it the can opener type of cars because that's what they look like
Hey,
when you hit it. It's like can opener.
and then you got aluminum blocks, which is piece of shit. The only thing is good about aluminum engine block is just the lighter weight. Other than that, is a piece of shit. I don't care if it's a fucking
Well,
$10 billion engine.
I understand why they went to aluminum though, Anu, because aluminum's an alloy and it didn't rust. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they was trying to prevent because them steel
No,
blocks.
no. It's a weight reduction to save gas and shit like that, so they can. Yeah, but aluminum is more malleable than cast iron. However, cast iron is more resilient and more resistant for vibration and engine knocks and everything. So that's why the cast
Steel is
iron
just a stronger
over-
metal overall than aluminum.
Cast
And-
iron is the best engine ever made.
Cast iron is the strongest metal.
It's because it's more like it can
It's
take
the
punishment.
molecules
It's
stack
more
up in
like
it.
no, it takes vibration a lot. It resists vibration. Aluminum
Right.
does not
It's
resist
because
vibration.
when iron, it's because the way the molecules inside iron are. That's why
Yeah.
it takes vibration better. That's why
We
the,
don't even-
like the difference
It's
between
heavier,
regular
though,
gray
but-
iron and ductile iron is like ductile or gray iron. If you was to take a microscope and zoom down on it, it looks like cornflakes stacked on top of each other.
Yes.
And ductile iron, it actually has give. It has flex to it. And so if you look at it with a microscope, it actually looks like little marbles inside of it.
Exactly. It's very, very what do you call it? I have a word for it. I fucking forgot it in English.
Malleable.
No, it's not just malleable. It resists vibration, but it works with It vibrates a lot without integrity of the structure being,
Right.
disrupted. That's what the advantage of cast iron over all other engines.
I don't think a lot of people really realize all that.
Aluminum is more lighter, yes. Is it rigid? Yes. But heat, it does not capture heat that good with the aluminum because when it heats, it expands rapidly.
Right.
It's not like
iron, when it
cast
heats,
iron.
it holds the heat.
Yeah, cast iron holds the heat without changing the structure that much, but by fucking probably, 5,000ths of a millimeter to 1,000ths of a millimeter. But you go to the fucking aluminum, holy shit, it goes over a millimeter. And that's
Man.
why your bearings get broken, get shattered testicles and everything.
Man, Anu,
You have to replace them every fucking 100,000, 120,000 miles.
when I was running those furnaces, there was one night I was running it, scared the fucking shit out of me. Because anybody knows anything about metal, if you drop water in metal, it causes, especially hot metal, it causes all kinds of fuckery.
Oh, yeah.
We had a preheater, and any foundry that makes castings, they're gonna, if they make scrap, they're gonna run the scrap back through, remelt it, obviously, right? So we pull scrap in from outside, and it was the winter time when we did this. And I ran this fucking shit through the preheater like 3 or 4 times, hoping that I got all the fucking snow and ice out of it. Well, I dumped it in the monorail crane, and we had a monorail crane that went from the preheater to the actual furnace, and it held like 7.5 tons. All right, and what it did is it would come over, and it was like this great big huge cylinder, basically, and it had a lever on it that opened up at the bottom to drop the charge down inside the furnace. Well, I didn't get all the fucking ice out of the charge, man. And as soon as I opened that motherfucker up, dude, I heard boom real loud, dude. The bucket flew up off the fucking furnace. There was molten fucking iron flying all over the fucking place, dude. Oh
yeah,
my God,
it's like a fucking. It was like what do you call it? Those you shoot out in the sky and explode.
Oh, dude, I was so fucking scared, dude. Oh man, I thought I fucked all kinds of shit up, man.
Yeah. Beside the cast iron body, the block, the threading in it can hold steel bolts on it. You have to make sure though to oil those. Unlike aluminum, which is fucking weak versus the fucking steel bolts when you bolt the engine together. You
Yeah,
have
and
to
you
be
have less
extremely careful because you can snap that fucking threading.
Yeah, well, and with the cast iron bolts and a block, you have less chance of cross threading too.
Yeah, you don't cross threading, and you don't break the threading in the engine block. But in aluminum, no, it'll fucking like if you over tie it a little bit over where it's supposed to be, because when you pay attention to their to the manual service manual, there is no like if it says like 57 pound per square inch for this bolt, you can't go more than 57 to 59. So you got right there only 2 more pounds. But
Anunnaki.
cast iron, it goes from like 57 to 67. There's 10 more fucking pounds. You can't miss on that.
Anunnaki. Did your native country did you all did you guys produce or manufacture any cars, or did you just import?
Well, first we started importing, but back in the 80s, we started manufacturing our own. We had the ream. The ream was look like it's a type of a deer, and it's called ream. So we took that technology from Sweden, from Saab, from
Oh,
Saab.
yeah.
What the hell happened to Saab?
Technology, and we bought that technology from them, and we moved it to Iraq, and they helped us establish it. We also had Baghdad cars called Baghdad. It was combination between American Chevrolet and the Japanese Toyota. We combined both of those technologies together, and it was the first overhead cam, dual overhead cam, DH
In a car?
in a car, yeah, called Baghdad. We had those Baghdad cars, and we had Scania from Sweden. We kept the name because they didn't want to sell us the technology, but we built it in Iraq based on the American. Remember the American back in the flathead engines with the 1940s, look like a bullnose.
Yes.
Remember
And,
those?
I remember those, and I remember those the straight six.
Yeah, well, ours had straight seven actually in it, and 5-cylinder diesel. 7-cylinder diesel in those trucks, Scania, and 5-cylinder diesel. But the boring in them was so huge.
You
If you
remember
take the piston was as big as a fucking eating dish.
You remember how them straight sixes, man? If you weren't educated on them, it sounded like they were fucking breaking because they sounded like a fucking like a sewing machine going, man. They were loud.
Wait, someone joined.
We had Mercedes a lot in Iraq. A lot of Mercedes and a lot of Toyota. But back in the 80s. But before that, we had the Chevy, we had the Ford, and we had the Cadillacs. Back in the 50s, a lot of Cadillacs in Iraq. A lot.
Cadillac. My fucking Cadillac, the motor blew on it a month ago.
Well, I'm talking about the 50s. 50s Cadillacs.
Oh, yeah, the big grill fucking Cadillacs.
Chevy Bel Air. We had a Ford Thunderbirds.
You remember the T buckets?
A T bucket?
Yeah, the old T buckets. You don't know what those are, do you?
Are you talking about the
Wait, hold on.
T bucket?
I don't even see their name because the comments up there. But they might have wanted to say something.
It's an open panel, man. If you want to speak, for go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Are you going to engage, or are you a troll?
Oh, all right.
Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, 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 welcome.
The floppy disk said to the thumb drive, "I am your father."
It is the eye of Gandhi, 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 Gandhi.
I remember when I was in high school, man, my freshman year, I took.
Tell me about the T bucket. I don't know
programming.
what the T bucket is. Tell me what it is.
You know what a rat rod is?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so it's almost like a rat rod, but but instead of it being closed a closed cabin, all it is one great big fucking open seat with an open motor in front of it.
Okay. No, I don't. We didn't have those back at home, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. Now I do.
My uncle had one of those, dude. Oh my god, that was like it was basically like the best way to describe it is for anyone who doesn't know that it's like a sand rail on steroids.
Sand rail on steroids.
Yeah, because it's got like a
June buggies.
It had like a 454 in it, you know.
They do
Dang,
that.
a floppy disk. That's before I was in school.
Dude, my all-time favorite car though, muscle car, I've always wanted a fucking 67 Roadrunner.
My dream car is the convertible 1968 convertible Firebird.
My wife,
yes, you got good taste.
My wife wants me to get her I think it's a 67 Corvette Stingray.
I love Pontiacs.
Yeah, me too. You seen the Catalina, right? The 60 or 69 Pontiac Catalina.
I thought it came with 70 Catalina.
My mom, she always wanted it was a 66 Mustang, candy apple red.
I've never been big on Mustang. I've never really cared for their design. And then even with like the show,
I've always thought Mustangs are bitch cars.
Yeah, I've never cared for their design. And then like even the Shelby kind of looks like the Mustang.
Oh, GTO, yes. GTO. Yeah. Fuck yeah, man.
I want a DeLorean.
But still, my dream car is the 68 Pontiac Firebird with 4 cubic inch engine and 427 block, and it has that gear. Looks like an F-16 shifter for the thruster. It's a dual handle on it with the with the vertical, 2 vertical beams and a horizontal one with the shifter release is in the button in the whatchamacallit, in the shifter itself, and it has a dual beams in it. In the middle of it says engage and disengage, just like a fucking F-16. There was 2 type of those. There was the single handle, which was fucking manual. I love those. But there was the automatic with the dual handle on it. Looks like a fucking F-16 throttle, throttle shifter. It was exactly looked like F-16, There was no F-16 back then. It was just an experimental fucking shit they were doing on the F-5 to bring the F-16 up.
My favorite car I ever had when I was younger, Anu, I had a 86 Grand Prix with T-tops on it. We pulled the 302 that it came in out, got a 350 rocket out of an Oldsmobile 442 put in it, threw a slap shifter inside the motherfucker, and then my dad went and he took the fucking rear end off of a fucking Chevy pickup truck, put on that motherfucker. I don't know how he did it, but he put it on there so it was lifted up and raked it. Like the ass end had like a 6-inch lift, so it was raked from the back straight to the front.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah, I was 19 years old driving around in that thing, dude. That was a pussy getting car too.
But the old Buicks were really high tech. You remember the Buick?
Regal? The old Buick Regal?
All the Buicks were, all the Buicks I believe were like high end experimental shit. Like
they were the poor man's Cadillac.
Mad scientist shit in them, man.
I always had a love for the Rivieras, man. Those Rivieras had like really feminine curves to them.
They had a fucking Buick back in the 50s with fucking rear camera. It didn't have fucking mirrors. It had two cameras on the sides of it, and it had a screen. Remember? You can switch from the left to the right, and then it has a
That
back
I don't
camera.
remember.
It had like a fucking little tube television in the middle of the. I think it was a concept car, and it was a convertible, and it was a stretched up. And then there was and then Oldsmobile came in, tried to fucking fuck with it, and they built the fucking longest one. What was it called? Like 288 because it was 288 inches base, something like that.
Hey man, how many people on this panel are old enough that they remember the days when you could go to a car lot, hand them your ID, test drive any vehicle on the lot without a salesman in it, and take off and be gone for like 3, 4, 5 hours out of the day?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Dang.
it used to be.
That used
I'll
man,
remember
me and my
that.
buddy, dude, that used to be our weekend fucking thing, dude. We'd hit a car lot, hand them our ID, and fucking take off with their car for like fucking half the day.
Yeah, those were the days, man. That's when you were living in real America.
Right.
Back to basics. What is something from the past that you feel as though we should still carry on with us into the future?
Dang, you gonna come out with a question like that?
Well, no, we've been
it's all good.
No, we've been talking about like how there was a stronger sense of community, and then we kind of got on a tangent about like cars. But
you remember that?
Yeah, but
I'll be right back. Coffee time.
Before that, we
I
were
think
talking
Anu
about
remembers when
laser
God
discs.
said, "Let there be light," though.
Oh my gosh. I think, let me see, to carry with us like to now, I've been listening in for a while. I would say like whenever I know Love Wisdom, she's listening in the chat. When you all were talking about how you would walk to school together and different things like that, as far as having the buddy system, that's something that needs to continue. Because these times are dangerous. Like you can't. Me myself, just a short story. I was traveling back to Ohio.
You from Ohio?
Yes, I am. So my dad, he resided in Cleveland prior to his passing, but I have family in Dayton. I did have a cousin in Columbus, but he moved back to my hometown. But yeah, I'm a resident of Ohio, but right now I'm residing in southern Kentucky. So I was on my way back, and the sun was getting low, and I was almost there. And I was driving through Pennsylvania, and I was just about there, and somebody drove up behind me, flashed their bright lights, and then they would back up off of me, and then they did the same thing. And mind you, this was like over 15 miles. They followed me, and I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? So, and I was by myself. I was by myself. I mean, I had my toolkit, and like I said, I'm like, no, I'm not even gonna pull over and do all that. Nope. I'm like, I know. Yeah, don't go anywhere without your, if you don't have your toolkit, yeah, don't go anywhere without that. But anyways, I neither confirm nor deny.
Well, I'm just saying, I think everybody should be armed.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, me personally, I believe that guns aren't the problem. I mean, how long have we heard that narrative about gun control? And
right.
they've used Sandy Hook and God knows whatever school shooting and
it's funny
and everything else.
Driving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was driving and this person did this, and I'm like, what is going on? But I made it to my destination, and I talked to an older gentleman. He's like, yeah, it's a good thing you didn't pull over because that could have turned out to be really bad. I said, oh, yeah, people do things to see, a person's reaction. But yeah, I was by myself. Maybe had I been with somebody else, that may not have occurred. But yeah, that was strange to me. I'm like, first of all, what are you doing following me for over 15 miles? Like I don't see you or something. Like I don't know when I'm being followed.
Wait, what is Southern Kentucky like? Because I want to move to Kentucky.
You don't want
No,
to.
you
No,
don't.
you don't want to do that. No,
Oh,
you
I
need to.
know.
No, you need to. No, you need to be around where there's some black folks. You need to go to Nashville. I know we just had a bombing or whatever. Now you need to go to Nashville. You need to be because here's the thing. I probably won't even go back to Ohio because no. The neighborhood that I'm from. No offense to anybody on this panel, is 92% Caucasian. No, I need to be around some black people.
You almost want to be
You know what
around
I mean?
German
It's
people.
yeah, but you know what I mean. It's just I just can't. I can't go back to a neighborhood that's like really looking at the 2010 census was like 5% Black African American. Now I can't go back to that.
You know,
Can't go back to the
it's
hood.
always the first one telling you
No.
that white people
Nobody
can be
likes
some
the hood.
really fucking assholic fucking people, man. They are.
No, it was established out of fear. Out of fear, pure fear.
No,
And
no,
these,
what I'm saying-
these areas where gangsters rule is the rule by the fist of the fear.
Wait, so
They
back to
want
basics. Are there any places in Kentucky that you liked, or
the woods.
Oh, you can come over.
I love
Yeah.
Tennessee.
That was good.
I like
love
Louisville.
Tennessee, and I will not replace it with anything in this world. The people are calm, extremely intelligent. They play dumb, but they're extremely intelligent. They're very calm, very constitutional, and they just like, there for each other.
I was actually born in Kentucky at Fort Campbell military base.
Air Force Base, military base.
It's the Fort Campbell is where the 101st Airborne trains.
Marines.
Yeah, no, it's the Army. No.
Yeah, it's Army.
Army.
101st Airborne is the flunkies.
Well, yeah, back to basics.
Back to the basics. Yes.
Back to I was looking at Kentucky just because I wanted to maybe try and get some like farmland or something.
You ain't getting farmland in Kentucky.
Come down to Tennessee. We got a lot of farmlands too.
Have you been to Kentucky, dude? There ain't no farmland there. It's woods and mountains.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to go deep.
You're in Tennessee, and then I thought you were in Michigan, bro.
No, I arrived in Michigan in '93.
Oh, okay.
But I decided after I toured America, I decided to settle in Tennessee.
Michigan sucks too.
I wanted to.
If you're
over
I'm
30, 36 states, and I love the most is Tennessee because the only place you can see a black man riding with this fucking Harley Davidson and the two American flags on it is in Tennessee.
Tennessee is a beautiful state, though.
And the whites and browns like me.
And there's a lot of
ride motorcycles with a rebel flag in one side and a fucking American flag in the other, and nobody gives a shit. Your gun is right there. Your fucking shotgun in the back of your truck window, and even cop will say hello to you. You gotta get your hand, the right hand or left hand, both hands actually used to salute people, like saying hi every morning when you walk. That's how they are.
You said there's farmland in Tennessee. I just didn't want to go too deep
No,
south.
there ain't much farmland in Tennessee either, dude.
Oh, I just don't want to go too.
Lot of farmland,
you gotta understand, most of Tennessee and Kentucky is Appalachia.
Oh, okay.
A lot of mountains, bro.
A lot of hills.
Dude, when I was down in Tennessee, one of the greatest experiences I had was during me and my wife's honeymoon. We went on a hike. It's called there's this trail there called the Chimney Peaks Trail, and you start at the bottom and you hike up to the top. By the time you get to the top of the hike part, you're I think 2,100 feet up in the air, and it's a good fucking hike, dude. Like you're wore out climbing up this fucking up this hill on the path. But once you get up to the top of that, then there's another section of it where you actually get to climb a mountain. And
wait till you get to Smoky Mountains.
I climbed the top of that mountain, dude, and when you got to the top of it and was standing up there, the view that you saw was just absolutely breathtaking, man. Breathtaking.
Montana is beautiful. I've been in Montana. Montana is beautiful. It's fucking beautiful.
Wait, Anunnaki, East Tennessee or West? Because I heard Chattanooga and Memphis are bad, bad areas.
Memphis, yeah, Memphis because see,
Memphis ain't
Nashville
bad.
and Memphis
That's
has been under the control of fucking fuckery of the Democrats. The
But
rest of
Memphis is the home of blues music, man.
it used to be, not anymore. It's the home of the fuckery right now.
Well, I heard like East Tennessee, like Knoxville. I heard that was like a nice area.
Knoxville is very conservative, and it's a very nice area, and it's a very, very constructive city.
If you can find you a chunk of mountain anywhere from East
Knoxville's
Tennessee
money-
to West Virginia and shit, man, you'd be in North Carolina, South Carolina, you'd be in heaven.
Knoxville it relies a lot on Nashville. See, Tennessee is sitting like horizontal, in latitude. So all the industrial, what do you call it? Supplies and everything goes through Tennessee. Tennessee is like the Lincoln Route in the whole United States. That's why America number one technology is in the Silicon Valley, right?
Indiana's the crossroads of America, brother.
Tennessee. And we are taking their companies right now, bringing them here, but we're also telling them the Constitution of State of Tennessee is a must on your ass if you're coming here. Because if you bring your fuckery, guess what? We'll wipe you out. You get the fuck out of here. Easy, simple, very simple. You come here, don't bring your fuckery here.
I think Anu's just waiting for the day somebody brings fuckery to his house.
They can't because I live in a small town where the police station is all fucking rednecks, blacks with rebel flags, and we are here fine.
Do you live in Michigan or do you live in Alabama?
Well, we got a lot of guns here. Even the cops, like they growing pot bellies now, so we're thinking to train them back to the basics.
Well, Michigan has always been renowned for their militias there.
Yeah, we got the 3%er down south from me, the militia.
I mean, hell, it was the Michigan militia that basically demonized militias back in the day.
Yeah, well, they got that's how they got the militias when Timothy McVeigh went to Michigan and he bought their fertilizers. They used their fertilizers to grow their shit, and they used them as a mean of alternative defense. He went and bought it from them, and then it was a trap. It was actually a trap. They trapped the militia, and that's how they initiated their fuckery, so they can dismantle the Michigan militia, because Michigan militia was the strongest militia.
It was too.
On Earth.
Actually, it was between the militia and the fucking what was it? The shit down in Waco with fucking Koresh, man. That's what destroyed militia's name.
Yeah, they trapped Michigan militia and they lost it, and they won over them because they were too easy going on anybody coming in. But now, when Tennessee saw that, now you can't join any militia. Yeah, they have to know who you are, where you're coming from, who's your mommy, who's your daddy. They need to know your genealogy in order to join a militia here. They have to know that you're born and raised in fucking Tennessee in order to join the militia here.
You should be vetted, man, because even with vetting, you still end up with fucking traitors in the fucking ranks.
That's right. That's right. That's absolutely correct. Because the last thing you need is a fucking traitor among you.
Dude, I guarantee you almost every single militia in this country has some kind of either snitch, operative, or fed already infiltrated in their group.
Yes. Yep. That's why you want the vets. It's very important to have the vets in your militia. They can tell who's fucking snitch, who's not.
Well, to be honest with you, Anu, militias nowadays, most of them don't even really take the shit serious. It's more like a fucking men's drinking club.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, and that's just being real about it. We'll find some every now and again.
We can't go to
You
another
will find
state
these
and say,
people
"Oh,
on
we're here to
military
help."
that will teach you shit. Teach you, tactical training and teach you medical training and teach you survival skills and shit like that. But the most of them, all they are is a bunch of fucking dudes that get together and shoot fucking airsoft or fucking paintball guns in the fucking woods on the weekend and don't actually do anything serious.
Well, we don't do that here with fucking airball guns and softballs. We do it with round lives, and you have to get your own ammunition here for training.
You ain't doing any
Why
real
you're gonna have to pay
training
for
with 5 rounds, brother. It ain't happening.
It's with life rounds down here.
No, what I'm saying is you can do like home clearing, breaching and shit like that. But if you want to take a group of people against another group of people and actually do real live tactical training, you can't do it with live rounds. You got to either use airsoft or you got to use paintball. You have no choice.
Oh, you're talking like you're mimicking what we call tactical mimic.
Yes, because look, all that
you can't use that.
unless you actually do. All that's useless unless you actually do tactical training and you actually use it against groups and try to utilize it as a group.
No, what we do is I can't speak of it here on open, but they have 3 basic trainings, and it's each basic training is based on 2 aspects. But I can't talk more than that about it here when they do it, because in Tennessee we got a lot of forest. It's all woodland and hills and mountains, so we kind of adapted to that environment, and we know exactly how to react when any force comes try to fuck with us. We know exactly how to use it. But you see, the Tennesseans militia will never go engage in another different state unless that state officially call for help.
Like when they had the RNC in Cleveland, and we asked other state militias to come to Ohio, and there were a few. I think like Michigan showed up, Pennsylvania showed up.
Yeah, but Tennessee did not show up because when the shit happened in Virginia, they were clustered right at the east borders, and they just stayed there waiting.
I was going to go to that Virginia thing when they had what is that, Lobby Day, and they had all those militias show up because of Northam's fucking tyrannical fucking overreach.
Yeah,
I was going to show up, but have you ever heard of it's called 3% Security Force?
Yeah,
it's Chris Hill's fucking group. I know you've heard of Chris Hill.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Well, I didn't know that. When I moved to Indiana, I ended up reaching out, and they were one of the groups I reached out to. And look, dude, they were going to go, and they did not plan anything out. They had no fucking plan. They just kind of did it on a whim. No
communication.
None at all, dude. And then look, I tried to. They knew that they were going to go 3 weeks prior to actually leaving, and I tried to get them to tell me what their plan was, what day they're going to leave. That way I could, schedule it with the wife's work and, a sitter if needed, and, be able to get everything, locked in. These motherfuckers decided what day they were going to go 2 days before they left. And then they wanted, most of them just took off and left. Then they wanted this dude right here to drive all the way from Indiana to Virginia by himself with all my gear. Knowing damn well that every fucking cop, once you got into Virginia, was looking for out-of-state patriots.
That's not militia. That's a fucking, we call cripple cat.
Right. And so I went off on them. I said that they were all I told them all. I said, you guys are all fucking ignorant. None of you guys fucking plan anything. You guys don't fucking have a clue what a fucking unit is, let alone what a fucking militia is. You guys don't know how to work together. You guys fly by the seat of your pants, and you're going to get somebody fucking killed.
Yeah. What we do down here is when you join a militia, you gotta build your own little shack there by yourself. It's a task to see if you're a survivalist or not, and then you have to stay there. You can't go home.
Right.
There's no going home every day. You stay there as long as it takes till you build your own shack there.
I like
your own
that.
little cabin among them, and you choose your spot carefully, and then you gotta participate in fucking kitchenette too. You start from the basics, from bottom, and go up as you go. But first thing first, do you know how to build your own shelter?
I
Do you know
do.
how to preserve your own ammo? Do you know how to? All this is
I
being
do.
put to the test first. Once you do that, you accomplish that, then you're welcome. If
Fucking
not,
bug out
get the
there.
fuck out of here. Yeah.
You know, because it's funny seeing people that don't understand what they need when they're to survive off of if they got to bounce real fast for 3 days and looking inside someone's fucking pack and seeing what kind of shit they put in there when they don't have a clue.
Yeah, most of them they don't have a clue. There was some people they were trying to train. They came and they lied. Oh, I was a vet. Okay, show me the
Most
three
people-
bullet method. We call the 3 bullet method. Is
It was funny. There was one dude we had. There's one dude we had. I asked him to look inside his pack, and this motherfucker had nothing but food in it. You know, food and maybe a small little trauma kit. I was like, so I'm like, what are you going to do if your socks get wet?
Yeah, you have to have shelter. You have to have medical supply,
Right.
and
You
you
need-
have to have
you need
ammo,
fuel.
and you have to know exactly how to deal with your weapons responsibly.
You
and
need
you
fuel.
know how,
You
yeah,
need,
you know how to protect your weapon at all costs.
You need water. If you don't have, if you can't carry water, you need some way to filter water.
Yes. Yes.
Like me, I always, you know what I always used to do? I used to take dryer lint from my dryer and I would stick that shit in Ziploc bags because, dude, that shit'll fucking light up faster than shit to start a fire.
Yeah, well they teach you here how to when you make a fire. It's basically is just what is the purpose of building a fire? You don't build it outside. It has to be inside. It has to be
You build a
concealed.
fire to cook with and to keep warm.
Yes, to cook
That's
with.
the only
keep
purpose of a fire.
Survival.
And if you're outside, you keep it small enough to where it only benefits you or the few people you have with you. You don't want it to be visible.
Yeah, I was trained in the Iraqi army. One of the trainings, and I'm gonna lay this for all of you. So, if you're in a desert or somewhere, maybe you can survive that. When we trained in the desert, they taught us to have a nylon, clear nylon. You need a marble.
What was that? Clear nylon?
Clear nylon.
Okay.
And a marble or a ball bearing. You have to carry those with you, and your nylon has to be clean at all times. It's very important because in the desert is hot, right?
Right.
It's very hot. So what you do, you use your helmet to dig a hole.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You use your helmet and you dig a hole, and you put your helmet in the center of that hole. And then
I know where you're
cover
going.
the hole with your nylon, and then you spread sand all around it to keep it that way, and then you drop the ball bearing. The ball bearing is going to sit in the center.
Let me guess
During
what it does.
that entire day, it's called condensation.
Yes.
The air inside it is going to condensate, and all these drip of water is going to go inside your helmet.
Yep.
It takes all day long, and then by night you travel, or you search and destroy by night. But by daytime, you're dug in that hole, and you got a little hole to collect water from natural resources, which is the air itself, and you create
I knew
condensation.
that's where you were going. I knew it was.
Yeah, in the desert, you do that to make water out of air. It's
Yeah,
natural.
because you ain't going. Chances are you ain't running across a cactus full of water.
Yeah, there is no cactus, there's no water, and that's how you make the water in the desert.
And if
One
you run
piece of
across an
nylon
oasis,
and a
you
ball
better put-
bearing. I chose the ball bearing because I chose a marble instead of ball bearing because I know the sun will get it so hot. So marble is the best.
So you were trying to prevent your water from evaporating while it was collecting.
It will collect all day long, and then at nighttime, your helmet is 10% full of water.
How cold does it get in the desert at night?
It gets cold. It gets to in the wintertime it gets to sub-zero, and it gets frosting, and you can die.
So what's your survival technique for that? If you're like bare bones, all you have is a pack. Your clothes that you have on you, maybe a hoodie or a poncho.
Oh, if you're a civilian, you're fucked. You have to have at least. You have to have at least a thermal blanket.
Right.
You know, you have to have a little blanket. It has
It's
to
going
have
to
made.
do most of it,
It
it's going
has
to
to be
decide
made
what a
out of.
thermal blanket is because
Yeah.
it's not an electric blanket.
If you don't have a regular, if you don't have a thermal blanket, you have to carry with you a canvas blanket. The canvas blanket is a good shield because it's a tight woven, and what you do is you dig that like a shallow bed lining for yourself in the desert, and then you wrap it around you, and you stay put right there because you want to conserve your heat inside that canvas,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how you survive in the middle
Thermal
of the
blankets
desert.
aren't those the reflective ones?
But you sleep at day in the desert. You can't sleep at night. You have to sleep at day and travel at night.
Right. You definitely want to sleep during the day because if you tried walking around in the desert during the day, you're going to fucking die from heat stroke.
Dehydration immediately, and then the sun will beat the fuck out of you. That's why in the military, what we used to do, we used to have those camel
Camel
tents.
packs.
Yeah, camo tents. It's a camo tent. It's a shallow tent, no high rise on it, and you have 4 foot sticks on it, tubes. You know, they're made out of steel tubes, and you rise it only in the center, 1 point tube center, and then you got 4 feet. You got to dig them around it. There's 5 tubes. You know,
Mm-hmm.
all the 4 feet they go dug into the fucking sand like 3 feet deep, and then only 1 foot out, and you hang those 4 points of the tent in the center one. It goes rise up, and when you do that, you gotta do it right next to a dune, a sand dune, so it blends in perfectly with that sand dune. And you have to know exactly where to do it. Usually, we do it because when the sunrise is beating up straight at you, right?
Right.
So you always have to do it on the south side. On the south side of the, I mean, in the north side of the fucking dune. Always on the north side. Because the earth tilts always from the south pole. That's very important to understand. You always do it when you're in the south, in the desert, in the middle of the fucking sun-beating desert, right next to the equator. You always build on the north side of a dune, not on the south side. But if you're in the north area, you go to the south side of the mountain, or because that's where the sun rises from the southeast when you're in the north.
That's just like in the woods, I believe, isn't it? Most generally, if you get lost in the woods, moss grows on the north side of trees.
Yes, if you're lost in the wood and if you're up north, you gotta go down wherever is the stream water. If you find water stream, you go down south. You go where's the water stream going.
Yep. And if you don't find water, like I said, you look at trees and you look for moss because moss usually always grows on the north side of a tree.
Yes, because there's no sun there.
But most generally, if you're out hiking and stuff and you have your pack, you should have a compass. Anyhow, that should be one of your survival tools: a compass, a knife.
You need a compass.
Something to start fire with, right?
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
compass,
there's multiple things to
compass.
set
You know
fire.
where you're going, north, south, east, west. But you need a lens to start fire with.
Well, like I said, I had 3 different things. I'd always take like the Bic lighters when they'd run out of fluid. I always had 4 or 5 of those for flint in my pack. I'd keep dryer lint as a fire starter. You know them little starter blocks that you can get at Walmart for campfires.
Yeah.
I would have like chunks of those that are broken off and in a Ziploc bag, and then you know them Japanese candles that float in the sky.
Yeah.
The fuel for those are great fire starters because they're waterproof. The other thing that I would suggest anybody have is go to Walmart and buy a what the fuck is that called? A life filter.
A what?
A life filter. It's a water filter.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about? They have them in the camping section of all Walmarts. Here, give me a minute. I'll show you the one I got. Or not. It's a Life straw. I'm sorry, a Life straw. Here, check this out. The one that I got right here, it actually came with a water bottle. Can you see it?
No.
What's going on with my camera? Can you see it now?
It just froze.
Yeah, it did.
Dun 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 dun.
No fucking.
Premier, don't want you to show your shit.
Here, let me try unplugging it and plugging it back in.
How long should you boil water to make it drinkable? As soon as you see bubbles coming out with the vapor, get it out, set it down, let it cool, and drink it. It's actually it's better if you drink it warm. Drink it hot like you drink hot coffee.
There we go. Here, this is the Life straw that I got. It came with a water bottle too. This one was like 40 bucks, but the Life straw itself is this thing right here. Okay, this is the important part. This right here, you can literally stick this in a mud puddle and drink the water out of it.
Nice.
And I know this because I've done it.
Yeah.
This right here will be your lifesaver if you ever get stranded somewhere, or if you ever get pushed out of your home, you think you got to bug out. You should have at least one, if not a couple of these, because water is going to be your fucking saving grace when you have no food.
Yeah, next time I go camping, I want to get me one of those. How much did that run you?
For the drinking, the bottle to go with it too, it was like I said, I think it was like 40 bucks for it. If you want just the Life straw itself, because they do sell just the Life straws, I think they're like 20.
And then I could use that in any water bottle?
No, you gotta this Life straw is specific for this water bottle.
Okay.
Because look, it's got an insert on the top of it, of the cap, to actually insert the straw in. So see, with this water bottle, I can go and I can any creek, canal, anywhere, fill the bottle up, stick this down inside of it, and it's going to filter that water, and it's going to give me clean, drinkable water.
How many uses?
These are good for probably about, I think they say they're good for about to fill this bottle up maybe 100, 150 times, somewhere around there.
Oh, okay, well that makes sense because emergency, yeah. Or camping.
Well, the way I do it at the Don Cato, aka Grey Wolf, Mr. Grey Wolf, the way I do it is a Iraqi ancient style, and it's called vaporizing the water. When you boil it, I put a copper cone tubing on the edge of the kettle. And then when that steam comes out of the mouth of the kettle, it goes into that, and then I have a bottle right next to it underneath it. And it collects that fucking vapor, pure H2O.
Back to the basics, it's correct though, that after you boil water, you should filter it before you drink it.
Well, I don't filter it. I just boil it till it's fucking the vapor that's coming out, the oxygen and hydrogen, recondenses back to only oxygen and hydrogen and come down. And then you can drink that water. That's the best way of my own primitive purification. Primitive. Remember, right. Primitive. If you have the technology and equipment, yeah, like what's his name said, Ninja said, use the filtering bottle.
Good night.
If you don't, use the
I about dropped my kid. Is everybody gone? Hello? Is it just me? I hear somebody now. Hello? Hello?
And once you boil it,
There you are. We
yeah,
lost you,
here I am.
Manu.
Once you boil it, that vapor goes into that cone. Or you can put, those breathers on top of your house on the roof made out of aluminum. You don't want those. You want fucking copper. Copper is the best. Kills germs. That's why copper tubing is used in water supplies. PEX is not good for you, actually. It's fucking plastic. Everything back then, they used to store it in copper or fucking tin, mainly. And
Copper also
glass.
works real well for a
Glass
Faraday cage.
is the best fucking preservative for dry food. Glass.
I don't know how to preserve meat and shit like that. I don't know how to salt meat.
What? Even salt water, you can vaporize it and you get H2O because the salt stays in the bottom.
And then you end up with seasoning for your food.
Yes, you end up with the seasoning for your food. You scrape it from the bottom of the kettle or the pan, and then you just, a pod, I'm sorry, and then you just, scrape it
So,
and put it in a pan.
Anunnaki, what do you think are the top 3 issues facing America or Americans as a whole?
That's a
There's
loaded
only one
question.
issue facing America, and that is the destruction of the Republic Constitution of the United States.
Hey, hold on, time out.
manipulating.
Right there. You guys notice how someone who is a legal alien who immigrated here, understands that this is not a constitutional democracy. It's a constitutional republic.
Yeah, because the Republic Constitution gives right to all the American citizens above your governing body.
And it limits mob rule.
Yeah, it limits everything else is limited, especially your government. Because in the Constitution itself, in Article 4, it says all public servants must oblige to the order of the people. Order of the people. What the people decide when your governor says, I got a bill I'm gonna pass, you literally have the right to go and storm him and tell him, who the fuck gave you that right? We didn't sign any petition for this bill. That's what the Republic Constitution gives you that right. And tell them, listen, you can't do this. We're going to exile you. I mean, it's called expel. See, governor have the right to run the fucking state. Yes. Does he have that authority or she have authority? Yes. But that authority is embodied by the will of the people.
And that's
he or she cannot decide for you. Yeah. They can't decide for you. They can only carry what your decision was. This is extremely important for any American to understand. Everything these officials does, it's a carrying your order. What is your will telling you or telling them that this is what I want for my community. That's why it's called the United States of America. Each state has its own governing body.
It used to be the
what
United
fits
States
for
of America.
themselves and others.
Anu, it used to be the United States. Now it's United States Incorporated.
Yeah, but because it was allowed to become incorporated.
Right.
You're incorporating the federal agency as the governing body for your needs. You're not incorporating them to rule over you, but to serve you.
You know, and I actually had an epiphany about that. I think it was like 6 months ago, something dawned on me. I remember as a kid growing up, when you would come into a town, it always said city limits when you came into it. I know some of you older cats will remember that when we were younger, it was a city limits. And now when you come into a town, it's called corporation limits, because you are coming into corporate, whatever city you live in, because your city is a corporation, not a city anymore.
Well, that's what they're trying to establish.
Right.
They already established that. They want to embody all the 50 states under one giant corporation, a vessel. And that vessel is going to be communism. Because remember, the Russians tried it with the threats and nuclear and showing flexing muscle. But what America did back then, they said, okay, we're gonna fuck them up. How? How are you gonna do that? Oh, but we're gonna do financially. It was a financial war. And they drained the fuck out of fucking Russian
What do you
communism
mean, Don? That's too vague
until
of
they
an
fell.
explanation.
Because they ran out of budget. So now comes the fucking 1958. Here comes what was his name? The Russian leader. He said we can't win on America from outside. There's no way we can win on America from outside. We must put a long-term plan in order to destroy America from inside.
Oh, the Russian, I think his name was Yuri something.
Yuri something, yes. And then he went to the Chinese communism and said, we need your help to do this.
I got a quiz real quick for KT.
They got a program they set back in 1988 or 87. The Chinese. It's called BRG. Blue, red, and green. And that's to infiltrate inside the United States and buy out all the people and politicians, media, everybody. Everybody. They even slept in bed with the CIA. That's why they got them all corrupted. And then you got the old American people who wrote the technology, people who build it. They're all dead now. They got of that shit disposed of and wrote down a new rules for technology, which is absolutely has no meaning to it. There's no way. Like Ninja was saying, when you have a trade, electricians and plumbers are extremely important in building, any physical building. You need electrical power and you need a plumbing supply for water and wastewater.
Those are trades that are never going away either.
Today, what they're doing is they prefabricating the TME and MCC, like electrical and plumbing conduits, to spool around the fucking blueprints, which is absolutely absurd. It makes no sense. When you spool, you have to fabricate it dead on the project. You have to measure it, remeasure it, fabricate it, assemble it, and then weld it.
Anu.
You can't
I
just
want to ask KS a really dumb question real quick.
Mm.
You with us, KS?
Yeah, I'm here. I might sound far away because I don't have my headphones in.
Do you? The question I have is, do you know why they referred to the Cold War as the Cold War?
Yeah, because there were no weapons.
Kinda. It was referred to as the Cold War.
There was no physical fighting between the
Yes, it was a war where no one ever attacked each other.
Yeah.
And it went on forever. I just wanted to ask because I know there's a lot of, dude, I've seen a lot of young adults your age that think that it was called the Cold War because it was in Russia.
No. I love history. Nah.
I remember as a kid, I was in, I want to say I was in 4th grade when I watched the Berlin Wall come down on live TV.
With the sledgehammers.
Oh, dude, that was the wildest shit I ever saw. And some parts of it, they still had the fucking the soldiers standing on top of the fucking wall. I still remember that. Anu, I know you probably remember when that came down and that people from West Berlin, there was that dude that reached his arm through the wall and grabbed the hand of the person from East Berlin.
Yes. It was actually from the east reaching to the west.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
I mean, I just remember seeing that, man, because that was like a really, really, symbolic gesture at that time. And what was it? East Berlin's side of the wall that was all graffitied up, and the West Berlin side that was clean?
No, it was the West
Or was
Berlin.
it the other way around?
It was the West Berlin graffiti, and it was all slangs against the communism and their mistreatment to the East Germans. They killed a lot of people trying to escape from East Germany.
But the one thing I remember after that happened was, I went to a school. I went to a public Catholic school. I get this. I was a Southern Baptist, went to a Southern Baptist church, and was schooled in a Catholic school. But they got, because it was a Catholic school, obviously, and it, most of the boosters, they were pretty wealthy and shit, so they always made sure that the school had money. But they got new history books pretty regularly, and I remember we got new history books the following year after the USSR fell apart and it became Russia, and the new history books didn't mention the USSR at all. It was like they erased it right out of the history books, like the USSR never existed.
Of course, because they brought it here.
The United Soviet Socialist Republic.
Yep. It will be a vessel for the Communist Party.
I ain't gonna lie.
12 days. Let's see if he releases the classified information. And because everybody's saying, the word in the street is there's a huge surprise coming on these motherfuckers. That's why they've been blocking everybody. They don't want us to communicate.
Hey, have you seen the pictures that are floating around that with that dude that was wearing the horns in the Capitol?
Yeah.
That he was actually a fucking undercover fucking military operative.
He's actually, he's one of them.
And that he was the one that snatched Nancy Pelosi's fucking laptop.
And there was the other guy with the big beard. And then there was the other guy, looks like Somali. He was a BLM leader from fucking West.
Yeah, they said that
they just got him released yesterday, by the way.
They said that there was a lot of Antifa, but there was also a lot of undercover military agents that were in there while Antifa was in there and shit. Actually snagged. There were a total of 11 laptops that were fucking confiscated.
Is that anonymous group with the white mask? Is that QAnon, or are those two different?
No,
that's a totally different group. And the anonymous group now that you see is not the original anonymous group.
QAnon is, they
I
are,
think it's a psyop.
they're not only a person or somebody, or it's a group of international gathering between hackers, electronic engineering, software writers. They were the one who actually. There is another group called 4chan. If you ever heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of 4chan.
4chan, these motherfuckers are hackers.
Didn't Anonymous hack the fucking Wall Street, and that's how they got busted?
That was back in the. You're talking back in the
early 90s.
Yeah, like 97, 98, somewhere around that area, I believe.
Yeah, because that's why I was saying today's anonymous group is not the same as the original anonymous group.
No, these are vowed to stabilize the world from the fuckery that's been going on and the excess of evil that's been taken over, especially the corporation elite. They directly gets with the two groups. One used to be the one with the, what's his name? They got arrested. The one
got to be a little more specific.
WikiLeaks, and then
you're talking about Julian Assange?
Yeah, Julian Assange group. They used to communicate with him, and then they shut their communication with him after he got arrested immediately, because the CIA hackers were after their ass too. They wanted to find out who they are.
Well, they were in cahoots with fucking Snowden for a while too.
Who?
Anonymous. Because
there's
Snowden
two different groups. There's a fake one with the
masks.
Because QAnon does not does not wear masks. They are regular
Right.
people.
I know the difference. I'm talking about anonymous and then QAnon.
Yeah, yeah. Anonymous, fuck them. They're just bullshit. They are just, I don't know.
They're hackers, man. That's what they are.
No, 4chan is. 4chan.
Well, 4chan is what anonymous used to be.
No, there were a group of people that, yeah, they ran originally with Anonymous and then they separated from them because they found out their own fuckery was going on for the corporation elite. Because they were gathering more information about who's opposing the elites. That's what Anonymous was all about. They were making lies and then the 4chan came out of it. They said, oh, fuck you. This is not what we signed up for. And then 4chan went with the now.
Okay, hold on, Anu. Don did just ask a good question, and I don't have the answer to that because I don't have that kind of military training. He says, "Is it best to zero east to west or west to east, or are they the same at 700 yards?"
About what?
I'm assuming a rifle, if you're zeroing.
If you zero your rifle, east to west or west to
Is that what
east.
you're referring to, Don, as a rifle or your scope on a rifle? He must be a slow typer.
They're not the same. If you're using it for zeroing out the rifle, the best way to zero out your rifle is north or south. You can't zero it east or west because that's where Earth travels from west to east. So if you're trying to zero your velocity, if you're trying to zero your aiming, it does not matter.
What's up, BK?
Because you don't do it from 700 yards. You don't do the zeroing out from 700 yards. It's mathematics. You do it from 100 yard, at most 50 yard, and then 25 yards. That's how you do it. And if you wanna test the velocity for the Coriolis effect, you gotta check exactly north or south. Because don't forget, you have to do it in closed environment when you do that test. You don't do it in a fucking open field because natural environment plays different role. And if you do it outdoor natural environment, you gotta assess into it the air, wind speed, and everything. That way you have to have a fucking wind speed registry and everything in order to zero out your fucking rifle. But if you want to test the velocity, it doesn't matter east or west, west or east, because always remember that Earth spins 1,000 miles per hour. Okay? So if you're 1-to-1 west to east, that's 1-to-1. If you go east to west, you're shooting, that's 2-to-1. So when you aim toward east, your aim is correct. Wherever it is perfect because it's spinning that way. But if you're aiming toward west, no, you have to go.
I think he's talking about a compass.
1 degree lower because.
Hey, I think he's talking about a compass now. The azimuth on a compass, maybe.
Because he's speaking of 700 yards. That's a sniper rifle.
Is it?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just looking it up because I'm confused on what you would.
700 yards is 900 meters. A yard is a little bigger than a meter.
I would understand why he's at. Okay, I understand why he's asking it. Why you would zero it either east to west or west to east? He's talking about where the wind's coming from. Generally, the weather goes west to east, right?
No, not necessarily. The wind can shift from southeast to northwest, or northwest to southeast. Also.
Right, but generally, on a standard, the wind will come out of I believe the southwest, right?
Well, you do it from east and west, and northwest to southeast, and southeast to northwest, because Earth is spinning from west to east.
All I know is that was a damn good question because he's got my gears turning.
So Anunnaki, you don't think that there'll be more protesters on Inauguration Day, do you?
Hell no, they got DC locked the fuck down.
No, I don't think there will be Inauguration Day.
And what do you think about Trump not going?
I think before inauguration, he's gonna either release all the classified information on them and create a massive arrest on their ass.
Look, I don't know if it's true or not, but some of the intel I've been getting is on these laptops. There's actually real information about which of these politicians are in bed with the pedophilia shit, which of these politicians are bought and paid for by foreign governments, which of these politicians are being bribed by other politicians.
I don't give a fuck about politicians. They all gotta go. There should be no politicians governing your.
They forgot what their job is. Their job is to.
You're not supposed to have politician in your government.
No, well, the federal government only serves one.
You're not supposed to have a politician, period, in your any governing body in your system. All three branches, you're not supposed to have any politician. All three, from city, state, and fucking federal, you're not supposed to have any politician. Any politician, zero.
Why do you say that? Explain that to me.
Because that's what the Constitution constitutes.
Explain that to me. Elaborate.
You have to have a citizen elected by citizens. You're not supposed to have him to be affiliated with any fucking political or religious faction.
But the Constitution was founded on religious beliefs.
No.
Yes, it was.
Gives you the right for your religious
rights were specifically based on Christian beliefs.
No.
Yes.
It gives you the right to believe whatever. It's
right, but what I'm saying is the Bill of Rights
in the Declaration of Independence mainly. That's different, but the United States Constitution, no. It precisely demands the separation between the church and the state. They don't want religion in the governing body. They don't want any faction in the governing body.
Separation of church and state's just been something that's been within my lifetime.
It's been since the fucking establishment, since the foundation.
Well, you have a different understanding of the Constitution than I do, because I've understood that the Constitution, a lot of what's in it was based on Christian beliefs.
No, it gives you the right when you go in faith, whatever is your faith, then you have to swear upon it in faith to whatever you're gonna do for the well of the people, well-being and the wealth of the people. You're supposed to do it honestly, with merits and integrity, and with morality. Whatever is your faith. That's why it gives you the freedom of religion.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is if religion isn't a part of it, why is God mentioned so much?
Yeah, well, yeah, religion is your personal matter. It's telling you it's your personal matter. You have the right to pursue your own happiness through any means you find, as long as it's peaceable. Okay? As long as it's peaceable. Even your assembly, when you assemble, it has to be peaceable. It cannot go to hurt other people.
But it also says that we have the right to alter and abolish
How do you do that peacefully?
Yeah, alter,
Through a
abolish
tyrannical
what?
government.
Alter, abolish what?
Alter or abolish any government that's destructive beyond
There you go.
these means.
There you go. Abolish anything that is suppressing as tyranny on you.
But what I'm saying is, how do you alter or abolish without without it not being peaceful when you got a tyrannical government?
If you have a tyrannical government that's telling you we don't give a fuck about your constitution anymore, then it's a wartime. That's when the Second Amendment comes to play. But if you don't have that anymore, then your will is broken. And that's what they've been after, to break your will, to break your faith, to break especially your faith. Especially your faith. Because that's how they operate. They've been operating like that. They've been using fear and wonder to destroy the faith of the people. Whatever God you worship, whatever faith you have, they want to destroy it. Faith in you, faith in yourself, faith in your people, faith in your God. They don't want that. That's bad business for them.
Well, I've been saying here as of lately, I firmly believe that the one thing that makes America unique to any other country in the world is the very thing that the government uses as a weapon against us.
Yes, because we experienced that shit as an outsider who used to experience that shit. What's happening right now is just the beginning of the shit that I experienced back at home. Other people from different, even in Iran, when we were fighting, they experienced their own tyranny against them. Iraq, their own tyranny against them. China, their own tyranny. Even in Japan, you think Japan is free? No, they have a fucking totalitarian regime over there. But the Japanese have something else that's called the people's army. See, what people here today they don't understand is they do have weapons, the Japanese civilians. It's just not allowed in the street. Because that's what the Japanese people ask their government. Not even their cops are allowed to carry a gun outside. But everybody can have fucking their own weapons inside their home. Only inside their home you're allowed. But outside you can't have it. And that's what separated Japan from every other nation out there. That's why you can walk fucking 4 o'clock in the morning in Japan. Nobody will shoot you. That's the difference. But they still have tyranny, and they're still fighting that tyranny in their system. It's mainly like economical tyranny they use against their people, and the people retaliate back economically back at their system. See, the people can charge their minister over there. They have ministers, like prime minister, and they can charge him, and he will step down, because if he doesn't, they will grab their guns and they come at them.
Well, the one thing that I've noticed over, my lifetime is in most countries, when the government gets too radical for its people, most generally they rise up, and I've seen it before. We've all seen it, where you'll see mobs of fucking citizens from other countries at the capital of whatever country they're in, ready to, go to war or whatever. And I think that the reason why you see that in other countries and not in America is because, one, America is the only country on the planet that has damn near every ethnicity on the planet in this country.
Exactly.
That's what makes this country unique. It's easy for them to get people separated and tug at them at places where it tugs at their heart and gets them thinking with emotions rather than them thinking rationally and using their brain. Whereas in other countries, generally everybody is the same culture, the same race. So the only thing that they can really separate people on is one of two things, either class or religion.
That's right.
Yep.
That's what made. That's why when people come here, when you used to come here at BMT and they yell, at you, "Oh, you're not black. You don't understand black history. You don't know what we went through." Really? Have you seen what we went through? Have you seen? Have you been beheaded by a white man every fucking day?
No, but I watched that shit happen on YouTube.
By your own blacks and beheaded you. No, you haven't experienced that. We have. It's a different experience, yes, but it was brutal. It was fucking brutal, especially when it comes from your own people. But you come here and you try to explain, listen, America, the 3%, that's why it's called 3%.
Because only 3% of the colonists stood up against the tyranny of England.
They were settlers. They were not fucking elite class. They were settlers. There was among them who led them a class of those few elites who went against the fucking King George because they knew he was not a righteous king. He was not. If you look at the documents today, the kingship of fucking England is not the righteous kingship.
Well, and a lot of people think that it was the taxes on tea that started the revolution, and really it was King George was trying to take our weapons away from us.
Everything. He was about to slave everybody. Everybody. Whites, blacks, browns, yellows, you name it. That's why all ganged up together and they beat the fuck out of them. But people they don't know that history because settlers did not own slaves. They were fucking poor people being overtaxed. They had nothing left.
It's estimated at that time only 3% of the colonists actually rose up against the tyranny of England. That's where we get the 3%.
Yes. The 13 colonies, that there were only 3% of the total. That they rose up, but it was not all of them rose up. Only 3% of an entire people that were here that rose up.
You got to understand that back then the majority, I wouldn't say the majority, but I'd say they think that at least half of the colony, the settlers of the colonies, actually supported King George.
They were afraid.
The loyalists.
Right.
Loyalists were the aristocrats. The same motherfuckers who escaped that when America became independent, they escaped down south and west and went down south. And that's why they established their fucking fuckery. And they started enslaving people. And then America came back and it rose and they thought they're going to eat it. That's why England came back down south with its bitch France at first. And then they started tickling them both. They wanted that civil war to last so they can come and take over. But it backfired on them because the results of the Civil War united the states, actually. And it ended up becoming fucking one big giant country they can't fuck around with anymore.
Yeah.
So they went back to their own fucking treaty that they had before, the Charter Treaty.
You want to hear something pretty amazing? My son and daughter, Mikey and Lily, their great uncle was Josiah Bartlett, who is one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence.
Well, there you have it, man. You're a native. You are all Native Americans. Every single one of you born here is American.
Oh, and the other thing I was going to say is a lot of people don't realize that the rebels back then, the people that we call the founders, the patriots, after they went up against King George, a lot of people think that everything was just hunky-dory for them. Most of those people still lost their lives. Almost every one of them, if they didn't lose their lives, they lost their property, they lost their land, they lost their wealth, they lost everything they had. They ended up dying poor and destitute. And then a good majority of them, they actually killed their wives and children and prevented any chance of their lineage to go on.
Yeah, that's called ethnic cleansing. When you kill an entire nation and wipe it from existence, it's called ethnic cleansing, because the humans have ethnicity. It's a one race. Human is one race. There are no fucking races. Your ethnicity is either black, white, brown, yellow, and red, because that's where your ethnicity originates. There's 5 different ethnicities in the human race. When you're born in America, you're American. What brought you together to make America is those differences that we had. But we ganged up together. We came together because of these differences. And then they trying to reverse that. That's why they embedded the fuckery of race cards in every single one today.
BMT's cutting us off.
Yeah, because they don't want you to unite. That's
We
they
have been
can
going
control
for.
you if you unite.
Damn, did you? This has been going for almost 7 hours.
Yeah, almost.
Well,
So
it was good. It was good talking to y'all. I think Mo's doing something tonight, so I'll probably catch y'all there.
Yeah, I'm a bounce anyhow, man. I need to go get something to
me
eat.
too. Me too. So where's BM?
BMT, where you at?
Where you at, man?
This is your channel. Where you at, brother?
We can't keep it going like this, man. He's probably busy, but he needs to come now.
Well, hey, brother, I'm gonna bounce out of here because I got to get some food in my belly. Hey, Anu, as always, I love chatting with you, man. You're a wealth of
Me
knowledge.
too, man. Thanks for having me, everybody.
What's her name? Hold on a second. Give me 1 minute. Patriots United said you better show up on her show tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, Kay.
I
Just
might
give
gonna
a
have
thumbs
time
up.
for her, or maybe not. I don't know, but I gotta.
Hold on.
My dinner too.
Hold on. I'm gonna give a final thought real quick. That way BMT can close this out. You can as well if you want. My final thought is this: take what you see on the media and remember that you're only getting probably 10% of the truth, if that. And what you really need to be focusing on, stop focusing on what the federal government's doing and start focusing on what you're doing. Focus on being prepared, having supplies, and being able to sustain yourself and your family if need be. Right now is the time where you really, really, really need to put yourself and your family first and make sure that you have what you need to get by, because it's going to be a really, really tough day if some of these things that people are talking about actually happen and you're left with your proverbial dick in your hand.
Good speech, brother. Well, mine is this. Make sure you incorporate these 3 things from now on: communication, assembly, and then after that, you're going to have to organize. Remember that a thinking man or a thinking person is not fit for slavery. They don't want you to think.
They want you to do.
They don't want you to think. They want you to obey. You don't want to obey. You want to think for yourself. Everybody needs to think for themselves what's best for themselves, for you, your family, and your community. Get together. Communicate. It's time for that, for action. Communicate, assemble, and get ready and organize. So when the fuckers come in, you're ready for them.
Don't react out of fear.
Stay
React
united.
out of reason.
Stay united and fuck everybody that brings a fucking race card. If they bring a race card, point at them and they say, and proudly say, you motherfucker is a racist. Because once they mention race card, they are the fucking racist.
Hey, Anu, like Miss Love said earlier tonight, if you find someone that you can get down with, that has the same goals in life, that wants the same shit out of life, that is traveling the same road as you, you guys can work together and make shit happen, do it.
Oh, well, mine is simple. I treat people the way I want to be treated.
Oh, you're going back to the golden rule.
Yep. And if somebody doesn't treat you the way you treat them right, if they don't treat you back, it's simple. Detach their head from their body. End of story. Right there. End of it. You will have no more problems. And thank you for having me, BMT. May
Yes,
God
sir,
bless
brother.
you all, bless your families with long life and prosperity.
Yes, sir.
Until then, you all be well and stay safe.